the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt of the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know.
Shit.
That's right. It's the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and, of course, your natural rights of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am also now known as the Bagel King, self-prescribed.
Bagel King.
Yes.
Deal.
And I am joined, I could talk by my lovely and attractive co-host, the Nero of Neoprene, the original Salt of the Street himself, Donovan. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing excellent, sir. Thank you very much for having me here.
Fantastic. You know the drill. Time, place. What are we doing?
Yes, sir. Today is October 15th, 2022, 12:04 p.m. episode 135.
The question is it Pacific Daylight Time or Pacific Standard Time?
It's daylight still, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
For another
Like a
couple
week.
weeks or something like that.
You said at the beginning of November.
Yeah.
We're watching you, William Wallace.
That's right.
We are watching
I'll
you.
get rid of this nonsense now that we don't need that. Whoop. Take my training wheels off. Yeah. Most pro-America anti-government show. You
I
know.
like it.
That's right.
I like it.
Big steps out here. I took the you know part, obviously, from Dave Smith. I listened to a lot of Part of the Problem, obviously.
Yeah.
And he goes, the most consistent motherfucker you know, Dave Smith. I'm like, well, I don't know if I can go there, but I'm going to use that pro-America anti-government line that we like.
Yeah,
we're
that's
just going to stick that in there.
That's very good.
But yeah, I watched an awesome movie this week, and I was
Yes.
just telling you about it before we went live.
5 seconds before.
Exactly.
I watched an awesome movie.
Yep. just to get you keyed up. Pandorum. I don't know if we've ever talked about this movie before. It's fucking great. I haven't
Okay.
seen it in a long time.
Tell me about this movie.
This movie is it's a sci-fi movie, if you will. It's like a sci-fi horror action movie, and it's about this dude who wakes up in like a cryotube chamber,
Okay.
and he kind of gets out, and he's in this spaceship, and it's all dark, and there's nobody around, and he unfreezes one other guy that is in like the same room with him. But they're like trying to like figure out what the fuck's going on. There's nobody on the show. Nothing's working. The reactor is like going into shutdown. Somehow they know that
The
because
reactor for their ship.
yeah. And so they start like kind of cruising around and shit like that. And they find out that there's like these horrid like monster alien things on the ship. And they're like
Who's in this movie?
bunch of nobodies. I gotta pull this up
Because I kind of think that I've seen it. Zeke.
it's a fucking great
Hello,
movie.
sir.
What up, Zeke?
Thank you for joining us.
Let me pull up the IMDb here.
Yeah.
Because it came out a long time ago too, and
The name sounds very familiar.
it's really good. It's got Dennis Quaid. I forgot
yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Then yes.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Pandorum, Dennis Quaid, and Ben
Foster.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yes,
It's
I've seen this
great.
movie.
It is such a good movie.
Dennis Quaid's the captain, right?
No, he's a dude that without any spoilers. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a 2009
Yeah.
movie. He's actually like he was on like the original flight crew, and he went fucking crazy
Oh.
and killed everybody, including the
shit.
original captain. And then he's got like this space madness called Pandorum, and you don't really find that out until later in the movie. But like he caused the entire thing to get all fucked up and this, that, and the other thing. But yeah, 1,000 years go by, and then ultimately at the end of the movie, they like get in the escape pods because everything's going, fucking monsters are coming, everybody's going nuts, and it turns out they've been on the planet this whole time, and they've just been stuck in this ship underneath water.
What?
Yeah,
Damn.
it was a great movie. It was a great movie.
What did you watch it on?
I think it was on Amazon Prime.
Cool.
Yeah, but I got that DVD a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I
like
had
it.
forgotten, man. It's such a good movie.
I like it.
I've been watching lots of movies lately.
Pandorum.
Yeah. Gave all the Maze Runner movies a go through.
Yes, you said that.
That did not suck. I was pleasantly surprised. I've heard a lot of bad things about them.
Ran through him like a train.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I almost did 3 of them in one day, but did 2 the first day and then 1 the next day. But I mean, it was like the tail end of all like those YA movies. You know, there was the Hunger Games thing that came out, and the Divergent
the young
thing.
adult movies. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, is that like a fucking the author? Like, is it Nicholas Sparks? Did he write all these things?
Yeah, I
or-
forget. You're like you're very well read, but not in fiction. It's a big genre in like
Right.
fiction novels
Right.
is YA. Yeah, a bunch of my shit that I love is YA, which is it's just a thing. It's
I
not
like it.
creepy. But yeah, it's gonna be. Well, yeah, we didn't even talk about what do we got coming up on the show.
So we have obviously our local stories in this segment. We are going to be talking about debacle going on at St. Michael's. I have a story. It's not really a story. Our grid sucks. Our energy grid sucks. It's going to cost us more money. It's going to go up. They're going to rebuild things. So I have like articles there. It doesn't really matter.
We're going to build for the future, bro.
Yeah, and then we're going to go over the local voters pamphlet, right?
Yeah.
So we got them both. I have the local. I have the state one, like the general election, and the Kitsap County one. So we'll go over both of those.
I have both.
Yes, even if you do not live here, those are surprisingly popular segments for our local crew. People really enjoy them. So we are going to do that. Part 2, we are going to be talking about some Oathkeeper trial, January 6th stuff, Proud Boy things, right? All January 6th type of stuff. We're going to talk about all that. Part 3, we have some ESG, environmental, social, and governance, social credit score, PayPal type of stuff that we're going to be talking about. And then part 4 with the grab bag, we have some Ukraine updates, some Iran updates, and you have a bunch of other stuff in there. Those are only 2 things that I have written down. You have a gang of stuff.
I got a bunch. I got... the rail worker strike is possibly back on. I got a whole bunch of stuff.
We got all kinds of stuff.
Seattle firefighters. They're actually, I probably squeezed that in right before the locals. The Seattle firefighters that were all laid off for not getting the jab, they filed an injunction with the state court to try to get their jobs back, and the court denied them. So they fired still. Yeah, I saw that last night. I was like, oh no. You know. So glad that. Oh yeah, and then some COVID jabby related type stuff too. We can get into in the topics.
The state is very upset that people are not getting more vaccines. They're very upset. They're like,
very
only 1 in
upset.
10 people are getting this most recent vaccine, and I just can't fucking figure out why.
I don't know.
Seattle Now had a whole episode this week that was about why people aren't getting the vaccines, and I had a woman on there talking about the importance of getting it, and. They're like, she said, maybe, one day we'll be lucky enough to only have to get it once a year like our flu vaccine. But right now we have to get it, whenever they're coming out.
And I just say, why?
Listen, you said it was crazy and conspiratorial when we're like, we're going to have to take it every year. And now you're like, hopefully we'll only have to take it every year. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Well, and on top of that, it's now been like deemed okay because somebody in the mainstream media let it rip that there was that hearing in.
Was it in Canada or was it in the UK?
No, it was in some I think it was like Denmark or something. It was in the Netherlands or something like that.
Yeah.
Some EU, governmental hearing. The fucking stand-in for the CEO of Pfizer was like, "Yeah, no, we didn't even like test to see if it for transmission. I don't. That was never a thing that we even looked at." And then you look at like the montage of like. Over the 2-year period of everybody in the mainstream, including Dr. Fauci and our lovely Rachel Maddow and everybody telling you, if you get it, it's over. And then it's done. You don't have to do it anymore. And that they're like, well, that was always bullshit. That's just, they never once tested for that. Of course.
The fact check now, I didn't even read the article because it irritated me so much.
Oh, yeah.
Russell Brand posted a video about that. And the fact check was from PolitiFact. And
reputable
said that's not even how double-blind studies work. Like that they wouldn't be looking for testing it for that. Like then what was the fucking point?
Yeah,
then
dude.
what was the whole point? If you're not getting it so you don't give it to other people, then what was the fucking point in the first place?
Oh, well now it's to prevent severe illness and death, obviously. Which was, they didn't even coin that term until after all the efficacy started dropping off a fucking cliff. But hey, there's those few people out there, that rare breed of individual that didn't get any of the jabs.
Come on, man.
Or just like, I'm smarter. Oh, so bad. It was so bad. But yeah,
Colin,
hit a button.
With that, let me ask you this.
It worked.
I like it. I'm here for it. So, yes, let me ask you this. The question, as I have it written, we talked again last week and this week privately about the Seattle unions because it came up on Breaking Points, right?
Yes.
So why do you think, because we discussed last week or last episode, maybe the last 2 episodes, doesn't matter, that the idea that not every job is supposed to provide you everything you need, because some jobs It feels, I don't know. Some jobs are more meant for younger people. Some jobs are meant for people who are going to have roommates, who are not trying to support an entire family off of a Starbucks job or off of whatever job, off of things like that. So why do you think that people in America, I don't know about other countries, other Western countries, are so unhappy or unable to see the comparative value in their jobs to other jobs or to I don't know, other places in the world, that
I think I know what you're getting at.
do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't get to write it down, so I did not get to word this perfectly the way that I want, but I'm glad you understand the essence of my question.
Because I think the essence of the question really boils down to, this, I think, misconstrued expectation that society has, again, to having a job and only a job, and then everything that you need to support your life should be funded by one job, regardless of what that is. Everything should have a living wage, if you will. And I think that's just it's just a blatant misunderstanding of how economics works, how the job market works, and how overall society has historically functioned over a period of time. And I think why we've gotten to this point is because, much like the reasoning behind needing to take out school loan debt, it's just been force-fed and propagated and propagandized that this is the way things should be, for no other reason than it should be that way. It's not how it ought to be, it's how it should be. And so I think that's probably why we live in this world now where everybody feels like you tell me that we are not the most quote unquote deserving culture that has ever existed in the history of modern day, contemporary, humankind. And everybody feels like they deserve something, if not everything. And yeah, I think the generations that are getting these lower paying jobs now have been raised with expectations that all you need to do is get a job, and that's fine. You can go back to the industrial days, that kind of stereotypical, you go get a job at a factory, you work there for 50 years, then you get the gold watch and you retire. That was a markedly different world at that point. The market functioned differently, the job market functioned differently, and there was nothing to say that you could necessarily provide for all of your needs with a single job at first, but you would get a job, you'd still be living with your parents, and then one day you'd buy a house for $25,000 or a car for $2,000.
Right.
But market forces in play and the government and institutional fuckery that has gone on in our economy these days has made it damn near impossible for anybody to do that.
And I wonder,
I don't know.
I just started thinking about this. There's a disparity in, not disparity, not all jobs are worth $21 an hour.
Hard no.
Right? But people, even though there's what I'm sure having a difficult time parsing out right now, because there's a push from the left for people to not find value in their work. That there's other things in your life that gives you value, so you don't need to find value in that. But the argument for making $15 an hour, $20 an hour is also that you are worth more than whatever that thing is, right? But the amount that you're being paid is not your worth as a person, it's what that job is worth, right? So that's why some jobs are only worth $5 an hour if it's a very simple job like fucking, I don't know, shelling peanuts or something like that, right? That's a very low-skilled job. You could literally teach anyone to do that. A child could do that. So if it's not worth $21 an hour if you're going to pay someone to shell peanuts, right? It's worth $5 an hour because it's a very simple thing, and you could do it less effectively by just smashing them with your fucking fist and then shaking everything out. So,
well, and I think a good way to add on to that, right, is a lot of these jobs, like the shelling peanuts or the flipping burgers, if you will, they only exist to offer somebody a wage like they do because of the giant industrialized machine that has been built up around that industry to offer that product at a specific low price point due to its operation at scale as a whole.
Right.
If you were to take a single McDonald's and try to source all the ingredients, all the materials, all the equipment, and everything that needs to happen to make that burger, and to make that whole menu, to do the whole thing, and then be able to pay your employees what it is that they get paid just for standing there pressing buttons, you would not be able to do that unless you were a giant mega corporation that has been built up over decades and decades and decades.
It's only because their general costs are so low that they can afford to pay their employees what they're paying them. That's what,
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, look at any mom and pop shop restaurant.
Right.
You know, a small time, like the burger joint we have downtown. You've been there before, right?
Yes.
It's fucking fire. But they're not making that kind of money. They don't make McDonald's money. I mean, I'm sure they do all right. But, I mean, they also have a food truck that goes out to make, you know, more business happen and all that. They're not... You don't make a burger restaurant and then make millions of dollars like McDonald's does. That's just not how that works. If they were to spend decades and decades expanding and building out the infrastructure and refining their supply lines to include like the specific ingredients and suppliers for those ingredients and so on and so forth to get the lowest cost you possibly can, yeah, you could do that. But you can't do that on just a normal operational scale.
Right.
Which is kind of why these people that work for like McDonald's, they can technically demand a higher wage than the worth of the product that they put out because the company is of such a size that all of their wages are massively they're not bloated, they're not overblown,
Inflated.
but they're inflated, yeah, to what that position would entail. I mean, I think we've seen that as more calls for higher wages and stuff like that have essentially forced less employees in the actual stores themselves being replaced with more automated systems and things like
and the
that.
Burger
because
robots, the burger flipping robots.
Yeah,
they
the
were
burger
like, this
robots.
shit is too damn productive.
Yeah.
We got to turn it off.
Or like the ones that don't have anybody for you to go order at the thing. You just go over to the kiosk at the thing, and then there's a couple people back there that put it all together, and boom, does the thing. But like, that's way cheaper. After probably a year, the thing probably pays for itself and then some.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about the employees' wages. You don't have to worry about them showing up on time or
You
not.
never have to
or-
pay the robot more.
Exactly. And so, yeah, I think it's a big disconnect because, unfortunately, like I said, they do have a point because they're not really needed. Amazon warehouse workers aren't needed for Amazon to exist, and they would make a hell of a lot more money if they didn't have those workers there. If the minute there's like a reliable, automated, driverless car, I can do a pick and pull robot, no problem. Absolutely, they can do that right now.
Yeah.
They just don't because, for reasons. The ESG score would go way down, or it would go way up. But it's a we'll get into that later. But yeah, it's weird because the keeping humans employed type of conversation is not one without merit to a reason. But I also think that when you dive deep into it, like if we're not needed to make these industries run, we probably shouldn't be in them, and we should be pursuing other avenues of other industry.
Yeah.
Because we can't, and we are humans. We're resourceful. We will. So I'm not too worried about like the fucking Andrew Yang was like, oh, people aren't gonna have jobs anymore. Bitch, we're always gonna have jobs. You just can't comprehend what the future's gonna look like because fucking nobody can. Tim Pool makes this analogy a lot on the show when he's doing it. The horse and buggy like industry that existed before automobiles were around. Like nobody foresaw that there was ever going to be an automobile made, and like they were talking at the time about like the problem with like horse manure in the city, and there's going to be too much, and the more people that come in, the more horses are going to be, and then there's going to be too much manure.
Yes.
And then somebody invented a car, and all that went away. We're going to do something
Wasn't
like
an issue
that.
anymore.
Yeah, it's not an issue. So we will have some kind of thing that will change our entire relationship with work, and that will be an invalid question in the future, at least as far as that avenue of industry is pursued.
Maybe we'll get lucky and people will reinvest themselves in the trades, People will want to work harder. Because a lot of people want a simple job, a nothing job, but they also want to make $25 an hour because they don't want to have a hard job.
Yeah. Yeah, and something like when you have a job that actually has some kind of gratification associated with it, if there's an actual like end product that you as the worker can see go out the door, or like Hey, I fixed somebody's pipes today. Hey, I installed this air conditioning at this person's house.
The trades
It's
dad
tangible. Yeah.
thing. Trading dad thing. I did the pipes in that house.
Exactly. I mean, I have definitely done that going around in my old line of work. I'm like,
built,
oh yeah,
I built
I
three
built that.
houses.
I built that.
Every time I drive past them, I built those houses.
Oh fuck yeah, of course, because it's something to be proud of, and whether or not like you may not get the day-to-day satisfaction, but it's that long-term satisfaction that you get that makes it all essentially worthwhile to keep going. It's only difficult to comprehend if you're a fucking cubicle junkie that pushes fucking data around and has zero tangible evidence of the work that you do. Exactly. If you can entertain quiet quitting, you probably don't have a tangible job that is something that you can derive meaning from, true meaning from that, and then you're going to feel empty and pursue that elsewhere.
Can we take a shot of this?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Hard yeah, we can.
Oh, do you have any Alpha Brain that I can have?
Alpha, yeah, I do.
I didn't take any vitamins this morning.
I
I'm
usually
sitting
ask
here-
you, but like
I'm
you're
sitting here
always on
thinking,
it.
Like, why do I feel weird? Like, why do I feel weird? I didn't take any vitamins today. That's why I feel weird.
Look at you.
That's why. Thank
No
you.
vitamins, bro. That's not good.
What's going on here?
Oh man. Yeah, I'm excited. This screwball peanut butter whiskey time. I think I've had this one time, and it was I sipped it over glass.
To the
here.
Misfits, Black Sheep, and Screwballs.
Yeah. Hashtag we qualify. Yeah, I'm very, very excited, to be honest, to be getting away from the brown sugar bourbon. That ran its course, I think. After a while, you're like, all right, this is enough of this. I know what we're doing here.
It was different, too. It wasn't like the
It wasn't the same
BSB
shit.
anymore.
No. I don't know if I've even found that anymore. I didn't look that hard because I was walking through the hallways or the aisles of Total Wine yesterday, and I just instantly saw that. So I didn't see any other flavored whiskey really, but I was actually surprised. There's a gang of peanut butter whiskeys too.
Really?
Yeah, and I didn't know what the label for the screwball was, so I was looking at them like, come on, and there was one bottle left. Word.
Wow.
One bottle on the shelf, and I snagged it.
I'm pretty sure that what's that company, the distillery, that they sold the recipe.
Heritage?
Yeah, that they sold the recipe for BSB. So I don't think they even make that shit anymore.
Hey man, if I was them, I would have sold it too.
I think it's just
That's got to be a massive moneymaker.
they probably made just a dickload of money.
Oh
off of
yeah.
that.
It's like, this is my pandemic retirement.
And it
Peace.
happened during the pandemic, because I know they were, doing the like the hand sanitizer thing
Yeah.
for a long time, the rubbing alcohol thing.
Yeah, the old do you want to smell like an alcoholic hand sanitizer?
that shit was rough. Dude.
It was like, yeah, it smelled like
rough time.
It smells like you were a boozer. It was, which makes sense. It's that type of alcohol.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
cheers.
Let's try this.
Cheers to screwball.
Cheers. 135. That's fucking weird.
I will say this. I've never shot it before. When we go into part 2, I'm going to pour a glass over ice, and that's a totally
it's
different
not
experience.
Bad. It's just that's a weird flavor.
Yeah, it's way better over ice like that than taking a shot. Lesson learned on that one.
Yeah.
I never shot peanut butter whiskey, and I don't think I will anymore. Like, the whiskey side of it was pretty good, though.
Yeah.
It's got a nice whiskey
It's
back.
chill,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
Whew.
let's start with. Oh, let's turn the fucking sound off of this.
Do it. Turn the sound off.
We're trying to. I ate shit last weekend, guys. It's almost gone now. It was real.
Oh, yeah.
It was wild. Oh, I did work on it yesterday. Just to
did
get
work
rid of
on
it.
it.
Yeah. So
Put in
I
work.
ate shit. We were watching the video before this of me falling. I was out on the range and I was running drill, and I ate it hard. So
I was
had
just
the volume all the
super
way up.
bummed that the volume was down.
Me too, man.
Oh.
Me too. I'm disappointed.
I just wanted to hear the anguish. Because it would be disappointed anguish. Be like, I can't believe I just fucking did that.
And I don't think I said anything, but I know for sure when I fell there was a because it fucking hurt.
Makes sense, dude. Big tree fall hard.
Yeah. So local medical center. So if anybody who used to live here, right? So you kind of used to live here. It used to be Harrison, right? When you were here, it was Harrison. Now it is called St. Michael's Medical Center, St. Michael's Hospital, whatever it is, right? And we are they're running into an awful big issue over at St. Michael's.
Yeah.
And
them and a number of other hospitals nationwide.
Yes, it's surprisingly quite a large issue, but locally it's St. Michael's, the Gig Harbor Hospital, I think a couple of other ones, because they're all
There's one in
by,
Seattle.
Yeah, all owned by the same company. They're victims of what seems to be ransomware. They are being very quiet about it, though.
Yes.
They're not really saying anything at all. This comes off of the back of, and I will send you this article that I have here. It's from
the
Kitsap Sun.
oh man, if I hit refresh, I bet it's gonna go away and ask me to pay money. I think
I
I probably
finally
have the
bit the
same
bullet
one.
and started paying them. Do you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah, I
Oh.
finally bit the bullet. I need to just sign in on my stuff on your computer. In between 1 and 2, I'll sign in to the
Apparently,
Kitsap
it's
Sun
just
stuff.
not gonna. Yeah,
This
maybe.
is shouting to the void. Records outage, short staffing causes dire scene in Kitsap ER. And so in the beginning, it's talking about, oh, we're having issues with our electronic records, and we don't have enough staffing. And then you start to get towards the bottom of the article, and it says, oh, ransomware suspected in health records outage. Meanwhile, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health Parents Organization Common Spirit Health has yet to publicly identify why its electronic health record system has been offline for a week, because that was the issue. They're saying, like, oh, our records don't work, like none of our shit is working. We say, I'm still here, I'm just bouncing in and out, I'm drilling with the Navy this weekend. Hey,
Yeah, buddy.
there you go. So
The reservist in action.
yeah, that's right. So, has yet to publicly identify why its electronic health record system has been offline for a week. Cybersecurity analyst told the Kitsap Sun it's likely a ransomware attack. NBC News also reported the healthcare system has sustained a ransomware attack, citing a person familiar with the group's remediation efforts. Generally, in such attacks, a malicious third party gains access to private data and demands payment for giving back access or in exchange for not releasing the information publicly. So,
What's the date of this article?
this one is from
Because the
the 8th.
8th. So we're going on 2 weeks now,
Yes.
which is not good. When you really think about like the deep effects of this, I mean, it's fucking chaos.
Yeah.
And the hospital, essentially, without their computer system, becomes damn near inoperable.
Oh, completely inoperable. And the way that things work there now, we just had a baby there earlier this year. Everything is done through the computer. Everything. You don't get a Tylenol until it is scanned, and then you can have it.
Yeah.
Everything is done through the computer.
It's like that
Everything.
South Park episode about IntelliLink.
Yes.
You can't go down to the counselor's office without making an IntelliLink appointment. But
Yeah.
you can't do an IntelliLink appointment because IntelliLink's a shitty-ass fucking program that doesn't work. Except in this case, it's ransomware.
Yes. And so there, I told you we know somebody who works, so I don't want to say
Yeah.
too much because
Yeah.
I didn't ask for this information. So, but they are... there are records like DNRs, do not resuscitate requests and things like that people don't know about because the electronic records do not exist. So people are being resuscitated when they don't want to be. People are likely being given wrong or incorrect medications. There are codes that people don't know what they mean because the staff has become so reliant on computers that they don't know what they should do when certain codes get called over the intercom. And this in and of itself comes off of the back of St. Michael's losing its preliminary accreditation status. And so this article is also from the Kitsap Sun. The Joint Commission on National Healthcare Standards Group gave St. Michael Center a preliminary denial of accreditation in early September after an in-depth site visit in August. The only information currently available from the Joint Commission about its assessment is general description of the area of concern in Silverdale Hospital, existence at time of survey of a condition which in the Joint Commission's view poses a threat to patients or other individuals served. So that's why they're potentially going to lose their accreditation status. In an interview with the Kitsap Sun Hospital, President Chad Milton said no patient harm was identified in the assessment, and he said the commission found process improvement things we could have done better. Milton pointed to the hospital's emergency department as an area where deficiencies were noted, referencing processes there and how patients are assessed. It's like, I think it's just making small things, small adjustments. But 2 weeks ago, they had to bring in firefighters to work in the ER because they were so short-staffed. They had 5 nurses to 45 patients in the ER.
Yeah. Listen to this. This is from MedPage today.
Oh, Jesus.
This is an emergency nurse drowning in patient, calls fire department to assist. What's a nurse to do when emergency department itself is the emergency? In Silverdale, Washington, a member of the overwhelmed ED staff at St. Michael's Medical Center called in the fire department. According to Central Kitsap Fire and Rescue, a nurse called 911 through an admin line last Saturday around 10:30 p.m. asking for help. The chief, Jay Christian, told the Kitsap Sun, quote, the charge nurse expressed 2 times that they feel like they're drowning because they had over 45 patients in the waiting room and only 5 nurses. She said, we're in dire straits. We need the fire department's help. Can someone come up here and help us? According to Kitsap Sun, 2 firefighters cleaned rooms and beds in the ED, moved patients, and took vital signs. Central Kitsap Fire and Rescue wrote in an email to MedPage today that the firefighters were there for 90 minutes. Quote, we made the decision to send a 2-person crew to assist because we were treating it like any other call for help in our community. Bro, the hospital calls the fire department for help because they're swamped. So they send 1 crew out there, and in 90 minutes, they're helping to get things caught up and taking, 5 people to handle 45 patients. Doesn't seem that manageable to me. And this all stems off of the cyber attack.
Yeah.
And this is we've talked about possibilities of, cyber attacks and stuff like that from foreign adversaries before, and how that could cripple, our nation and essentially be, help bring down the country, if you will, or lower the defenses. And this is a perfect example of something like how that could happen. I mean, you think about it. This is not just our hospital here. We were talking about it because it's our local one. But what is this, NBC News?
With that,
oh, I hit the wrong button. There's too many buttons on my thing now. I misfired. Ransomware attack delays patient care at hospitals across the U.S. This was from, what's the date on this story? I don't remember. A little bit lower.
Right there. Yep.
It's from October 7th. So, yeah, last week. One of the largest hospital chains in the U.S. was hit with a suspected ransomware cyber attack this week, leading to delayed surgeries, holdups, inpatient care, and rescheduling doctor's appointments across the country.
Bro.
Common Spirit Health ranked as...
Same company.
Yep. Ranked as the 4th largest health system in the country by Becker's Hospital Group said Tuesday that it had experienced, quote, an IT security issue that forced it to take certain systems offline.
Forced it to. We can't access them. We literally can't turn them back on.
Exactly. While Common Spirit declined to share specifics, a person familiar with its remediation efforts. What up, Bilbo? Seems to be news that sustained a ransomware attack. So at this point, Common Spirit hasn't actually said they've done they're under a ransomware attack. It's just people that are familiar with the remediation that are telling this to the media, which has more than 140 hospitals in the U.S. Do the math on that. That is more than one per state. Let's see how many hospitals in America. How many hospitals in the U.S.? The Google machine says 6,000, almost 6,100.
Oh, well.
Still.
I mean, at least
that's a lot of hospitals.
At least there's that, but...
Yeah, that's still.
I'm like, fuck, if there's only 700 hospitals, we're fucked.
We're fucked. Well, that's, we could be.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
still.
not good. I mean, there's still no resolution on this. It's ongoing now. We know somebody that had to deal with this for somebody in their family, and that
guy who had a pacemaker,
fucking terrifying.
Guy who had a pacemaker whose battery was on less than 1%, and they were still delaying the surgery.
Mm-hmm.
These things are happening. They're real.
That's not good. That is
they
terrifying.
aren't saying fucking shit about it.
No, which I don't know how you get away with that either. Mind you, I don't know, man. With the federal government so intertwined in the healthcare system, how can you be not? How can the feds not come in and be like, what the fuck? One of the articles, I think it was that MedPage Today, maybe. They're looking to the state now and the county and being like, where is our county health department? We need their help. We need the state health department. We need people in government to step up and help out this industry right now because they cannot operate in these hospitals. And when you're in a place like ours where I don't know if you would, as far as like hospitals go, I mean, we're in like a rural area. It takes
Yes.
it'll take an hour to get to the hospital from here.
Yeah.
Essentially, like the nearest one would be about an hour. That doesn't seem, like an optimal place if you're dying and you're a long ways away. Now, if you remove that hospital off the board, hour and a half, because you got fucking Bremerton and shit too.
Right.
Or you got to go to Seattle.
Bremerton Hospital's not open anymore.
They closed it when they opened up that one. So yeah, no.
Naval Hospital is closed now.
That's not good.
Yes.
So yeah, so we're in fucking hospital desert land now.
It's Silverdale or Gig Harbor. Those are the options.
And both of which are under attack. So the county has 0 functioning hospitals is what I'm getting now out of this.
Yes.
Wow. Now, I mean, I'm not one for state involvement here, but if there's a thing the state could do, it would be like, well, let's call up the Natty Guard and set up some fucking hospital tents or something like that. Let's get some people that, get a facility where doctors can do their job. That might be a thing. Take all those businesses that you closed down because of COVID and then put a bunch of doctors in them.
It just seems like oversight is not even strong enough of a word,
Right.
to not have a backup for this system, for everything to run off of this computer system, and to not have a backup to the point where, like we were talking about, where people are being resuscitated when they aren't supposed to. People don't know how to respond to the codes that are being called over the intercoms. There isn't a reason that no one knows what to do. There is no fucking reason for that. When people's lives are literally in your hands, you have got to have a plan B for in case this doesn't work.
Yeah, when that is your profession, you need to be doing that.
That is happening to a few counties in southern Indiana.
Yep, does not surprise me. I mean, like I said, it's the 4th largest hospital chain in the nation. 140 around the nation. That's fucked up, man.
And you gotta imagine that this is, I don't know, I would imagine, I guess you don't gotta.
Got it, baby.
That it's some type of out-of-state actor, right?
I mean, you would imagine.
That it's not just some
I
piece
don't know.
of shit who lives in the United States. It's like, I'm just trying to fucking get mine, and I'm going to hold up a hospital.
I mean, they did just fail their accreditation thing, so maybe somebody's got a beef. That seems like a little too much. Like, let's take these bad boys down. They're not a good hospital. I'm assuming it's an out-of-state actor because that seems the most logical.
It's probably, well, I don't want to be naive and thinking, like, why would someone in America just do something so bad just because, But people just do bad shit. Like, if you have the ability to put ransomware in a hospital, potentially get multiple millions of dollars, and no one's going to find out about it, what do you really lose by doing that? Especially if you don't live in Washington. If you live in fucking Wyoming, and you're like, I'll just fucking hack into whatever this company, St. Michael's,
Let me
this
ask you a
medical
question.
center and another one. Why would I not do that?
What is this area? What is the biggest industry in this area?
The federal government is the number one employer in the state.
Specifically the Department of Defense. Including a nuclear subbase and a Navy maintenance yard. I wonder who would have an interest in taking down the only hospitals in the area to make that military force less ready to do their job.
Because we don't even have a naval hospital anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, the building is there, but the services are not there.
I mean, I don't want to sound all conspiratorial, but, that's a possibility. Maybe China's got some involvement here. Maybe the MSS? The mainland security, they're like intelligence operatives. The CCP's intelligence branch. I think it's the MSS. That's what they're called. I'm pretty sure. God, I'm gonna look that up real quick.
The Chinese equivalent of the CIA.
Yeah. I think it's the Chinese MSS. We're gonna put that in there because that'll get me close. Yeah, the
Chinese
Ministry of State Security.
Okay.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Chinese.
Let me see that picture. That the top. There's those 3. Yeah, that one.
That one. You want to see that picture?
Yeah. Ooh. I'm always interested to see the gats that other countries are working with. European countries, and they use some wild shit. Look at that fucking bullpup.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's how you get good range with that, man, because you put that. That's a really long barrel. Really, really long barrel by putting the chamber all the way in the back. High quality material right there.
Interesting deal.
Interesting indeed. Indeed.
Look at them, all those computers. That third row, look at that one right there.
Whoa.
They're just tapped in. Orange headphones, too. What's up with that?
So, it's a standard issue.
But
What is
why
this?
orange?
Sandbox. Chinese espionage. How Beijing is stealing away U.S. global supremacy.
With orange headphones.
Well, Well, yeah. It goes with the sandbox colors. Chinese espionage, the dragon's eyes and ears. Bro,
At what point is it racist?
Exactly,
At what point does that become racist?
not as cool as an M16, Bilbo says. I mean, the
Probably more
M16 looks
reliable.
fucking mean, dude.
M16 looks cool. It fucking sucks, though.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible gun.
When you think about it, like, you cannot get that thing dirty.
No.
You can't, because there's too many moving parts to that
The
thing.
modern AR-15 is better, even though it's like the same thing.
Yeah. It's better.
It's better.
I hear that the special forces guys talk about their M4s as essentially like you could drop it, you could kick it, you could do whatever you want, and it's still baller.
Yeah.
I wonder what's so different between like the civilian model and like that actual M4 version of it. Like,
Yeah.
what are the parts that are skimping out on that make it so like if you look at it wrong, you're gonna have a misfeed. You know what I mean? Depending on what brand you have too, it's not that much better. I mean, you got to keep that thing clean, well oiled, ready to go, and then it'll perform great.
Yeah.
But if you don't, if you sleep on it at all, it's going to have problems.
issues.
You're going to have a lot of issues.
Gonna have a bad time.
You're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
You don't have that problem with an AK.
No, you don't.
Nope. Mind you, the
No.
only accurate shot in AK is the first one, but hey, that's fine.
Well,
I don't know. I've just always heard that.
The difference in the systems is that the AK uses.
All they're doing is play Warcraft.
It's like a direct blowback system or a piston system or something to that effect. And you can get AR-15s that have that same system in there, and they'll run like that.
Oh, yeah.
But the force of what the rod or the bolt in the AK if goes back with such force that it will just pulverize anything that is inside of it, and the AR platform doesn't blow back with that because it's just that spring and shit.
Yeah.
So it just is, there isn't that much force in the bolt.
Yeah.
But the AK, that it will just pulverize anything,
Boom!
and that's why it runs like that.
I mean, it seems like it's solid design, man. It's been around for a long time, too.
well,
you know?
and if you,
I feel like it has to do with the machines that produce the parts. Yeah, 100%. It's probably quality of machining technology at use.
Absolutely. Even in AR-15s, there's people that are, difference between like a billet lower receiver and a fucking whatever, like one that's poured instead of eating it, like you mill it out of a billet
Instead of cast.
Yes. Yeah. There's even people that are like, well, these ones are better than
You
these
take an
ones are
ingot
fucking-"
and you carve that motherfucker, or you just pour it into that mold for mass production.
Yeah.
Yeah, no water for the AR. Give me a swap with an AK.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Before I bought my AR, I was very conflicted between whether I was going to buy an AR-15 or an AK-47.
First airsoft rifle I ever bought was an AK.
They're fucking cool, man. And the modern ones,
I just
if
like
you
'em.
put money into them and put like modern furniture on them, they look fucking amazing.
Badass,
They
man.
look-
I've seen some dope ones.
They look incredible.
Hell yeah.
So,
And you can customize their shit out of it.
Yes.
I mean, you think there's a lot of bells and whistles or furniture, if you will,
Yeah.
in the gun culture, I guess, for an AR. I mean, there's a lot, but
and a bullet's bigger.
AK, you could do, yeah.
And a bullet's bigger.
And there's more of it around the world.
Globally, 100%.
100%
Yes.
more.
Domestically, yeah.
If we're fucking World
Yep.
War Z time, dude, I'm rolling AK all the way.
If we're going out to fucking North Korea and shit, we're doing it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got to find out.
Yeah, no, this is a good time to plug it just because you're talking about the book. We haven't had the socials yet, so you've been watching us here on YouTube, obviously, Salt to the Streets. We have our Instagram.com/Salt to the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt to the Streets. You can find all this at salttothestreets.com, including our individual social media. I am at Salt to the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Off you on both of those things. The Patreon, go there, subscribe. Help us make more better content just like this. We have the book club with the beer shows that happened last night. We have another live stream for the book club on Tuesday. We have the articles, the newsletters that come out at the end of the month, all these beautiful things. The book club book this month is World War Z.
Fantastic book.
By Max Brooks. Yes, it's very good. And next month, this is next month's book. I brought it with me because we're getting closer to November. We're getting back How to Have Impossible Conversations. This is a James Lindsay book. Actually.
James Lindsay.
Yes.
It's orange.
James Lindsay, Peter Boghossian.
Very fall festivities. Festive for the fall.
By the sun.
Peter Boghossian.
Yes. So
he's got a new show. Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah, a new show. Him. I think he's got a standard co-host, but it's don't fuck up the name. It's like Not Reliable Sources or something like that, and they wear these like NPR style logo shirts and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
It's pretty fantastic.
I picked this book for November because Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And people always go home for Thanksgiving, and they have to really put up conversations at the table. So this is to prepare you for your Thanksgiving conversations. Mm-hmm. How to have impossible conversations.
I like it.
That's why I picked that one.
Oh, this is good because this leads me exactly to what I wanted to ask you. My favorite part of World War Z is a interview perspective aspect of the writing, 100%. And that being said, whereabouts? I mean, what is to date? I should say some of the later interviews and stuff you read.
Yes.
What's been one of your favorite ones to date so far?
Ooh.
Off the top of your head.
The one about the woman in her house, the Troy, Montana one. I like that one because it invoked a lot of thought in me about the way that people who survive that would live their lives in the future. And I thought it was mad interesting that she was like, my experience was so fucked up, I'm going to found a whole neighborhood, because it just screamed like a whole new movie to me. That thing that she created of like...
You can make a movie out of almost all the chapters.
I have a whole town now that I'm selling to fucking rich ass white people who could come and live here, and their house is on stilts, and they have retractable bridges, they have retractable stairs, no one can get to your house, security systems, all this fucking shit, the solar panels, all the things. I was like, that's so America. That industry is so America. Just like
totally
I picked somewhere in the middle of nowhere, made up a whole Troy, right? I named it after an impenetrable city. Like it was perfect.
Right.
It was perfect. So I really liked that one, and I just
I'll say you can't go with that one though, because that's the one you talked about on the book review or the book show.
That's
so
true.
I need another one.
I just finished one of the ones in Japan with a guy scaling down the apartment building.
Yeah,
I thought that one was pretty good.
The otaku guy.
Yeah, that one at the end, I was like, I actually want more. Like he got the sword, and then the story ends. So like, I want more from this one. You know?
Yeah, that one was cool, man. I like the way they ended that was like, because you look down and, he's got the sword on his side. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, I wanted more from that story.
100%.
So I liked that one a lot.
The North Korea one.
The North Korea one, that one, bro. When it ended, I literally said, what?
Yes.
What the fuck? Because I just wanted more story. I want to hear about what happened to the North Koreans. Because I was expecting, comparing that to the movie, right? They're in Korea when Brad Pitt interviews the guy who sold guns to Russia or whatever, he's saying the North Koreans pulled everybody's teeth out in like 48 hours. That's how they dealt with the disease in North Korea, is they rounded everyone up and pulled all their fucking teeth out. So I thought that's where they were going to come from, and I thought I was going to hear a fucking wild story about someone who was in a prison camp that they came and they ripped everyone's teeth out. And I was trying to hear about that. So I think he's one of the characters in the game.
I've never played the game.
No.
That would be dope.
No, I've never played the game at all.
I wonder if it's on Steam. I'm going to look it up real quick.
Yeah. So I'd be into that. Yeah, it's very good. I like this one a lot. I was surprised, actually, at how much I like it.
I'm glad you are.
But yeah, I just want more now. World War Z
Aftermath? That must be it. Let's just
let's watch a little bit of it.
Let's watch a little bit of this here.
Command hasn't informed the settlement yet. They'd panic.
Looks pretty
And
good.
there's nothing they can do.
Third person Left 4 Dead.
And we hear a storm is coming.
Oh,
I like that.
yeah.
We back in the field.
I might have actually.
Give me a sec!
Switch sides. Swarm inbound.
Take that! Bags!
Let's go.
Smoke 'em.
Overtime and I
Ooh.
won't break when it's crunch time. This is our moment. This is our time.
Hard yeah. It's too much bang. You don't need that much bang.
This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to ride.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming for glory. We ready for war. The city's behind us.
Electric shield?
We giving you more.
What?
We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now.
I'm into this.
No other option. This is our
I haven't played this music in so long. I might actually,
The time is now.
might be into this.
It's time to rise. This is our moment.
And they're all running just like they do in the movie, but they don't do in the book. If all the zombies ran in the book, there'd be no book, because they just yelled at them. Everybody, he wouldn't have lived. I guess, I don't know, that's what they did in the movie.
People are like, I only made it because I could just walk faster than them. You know.
Yeah. Man,
That's pretty cool.
that looks good. When that just came out September 21st, 2021.
Oh,
9/21/21.
I like it.
Yeah.
I used to play Left 4 Dead 2 when I was in like junior high, you know? And I
man.
just blast music and just run through that game.
Oh, dude. It was so good, man.
That's a great game.
I think there's still like a pretty big cult following of people that play it online and like Twitch and
They
shit.
rebooted it with a different name. Like someone,
Yeah.
made a new version of it within the last couple of years. Not World War Z, it was a different thing. And I don't think that it was.
As per the usual in our stupid fucking void of pop culture these days.
Yeah, I don't think people liked it quite as much.
You can only remake the same thing so many times before people are just like, I just want the original. Fuck off. Give me something new or leave me alone.
Well, when I have a PlayStation, as an adult, I'm getting really sick of this. That some games you can only have for certain systems.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Real tired of that shit, you know. And when
The
I was
console
a kid,
wars
I'm like,
are still on.
I'm fucking sick of that shit, bro. Just give me all the games. Why are we still doing this? Like, why are some of these games still only for fucking PC and only for Xbox?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Just
And
give
there's
me
a
all
lot
the
more
games.
like there's a new wave of what's called cross-platform play coming to
Yeah.
a lot of games now, and that's even removing some of that problem where you get the same game but it's on different consoles, and you have an Xbox, your buddy has a PlayStation. Because of that, you can't play together. A lot of these games now are doing cross-platform, so you could play, like a lot of the big like
Call of
esports
Duties and
games
stuff.
and shit like that. You
Yeah.
could do that. Like I could play on my computer with somebody that's playing on Xbox, with somebody else that's playing on PS4, and that's a whole deal. But this is why, as I grew older, I just got out of the console wars altogether and just became a PC gamer.
Yeah.
That and my gaming taste changed.
The
but
type of just games that you play.
yeah, I play big, grand, fucking strategy battles now.
Right.
Been playing this newer one called Crusader Kings 3 now, and you play as like you start off as a dude who's like a minor king or a noble or something like that, and then you slowly like take over other counties through political intrigue and spying and murdering and warfare and intrigue and all this.
Yeah.
It is so complex and stupid, but and I suck at that game, but it's really fun. I've taken over like half of Ireland so far. I'm trying to take over the whole thing and become overall king.
Of Ireland.
Yeah, I had one of my, I had like my minister of the church fake a right of treaty that my family are the rightful heirs of Ireland, and so now I can go to war with everybody because I am the rightful heir of Ireland. So I'm gonna be king, bitch.
Is it possible to be king of the world?
I mean, I would imagine. Some of you could play as like the different time periods and stuff like that, and they're all kind of loosely historical when you first start off. But like you could play as like the Roman Empire in like late stage Western Rome, which has most control over most of Europe at that point.
But you have to survive the downfall.
Yeah, which I don't know how well that usually works out.
Yeah.
But, like the rise of
That's
France
interesting.
and shit like that. That's a pretty large area. A lot of stuff like that. But it's all of Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and it seems fun when you're thinking about a video game. But when it's super, super like technical and kind of realistic like that, you're going, oh yeah, no wonder it was so difficult for everybody to take over the world, because it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
And that's just too many. And then, you get new people in place, some of your fucking duchies in fucking Wales will rise up on your ass because you're too busy fucking on like the Germanic tribes or whatever. And they're like, nah, we're going to rise back up. Try to put my rebellion down.
The Franks are beefing.
The Franks, me and the Franks never do real good, man. I always got a problem with the Franco empires.
Yeah.
But anyways. Oh, that's funny. I feel like the Irish may have a tough time in America. Yeah.
Yeah, what time?
They
period
historically have.
what time period are you playing in that you're the Irish?
Oh, this is like 1400s, I think.
Ooh.
I think that's
What's the latest
which
that
one
you
is.
can start?
I believe 16s are some of
Oh.
the latest, I want to say. Yeah. Different, kind of historical eras kick you off. Yeah, I mean, but some of them you can play as like the early Mongolian tribes, which is kind of cool.
Not early United States, though.
Not in this game, no.
in some of
There's
them.
there's a cool Total War game that's around like Revolutionary time, so you know the fucking America fighting against the Brits and the French and all that good stuff. That's really fun.
That'd be cool.
That's a different type of game though. That one's real fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Irish have never really historically done that good in America, to be perfectly honest. They got treated like fucking shit when they got over here. Asked to go fight in the Civil War or just be a fucking wage slave somewhere. Not good.
Yeah.
All because they ran out of potatoes. They didn't really run out of potatoes, by the way. The potato famine is a lie. Not really.
Let's do this.
Have you heard like
No.
we just historically called it potato famine, but really it was like it's not like they ran out of food necessarily. It was that like the power structure becomes so centralized that it was only a very, very select few like upper class rich motherfuckers that were getting all the food, and then all the poor people were dying. So that's why they all fucking left. We're going
Eating
into
black potatoes?
I mean, I like purple potatoes. It makes me feel fancy.
I mean, like rotten potatoes.
Yeah, you can't make good whiskey out of rotten potatoes. So obviously no. So we have two advisory notes.
Okay.
Are we going to the state one?
Statewide?
Yep.
Yeah, we start with statewide.
Statewide.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Careful now.
Yep. That was a good one. Okay. 39?
Do it.
Sorry. So,
Get up on the mic, B.
yeah, I was coughing.
That's
Okay.
true. We don't have one of those fancy cough buttons.
That's right. One day. Bilbo, Zeke. These are the local ones we're doing. This is our local voters pamphlet. So these are the things. I didn't get my ballot. Did you get your ballot?
No, they're
What the fuck is that about?
mail-in balloting. The mail out for mail-in balloting stops 18 days before the election, so it should be soonish.
This is just so that we can get to know
Go ahead. No, we'll do this
our
because
things better.
there's another. Patty Murray agreed to a second event with Tiffany Smiley, but it's after the one that's already scheduled,
What a
October 30th. Which, you know, it's a week before the vote, but obviously like 2 weeks after fucking mail-in ballots get mailed out.
She's such a piece of shit.
Yes, she is.
Okay. This is engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5974. The legislature increased without a vote of the people the tax on aircraft fuel from 11 cents to 18 cents per gallon, costing $14 million in its first 10 years for government spending. This tax increase should be repealed or maintained.
Do we even have to
Obviously, it
ask?
would say be repealed. Engrossed substitute House Bill 2076. The legislature imposed without a vote of the people premiums on transportation network companies to provide workers' compensation to their drivers, costing an indeterminate amount in the first 10 years. An indeterminate amount for government spending. The tax increase should be...
Yeah.
Let's see. Section 1 requires transportation network companies to remit 15 cents of every passenger fare quarterly to the newly created Driver Resource Center Fund beginning July 1st. How much is collected will change each year January 1st because remittance will be adjusted each year based on inflation. In addition, the Department of Labor and Industries has no way to predict how many passenger fares will be remitted
That's what I
or
thought.
how many TNCs will be subject to interest and penalties due to failing to remit payments for the deadlines. For these reasons, fiscal impact associated with Section 1 is indeterminate. They also don't know how many people are going to claim L&I in that time, so they don't
Yes.
even know.
You know why?
Fuck you.
What is a TNC? Do you know what a TNC
A
is?
transportation network company, is
Yep.
that like...
Uber, Lyft.
Oh.
So they're trying to make this is another attack on gig work from the state. They want to force Uber and Lyft and those companies to treat their contract workers more like standard
Get the fuck
workers.
outta here.
So they're going to make them, deduct L&I from their pay that gets put to the state.
Get a fucking real job then. And I'm not like shitting on being an Uber driver. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's a fucking gig job. That's
It's a
the
gig
whole
job.
point of that. Is
And
that
it's-
you can stop and start and stop and start and do whatever you want.
And from everybody that's involved, well, not everybody, the vast majority of people involved in gig work, understand what the deal is when they get in, and all this really does is make it so that their take-home pay is less. And most gig people are against the defining of these companies as more of a standard fucking, company. They don't want to be employees. They want to be gig workers. They want to be able to do whatever it is they want to do and not be subject to all this bullshit. But the state has to get their own, obviously. It's much like California.
Section 11 of the bill directs LMAYT to assess premiums for TNC drivers only for hours while the driver is engaged in passenger platform time and dispatch platform time effective January 1st, 2023. These premiums would be used for potential future claims and would be deposited in the accident and medical aid accounts. LMAYT anticipates that there would be additional claims filed by these workers, and LMAYT would receive additional premiums for this coverage. However, there is not sufficient data on these workers to determine the volume of additional claims or the level of additional premiums. So we don't even know how much people even want this, or how much they would use it. Like I said earlier,
it's just the state wants theirs.
Open the tap,
and we'll see what we get. I mean, it's a tax on another, working class individual.
15 cents of every dollar that you spend on Uber would go to the government for government spending.
Boom.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's great.
Get out of here.
That's great.
Yeah, and then we have, obviously, the different Senate and House candidates. And what are...
The big one, my girl, Tiffany Smiley.
Tiffany Smiley, that's right.
That's right.
We have on our half of the state.
Yep.
So,
and she's getting some decent support from the party at this point.
yeah.
I think there is a conceited effort, because this is Washington State that is super, super blue. I think there's a conceited effort on the part of the GOP to not try to make a huge deal out of this thing, because then the DNC thinks this is a safe state. They don't have to worry about it. But, I mean, with the polls that are coming out, she's already real close, like closer than anybody should really expect. And on top of that, we know the polls are fucking wrong anyways.
So they're just emailing the people that are already Republicans.
Oh yeah, man!
Keep getting after it. They're like,
do it.
Keep it on the DL.
And they keep giving her money, and she's got tons of ads going out right now. And
Bill says, "I've never been sent a ballot in my life." So in Washington, all the voting is done. I mean, you can go to a polling place, but all the voting is done by mail. So everyone gets
it has
a ballot
been for a long time.
For a long time. I told you though, during 2020, when they were like, everyone's going to vote by mail. I was like, what do you mean everyone doesn't vote by mail already?
Like what?
What are you talking about? Yeah. I think 2016 was the first election that I voted in. Yeah, because I turned 18 December 2012. So yeah.
Interesting.
So that was 2016 was the first election that I got, the first like proper election I got to vote. And I'm sure I voted in the midterms because my mom was a real fucking stickler about, so she signed me up for like the selective service and stuff like that. I know for sure I got a ballot.
It's like, no, you're in it. You're in the system, baby.
Ooh, she might have even filled it out and sent it in. I'm not going to lie. She might have even done that.
That's right. You were brainwashed by then anyways. I hadn't had a chance to get to you and manipulate your mindset.
I was only, 20.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yep. The other big one is Derek Kilmer, our state representative for this district.
I really want to put together an edit of the picture of me and Derek Kilmer, and then like a picture of me all kitted up, and they do like a because just what a different time, what a vastly different time of like, I was jazzed for him to be at my work, and I was nervous to like meet him, and I was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like fucking my business card and your business card, and you fucking brought this bald lady with you to take pictures and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And now I've had enough interactions with him that are so negative. I'm like, you're such a fucking piece of shit shill for the DNC that I can't believe that I ever was jazzed to meet you. Excuse me.
Yep. It does make me wonder too, from back in the good old days, if you will, where he was at before, Trump derangement syndrome came along. Where was he before all the parties really just took everybody in real, real close? And, everybody's suckling off the teat of their own, home party home team, read the talking points, nobody do anything else because these people are bad and they're extremists and so on and so forth. But I wonder what he was like in the past, because he's been around for a while. He's been in this seat for a decent amount of time at this point.
Since 2013.
2013.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's been a hot minute. But yeah, he's up against Elizabeth Kreiselmeyer. Kreiselmeyer.
She prefers the Republican Party. I would think it's so funny. Prefers the Republican Party.
And that's the way they just, they put that in all the different, candidates. They don't say whether they are Democrat or Republican. They just say, I prefer this, I prefer that, I prefer independent party, I prefer, the Nationalist Socialist Party. There's always a few of those that come up, especially during like primary time. You get some wacky ones. Some political parties, you're like, that's not real. What are you doing? Like the space guy. That space guy has always got a really interesting one. Yeah, he's always running.
Always.
But
I'm not a career politician, she says. I never intended to be. I was asked to run for what others saw in me: common sense, leadership, and a moral compass, combined with a skill set and professional background that delivers what's needed now, a gift for sizing up problems, communicating effectively, and engaging productively to get things done right and get the right things done. The Democrats' agenda is corrosive from within. Well, that's good. With its rewarded destructive behaviors and spawning crushing debt, House Democrats are off course, and our current representative votes in lockstep with the worst of them as if we were Seattle. We're not.
Yeah.
In parentheses.
Fact check true.
Yeah, the House has been rife with dirty tricks, but it stops now. I'm a mom on a mission to clean up the House in D.C. Why is so much of that capitalized? That's got to be like her slogan or something.
Yeah, it's got to be.
As the only endorsed Republican candidate in this race, having earned the unprecedented early endorsement of the Washington State and County Republican parties, current and former legislators, community, military, and law enforcement leaders. Damn! I ask for your vote.
Yep.
The son of two teachers, Derek Kilmer.
The son of two teachers.
Yeah, and all this shit, the thing that I don't like about people like Derek Kilmer, I voted to make prescription drugs. I voted prescription drugs more affordable. I voted to do this. I voted to do this. I voted to do this. But none of that shit got done. And he's like, but it's all fucking Mitch McConnell's fault. It's a senator's fault. And fuck you, man.
And first of all this thing they're touting now about like we brought down prescription prices with for Medicare can negotiate the meds and shit like that. It was all in the Inflation Act and all that. None of that stuff takes effect for like years at this point. So none of that's true. None of that shit's true.
And we've talked a billion, million, gazillion times. It is not Mitch McConnell's fault that you didn't write a bill that no one besides Democrats want to vote for. That is not his fault.
Nope.
That is your fault that you chose to write and vote for legislation that only appeals to Democrats. If you don't do anything that is bipartisan, nothing will fucking get done. If no one tries, if you're all assholes, only asshole shit is going to get done.
Yep.
And everyone is an asshole. That's
right.
Essentially how it's working in Washington, D.C.
I never wanted to be a full politician until I got my first buyout.
100%.
Amen.
Till I got that check, I wasn't certain that I wanted to work here forever. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean I have to rent 3 different apartments and I still have 6 figures in my bank account? Oh, this is legit. I get to wear new designer clothes every day and I still have 6 figures in my bank account? I'm in it. Stephen Hobbs, this is another one.
Yep,
The
Secretary of State. My mom, an Asian immigrant, raised me to work hard, value education, and serve others. That's why I have worn the uniform for more than 30 years and served 15 in the state Senate.
The uniform?
Yeah.
You wear a uniform as a
Other
Secretary of
professional
State?
experience, 3 decades of military service. He was in the Army and National Guard. He was Lieutenant Colonel. Deployed to Kosovo and Iraq. Task Force Commander. Western Washington's COVID response mission. Well, thank God for that.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Get that guy out of here. If that's one of your fucking congressional things, get the fuck out of here.
Well, and also he's, the Secretary of State is responsible for running the state elections. And as part of that, if you're going to allow your state elected officials to have debates after mail-in balloting already goes out, you forfeit your chair in my mind.
Yeah.
You've already done a massive disservice to the people of your state. Goodbye. But he's a Democrat, so he's going to win.
That's a fair point.
He's been around for a long time, too.
Julie
I'm pretty sure.
Anderson.
Yeah, Julie Anderson prefers nonpartisan party.
Yeah.
When I look through these people's statements, I try to find like the main slogans that people are always
Yes.
trying to tout.
I was looking for Donald Trump's name in Steve Hobbs' thing.
Yeah.
And at the bottom, no Donald Trump, but at the end, he talks about the attack on the democracy.
Yep.
As attacks on our democracy become more sophisticated, I'm here to lead our state's elections through security challenges. It has been the privilege of my life to serve as your Secretary of State, and I would be honored to earn your vote. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
And I don't, as far as the shit that happened in 2020, there wasn't any wildness that came out of our state, as far as I know, for the elections. There was
No.
all kinds of things that we saw in Texas and Michigan and things like that that were sus. We've talked about a lot of those things.
I think the only thing that might kind of make this particular election a little bit more wild than anything else is the people that would have left Seattle, making it probably a weaker power as far as the overall state elections run.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be less people there, and they're going to be spread out to more counties, or they would have left the state entirely. And so I'd be curious if that is going to have much of an effect on how the state goes. But you never really know until it's all done and over with.
Yeah.
It's already, it's still always going to be the biggest population center, period. But,
Our state representative, we found out, I think, like a lot of people, how relevant that position was over the last time. Our current state representative, one of them, for our district, Tara Simmons, right? She's the one that introduced the 3D print ban, or like home manufactured ban, things like that. So, and
that's a hard pass.
Yes,
Hard pass.
Yep, we have seen these issues play themselves out.
Mm-hmm. And her opponent, Holst, starts out saying crime is at record highs, inflation is skyrocketing, ferries aren't running, homelessness is increasing, and no tax relief was passed. Even with a $15 billion surplus, state spending was nearly doubled over the last 10 years, and our problems are worse.
And we've talked about
Amen.
that as well. We've
Yeah.
talked about the surplus that's happening here and the immense tax increase that's...
Like, what are you doing? We need more money, though.
Jansley just racking it up,
We need more money.
just doing what we can.
Of course, your favorite boy, Drew Hansen.
This guy's a real piece of shit.
Yes,
Drew
he is.
Hansen. He is a real piece of shit, this guy. So I don't know anything about Paige A. What do you think? How do you think that Jarquin,
Harquin, I would say.
Harquin, probably?
Harquin, yeah.
She's a rough-looking broad.
How dare you objectify this
she
fantastic...
is a rough-looking broad.
She prefers the Republican Party.
Yeah, she's not.
She
a
does
career
have that crazy
politician.
face, though.
Yes.
When a lot is said about like your profile picture as far as like you as a political candidate, and if you're doing the crazy eyes, I get worried.
She looks like a Pixar character. And it's interesting that she was a realtor for 17 years, and then Janelle Holst was a licensed real estate broker, architectural drafter, licensed general contractor, and small business owner of a general contracting and architectural design company. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's Holst.
They were both. Yeah, they
Yeah.
were both real estate agents. Drew is a trial lawyer selected to the Washington State Super Lawyers list every year since 2013.
Super lawyer.
He taught civil rights at the University of Washington Law School and is the author of The Dream, Martin Luther King Jr., and the Speech that Inspired a Nation.
That book hasn't been written 100 times.
Fuck Drew Hansen.
Amen. Yeah, he's the guy that you write in with your concerns about ballot measures, and then he doesn't respond until after he already votes the way you didn't want him to.
Drew worships with his family at Bethany Lutheran Church and runs a weekend Dungeons and Dragons game for a group of high school students.
I mean, no shade there.
Okay. So, also, another thing to look for, he didn't even write his statement, right?
No.
Someone wrote it for him. Representative Drew Hansen believes in helping people get and keep good jobs so they can support their families. He worked with Washington State University and Western Washington University to bring new college opportunities to Kitsap County, expand the Olympic College engineering program, train more engineers. Okay, so my point is that he didn't even write his own fucking statement to get reelected.
No.
The times that we've talked about him here is that it's taken him over a month to reply to a goddamn email when you have responded through the state portal to send a character limited email as a comment on a bill or piece of legislation they're trying to pass or turn into a bill.
Yeah, but I mean,
He doesn't even have the time to write his own statement.
but Drew works across party lines
He's
on
too
common
busy.
sense solutions. Last year, he passed bipartisan legislation expanding public broadband to give people more affordable internet options. He would be honored to continue serving Kitsap County in the legislature.
Can't even write his own statement.
No, he can't. And I'm sorry, anything that's passed bipartisanly in this state is a joke, because you get one bipartisanship means one Republican signed on to the bill.
Yeah.
When they already have a controlling majority, so they don't need anybody anyways. Common sense is always a dangerous thing when politicians are talking about it.
I'm not sure how old you have to be to run for these positions, like state positions.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm about ready to start seeing people that I went to school with, like, try and run.
I mean, it
for
could be.
shit, you
Yeah.
know?
I
I look forward to that.
Yeah, right. You're like,
I'm
oh,
like, oh, fuck this guy. There's no way. There's no way.
I got
this guy
stories
get
to
in.
tell, baby.
Yep, no way I'm letting this guy get in.
Yep.
Some appeals judges, a lot of people running unopposed.
Yeah,
Supreme
that's
Court
kind of
justices.
what got me, man. It's like when you're looking at the appeals court judge, Supreme Court judge,
only one
all running
person.
unopposed, which is
Means they were
very
likely
interesting.
handpicked to run for this position, and
Yeah.
that's why they're doing that. All
And-
nonpartisan, supposedly.
Well, yeah, as a judge, you better say that. Otherwise, your ass is out.
Yeah.
I would assume, anyways.
Yeah. Run through some quick county ones.
Count it. I always love there's just so much info in these things about, like, nonsense. How to fill out your ballot correctly. Have you ever taken a standardized test? It's like that. Just do
Kitsap
that.
County Commissioner
County Commish.
Katie Walters and Josh Hinman.
Mm-hmm. Now, these obviously became very important because we saw their direct effect on our daily lives during the lockdown period,
Right.
and whether or not they were, voting for or against you being, your business still being shut down, or whether or not they're going to require vax mandates or shit like that. County commissioners generally have a lot of power over your everyday life in your local municipality. They always get slept on, and it's probably the most consequential vote that you'll make. And unfortunately, most people aren't going to pay attention to these people.
A lot of influence in taxes, where money goes, projects, things
Yep.
like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Who decides to put that rehab clinic next to a residential neighborhood?
Right.
County commissioners do.
Right.
Well, the board of commissioners, obviously, but still.
Kitsap County Assessor.
I believe people are like me. They desire a thriving community where individuals and families feel safe. They want to preserve our parks. Hashtag preserve our parks.
That's right.
Trails and waterways. They long for real and actionable solutions to homelessness and a system where fair and honest law enforcement can uphold laws. We have enough money. We don't need new taxes. I'll bring 2 decades of experience in leading diverse teams that prioritize spending, eliminating waste, and build trust. As a foster parent and foster agency director, I help the most vulnerable find homes, jobs, education, and support on KCR, Kitsap County's
Community Resources.
Executive and Head Start communities. I ensure children and families had the resources to thrive, including affordable housing and jobs training. As a business consultant, I've helped local small businesses grow. We want transparency, accountability, and communication. We need a collaborative leader to navigate the challenges facing us today. I don't simply talk about change. I lead it. I believe people from different viewpoints can find common ground and implement solutions to bring Kitsap together. If you desire change and fresh perspectives, vote Hinman. My experience isn't in politics. It's in getting things done, which is exactly what our community needs now.
I've got to be honest. I am just struggling with. I appreciate when people put in their statements that they are prioritizing transparency, but we talked about this last time that we were here. I just struggle. I don't trust you, and
Don't trust you.
that is something wrong. I don't know if it's with this. I don't know. I don't want to make a big statement like that, but I don't trust them, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. It causes an issue in the system because it's bad for us to have an inherent distrust in politicians. But our history of politics has shown us that we don't have a reason to trust them inherently. And if anything, we do have a reason to trust you because you're seeking power.
Yeah.
And you're likely going to try and seek more of it or do something to benefit you or somebody that you know or someone around you, because it's so rare that people go into power and they don't do something like that.
Yeah.
Even if it's, oh, that's understandable. I would do something. I would fucking give my brother a job too. You know, something like that. People just don't. Rarely do people do these jobs, just because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Because I just want to make things better. And
because why would anybody in their right mind put themselves through their family, their friends, through the process of seeking an elected office in the modern world without having some kind of deep desire to really hold that job?
Because so many of the stakes that they present are artificial, right?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, I wish I had a read on how many of, the original American politicians really were doing it. Were doing it because they wanted to just benefit themselves. Because I'm sure at least one guy, I can't even say that. I was thinking at least one guy was doing it because it's going to look fucking awesome, But at the time, you really might die. Like, you're actually putting your life up to try and get this thing done. So it's not just because you want to look cool, because you really might fucking die if they find out about it. If the British find out about it and they decide they want to kill everybody, they're just going to do it. You know? That's what they're going to do if that's what they decide they want to do. And now the stakes that they create for, I have to do this because I need to protect democracy, that's not real. And we're going to get into that in part 2. Maybe this is a good predecessor into that.
So.
But it's not real. They have to manufacture purposes for them to run so they can get in and enrich themselves. And that's why we talked last episode or the one before about the Wall Street Journal article, the investigation they did. Fucking 80 politicians that are on committees that are investing in stocks that directly conflict with things that they are involved in.
Oh, yeah.
Because they don't give a fuck.
No.
They don't care. The vast majority of them violate some type of tax law throughout the year, and they pay a fine, and they just don't bring it up, and no one ever talks about it because it's $500, and who cares? Everyone does it. It's not an issue. My bad. I'll just get rid of it, even though I made a nice little profit off the top. Right?
My
Nancy
favorite one
Pelosi's
they did.
husband, people are know about it. There's whole Twitters, there's everything.
Oh, yeah.
They're still doing the same shit. It's not until literal fucking corporate media articles are written about the sus trades that you're doing that you have to sell it for a loss and benefit anyway because you lost money on the deal. We all know, and they're still doing it because they don't care. That's why has our fucking daughter in the Capitol making videos that are there. I need you to document whatever happens. This scenario that we contrived, I need you to be here to see whatever happens. And if it goes well and everything, we do the votes and we certify everything, then we've got a nice little documentary about we fucking preserved democracy. We saved this shit. Donald Trump is out there with his rally and we held it down. And if they do something crazy, people get killed. And you have a wild-ass documentary that you get to sell to everybody because people getting fucking murdered outside of the Capitol because we ain't going to let this shit happen anyway.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen it yet, to be honest.
It's just
been waiting to go through the Gen 6 commission.
This
I guess,
was the preview. Last
Yeah.
Gen 6, the episode whatever was the preview. Now let's see the receipts. Let's get the whole fucking thing, however you doctored up to make your mom look like a hero. Let's see it. Let's see the whole movie now. I want to watch.
I want to watch the whole movie.
Yeah, if it's that well produced, I'm into it. Like you said, they got a whole crew there. So it's I thought I was trying to be charitable. They're like, oh no, iPhones are really good now. Like there's 5 cameras on the back of an iPhone now. Of course, you get for sure get it go to portrait mode. It's gonna be lit, right? You can make even Chuck Schumer look good. Nope. It's a fucking real camera. It's a proper video camera because they have an actual documentary crew there. I'm just sinking in the story all over the place, but it's just it's so fucking fake that I really struggle with the gonna do it. What the fuck else do you do? What else do you do? Besides do that because this is what we're existing in. But it's just chaos in my head reading through this. And I'm like, this is so fucking.
Every one of these people is a fucking shill in some capacity, man.
I would have to have so much information about you to know whether or not you were being genuine.
Yeah.
That it's not the cost benefit analysis does not work out for me to spend the time to look into you as a human being, because the amount of time I would spend and the amount of time that you're going to be in this office is likely so fucking offset that it doesn't even make any sense.
Right.
You know?
2 years probably, and then in and out. A lot of them are like that. And then all the local offices and stuff, they're swayed so much by like the bigger world of politics, because most people don't know who you are, and so they're just going to see the D or the R and go that way down ballot, because they have no fucking clue who you are, and whoever is swaying their opinion on the federal and state level, that's going to carry down ballot, and then boom, and then the next year, next election comes along, something else is going to be going on, change their mind. Then they're going to be like, well, yeah, we don't want Republicans anymore. We want Democrats now. We're going to go back this way. It's the problem with politics, as per the usual, is that the only person that should probably do the job is the people that don't want to do the job. But that doesn't work in our system. Doesn't work. So I think with that, that's a fantastic little slight preview of what we're going to get into next.
Yeah, we'll be back for part 2. We're going to talk about the Oathkeepers, January 6th, Proud Boys. Yeah. It's going to be a whole deal. I got a lot of shit written down. It's going to be great.
Hey, man, at least Nancy, this is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Soon I'm just going to punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Sure, Nancy. Sure. So anyways, thanks for hanging out. We will be right back.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt.
Thank you for joining us, everybody, and welcome back. This is part 2 of Salt of the Streets, episode 135. I am Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are happy to have you guys here. You've been watching us here on our youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more better content just like this. We also have the book club, the beer shows, and contests. We have the newsletters that come out at the end of every month. It is fantastic. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is a Big Bird off you on both of those things.
All those things right there.
Yes.
You got them.
The first segment was Swell Blended, right? That's who Swell Blended is brought to you by. And part 2 is JP Bakery, or Leggings and Aprons on Instagram, all those things. So we'll be more squared away in the coming months. But go there, check out the content, and we will see what is going on. So,
Super jazzed
With
for the
that.
future.
part 2, we're talking about Jan 6th, Oathkeepers, Proud Boys. I got to get my brain.
And the saving of democracy.
Yeah, that's right. I got to get my brain straight. I felt fuzzy this whole episode.
The alpha brain
It's
hasn't
a-
quite kicked in yet.
It's a whole deal.
But that's
So-
okay. We're gonna do this by starting off with this lovely little mini beer keg over here,
Yeah.
full of Christmas ale, and we're gonna attempt to pour some.
Mini keg. Let's see
It
it.
says turn it to the left,
Okay.
like the arrow, and then it should start flowing. Oh, look at that! It kind of just trickles out of there, doesn't
You
it?
can hear the air just a little bit out of the top.
Yeah.
Should I twist the top more?
It said quarter. I'm just gonna go with the factory specs.
All right. Yeah, it's working.
I'm just yeah, I'm just not. I didn't do that well on that
Let's
one.
see. Let's try this.
You do it. You do it, because I'm not good at that. Not good at it. Yeah, you got it real uptight there. Look at that. See, this is why one of these days you're gonna have to come over and co-host a beer show with me. But then that just might turn into a whole just individual podcast alone on itself. That might be problematic. Ever since we got away from the old school beer shows and just started doing the newsy type stuff again. If me and you were both trying to do that, it'd probably be like another 3-hour episode.
That's not bad.
No, it's better than mine. Cheers, buddy. Have some Christmas ale.
Yeah, with dark.
Tis the season, bro. Now that it's officially fall, you're getting pumpkin beers out. And the Christmas ales come out basically as soon as the Oktoberfest come. Once the Oktoberfest start to fall off, because they come out early spring, early fall, and then the winter ales really start flowing heavy as you go into the mid-fall and then into the winter months.
Yeah.
It's kind of like baseball to me. Winter ale always comes around a little too early and then sticks around a little too late in my mind. Kind of like baseball.
And man, maybe this doesn't make sense. It's like it's heavy, but it's real chill.
Yeah.
You know, like it doesn't linger.
Comforting.
The heaviness does not linger on your palate for a long time.
Yeah. Breckenridge makes good beers. I like what they do. I think I've had one of their Oktoberfests. It's pretty fire.
Daniel Tosh used to have, you know, Daniel Tosh? Mm-hmm. He used to have this joke. I don't remember exactly
Formerly
what the
of
setup
Tosh.0.
was. Yeah, but it had something to do with like black kids that one of them living in the inner city that was, like rich, you know, and the punchline of the joke was like, "Ooh, Lottie, Uncle Tom Dodd, Latrell's going to Breckenridge," and that's I cannot hear the term Breckenridge without thinking of that joke.
I think it's a bougie place in California.
Yeah.
Colorado.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it's pretty Aspeny, if you will.
I'm certain that you guys can Google, you know, Daniel Tosh, Breckenridge, or some fucking shit.
The only Daniel Tosh content I partake in these days is that animated show he did called Brickleberry.
Where is Daniel Tosh?
Nobody knows.
Is he alive still?
Hopefully he took his fucking money and just like, I'm just gonna hang out because I'm Daniel Tosh. But yeah, he doesn't do like Netflix specials. He doesn't do any of that stuff anymore. You know, I hear him mentioned every now and again in like the comedian circles, but like he's never like around.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where is Daniel Tosh? Maybe he's pulling a fucking workout guy. Like super big in the 80s. Big the afro. What was his name?
Richard
Simmons. Richard Simmons. Maybe he pulled a Richard Simmons and just dipped.
Just fell off the earth.
Just dipped. Daniel Tosh. Where are you, Daniel Tosh? So Netflix specials 16. Tosh.0 stopped in 2020.
Went all the way to 2020, huh?
Apparently. Damn, 2009 to 2020.
Damn.
That's a massive show. Yeah, no. If I was him, I'd fucking just call it quits, bro. Done. Been married since 2016
Really?
to Carly Hallman.
Let's see here.
Pull it up. On Twitter.
Oh,
Does she have a fire
Twitskis?
Twitter game? I write for Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Tosh.0. Oh.
One of his writers.
Comedic writer. Nice.
All right.
Does she have fire takes on Twitter?
She hasn't tweeted since April. Probably not.
Apparently.
April and then February. So
Wow.
she's very active on Twitter.
Yeah.
Very, very active on Twitter.
Husband tested negative for COVID, but positive for being a little bitch every time he gets sick. Okay. I'm a fan.
All right.
I'm a
Okay.
fan.
And that's where Daniel Tosh is.
Yeah.
So, Jesus Christ. What are we
He's
doing?
just being a little bitch, apparently.
Yeah. So, January 6th, we'll start here because it's a local story. I just sent you this article on Signal. You pointed up there. And this is about two men, Ording, right? Ording, Washington, yeah.
Ording.
Ording.
What does
Right.
Ording mean?
It's a town. Two
Oh.
Ording men.
Two Ording men. Capital O. I should have taken that one.
Yeah, it's a place.
It's a proper noun.
Yeah, they're arrested in Tacoma. Jan 6th, right? Two men from Ording were arrested in Tacoma on Wednesday in connection to, and this article is just from the 12th. So it truly was Wednesday. On Wednesday, in connection to an FBI investigation of their alleged role in the January 2021 Capitol riot, according to U.S. Attorney General for District of Columbia, among the allegations, federal prosecutors say video footage captures Richard Slaughter, 40, attacking Capitol Police with a pole, and his 20-year-old stepson, Caden Paul Gottfried, joining a mob that pushed against a line of officers, according to the news release.
Can't do that.
The men face both felony and misdemeanor charges, including assaulting, resisting, or impeding law enforcement officers. Slaughter, also an Ording school board member, and Gottfried initially caught in the attention of the FBI following an incident on January 7th, flight from Washington, D.C. to Seattle involving a mask non-compliance and protesting the 2020 election. So there's actually video footage of him also on the plane, like
causing a ruckus?
Yeah, like refusing to wear a mask and shit. If you just were at the Capitol riots, should probably keep a low profile. Probably shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down on the plane and cover your goddamn face up so people don't see you. You idiot.
Probably be a good idea. But then again, how smart can you be to go, go push against the cops over at the Capitol like that?
Yeah.
You can't be that intelligent.
No. A confidential informant identified Slaughter in videos of the attack in April 2021 and shared links to Slaughter's wife's Facebook page with images of her husband at the Capitol on January 6th. So one of his...
Again, also on Facebook.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
So one of his family friends fucking snitched him out. Cell phone data also placed both men at the Capitol that day. Also, you brought your cell phone, you fucking idiot.
I bet it was somebody on the school board with him.
Yeah, right, because
Yeah.
this dude is also on the school board,
That's
right? Yeah, this is the last resort. It was statistically impossible to lose this election, and that's dumb. That's
It's
a dumb
so
thing to
dumb.
say. And there is just nauseating amounts of fraud, and it's not being heard or seen, and we really have nothing. Slaughter said in a video at the Capitol, according to court papers, "We don't leave, we stay united, we take back our country." The incident at the Capitol occurred after Slaughter and Gottfried entered the Capitol grounds and made their way to a tunnel leading to the Capitol building. Other alleged rioters, according to news release, around 3:30 p.m., Slaughter reportedly kept a police shield away from officers and told law enforcement to stand down. Stand down.
God.
That's really funny.
Idiot.
About 4 p.m., both men were at the front of the tunnel, according to court papers. Police pulled Gottfried into the tunnel. Video showed Slaughter handing what appears to be chemical spray to someone in the crowd. Slaughter
Okay,
got
bear spray.
Yeah. So, that's just to kind of introduce us to
These lovely individuals.
what is going on, right? So, there's a couple different layers of this as to what's going on, and
This is a good example of a couple of dumbasses.
yeah, this is a bad call, right? We talked about this when January 6th first happened. This was probably a bad idea. I will get into this later on, and I'll talk more about it later on. I 1,000% support the core at what they were doing, the ability and the right of the people to overthrow the government when it's become tyrannical. I don't support the reason why they did it. I don't think that it was justified in that manner. We've also talked about the sussness during the 2020 election. We've talked about that it in fact was not the most safe and most secure election that we've ever had. Right?
It was definitely the most fortified.
Yeah, so I just want to draw the line in the very beginning that we are neither on the side of January 6th, it was, 9/11, nor are we on the side of these guys are fucking patriots and I support them to no end,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. No, we're pro-America, anti-government.
Yeah, so we're following very much in the middle. Well, I can't only speak for myself, but I assume you follow the civil place very much in the middle of these two camps of exactly what I said earlier, supporting the core of it, but not the reason why they did it, right?
Yeah.
So the mainstream story of January 6th is essentially this, right? On January 6th, 2021, there was an attack on our democracy that was whipped up and led by Donald Trump, also coordinated, planned, completely orchestrated by Donald Trump. We narrowly escaped the fall of the government and the murder of multiple government officials. Not only was the attempted coup orchestrated and promoted by Donald Trump, but he also did everything that he could to push the riot forward and subvert the election in different government facets, right? We have now heard several days of hearings. I think they said something like 21 hours at the end of it, is how much they've talked. Several days of hearings and testimony that is supposed to corroborate these claims. We have also heard many people lie, perjure themselves, and ignore evidence to ensure that the correct narrative is being distributed and deciphered throughout these hearings, right?
To include being caught editing written statements from people, editing Twitter posts that they showed as factual, this, that, and the other thing, and doctoring all sorts of different evidence in their supposed presentation of it.
And people have compared this to the Warren Commission, right? And the Warren Commission was the committee that looked into the assassination of JFK, why it happened, the cover-up, potential cover-up, things like that. And I just we talked again, I think the last time that we were here, about the book that I was listening to about conspiracy theories, and there was an entire section about the Warren Commission. They were doing literally the exact same thing. They were editing people's statements. They were lying about what people had said in their statements. They were editing and choosing to redact video footage. They were completely erasing statements. They were rewriting things. I mean, this is the function of government. This is exactly how this works, especially when it happens in a back room where no one sees it. And all these articles that I pulled up here that are talking about January 6th, or the committees themselves, they're talking about, oh, well, you know, if the Republicans take over, then they might just release all these documents, and then what are we going to do? Oh, dear Lord. Wouldn't it be a tragedy for the entire nation, for the whole world, to be able to see exactly what happened behind the doors of the January 6th committee? Wouldn't it be a fucking crime?
That would be just terrible.
Wouldn't it be horrific?
Just that'd be too much.
Yes, all of them. How could they even think about releasing the information before January 6th committee said that they were ready?
The democracy could not handle the truth.
Nope.
You can't handle the truth. Great movie.
So the basics of the reality as I see it is this, right? The 2020 election was far from perfect. Far from perfect. With the division that the country was already dealing with in 2020 combined perfectly with the devotion to Donald Trump that so many of these people felt, and some of the most insane bias-fueled gaslighting I have ever seen in my entire life, drove a group of individuals to be so easily set off that a reality TV star turned president was able to push them into the Capitol and into the House of Representatives, right? And I said the very basics of that, because the role that I find, sorry, I'm taking my shoes off now. The role that I feel Donald Trump played in that ending part is akin to a lip match in a room already filled with gasoline. You know what I'm saying? That is very much how I see that. And I'm not minimizing his role in the overall scenario, but in the aspects of the Capitol riots. These people, as evidenced by the trials that we're seeing in the Oathkeepers trial right now, they're talking about these texts, these emails, these messages they've been having for weeks leading up to the Capitol riots. They were going to go to the Capitol. They had it planned. That's how the seditious conspiracy charge it comes about in the first place. We know for a fact, because of these trials, that it cuts directly against the narrative being laid out by the January 6th committee, that this wasn't completely on Donald Trump. It wasn't 1,000% orchestrated by him. That isn't why he had the Stop the Steal rally in the Capitol, right? That's these. I mean, you could one could assume, and you would have to you'd be guessing that is why he planned that rally, because he knew that the base was whipped up to the point that if I just hold a fucking fire enough rally, you know, they'll do whatever they're going to do, and maybe we'll be able to switch this over in my favor, even though everybody around me is telling me this isn't real, except for two guys, and one of them is Rudy Giuliani, you know? So,
yeah,
in my eyes, that's how I see his role in that.
Almost as if he was used more than anything else. Like he was going to do what he was going to do, and the prevailing powers that be knew how to utilize that to make this look as bad as could be possible, depending on how all the outcomes would go. I mean, I
definitely don't think that he's a victim. You know, I definitely don't think that he's a victim, but
not a victim, but he could be like a useful idiot type tool to get somebody to, like, you know, to purposefully keep minimal security around, because the useful idiot might do something that'll guarantee he's never around anymore.
Right.
You know, that kind of narrative I can see, which, you know, from some of the video they played themselves from Nancy Pelosi's daughter and her documentary crew like that, could make you think that's what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, and you know, we've talked about this already, as far as the January 6th riots themselves, right?
Yeah.
And we'll get into like a little bit more of the details. That only happens because the powers that be, the elites, allowed that to happen. Mm-hmm. That situation does not even come to fruition without them orchestrating the scenario, the situations, the circumstances that allow that to take place. That's the only way that happens.
Yeah.
And we have some articles and stuff like that, but I want to start with I was talking about the narrative about Donald Trump, right? His control over the crowd. So the underlying narrative of Donald Trump's control over the crowd completely removes the agency of the individual people to choose, right? And that's part of the issue that I've had with the January 6th deal in the very beginning, is that they have over 800 people that they've arrested for this, but they're putting the blame solely on Donald Trump. You're also charging people with seditious conspiracy, the Proud Boys, the Oathkeepers, like I said, the QAnon shaman, all these people you have hemmed up because choices they made, right? But in the January 6th Commission, you're saying all of this is completely Donald Trump's fault because you're trying to paint a political narrative and also saying at the same time, but this isn't political at all. So maybe that's like a too reductionist of a view of that aspect. But
well, it's almost like you would not want to focus on, like, there's a reason you're only focusing on one and not the others, right?
yes,
You're not putting as much focus on, in the corporate press every day on all the rioters and all the people that are being hemmed up and doing all that. I mean, you have over 800 of them. You could spend every day going over all aspects of their lives, blah, blah, blah. You could do that. Or you could focus all of it on Donald Trump.
and it's because it's political,
Yes.
right? And it's all political, but at the same time, we started the last day of the hearings. Whatever the guy's name is at the head of the committee, I don't even remember.
Oh, yeah.
He was saying we know for certain that this isn't political because we have all this testimony from Republicans. But they have subpoenaed all these testimonies. So they legally demanded all these testimonies from people. So you don't really have a choice. If
You said they have to show up
you're
and have to
subpoenaed
give
come
testimony.
in,
So
you have no choice. That's not proof that this isn't partisan, right?
Yeah.
And again, this is evidence.
kind of proof positive that it is.
Right. And it's not that this isn't obvious to begin with, but I'm really just trying to
Lay it all
put
out.
a deep underline of the fact this is obviously political. There's no way to escape that this is political, even if you just look at the base narratives that are being laid out, because they so directly contradict themselves.
Well, and it's also, I think, it should be said that, I mean, it was designed to be that way from both sides of the party, of both parties. I mean, because when they were forming the select committee, when Republicans offered, when Mark Meadows offered, their members to be on the board, it was all people that were definitely the loudest, most outspoken people about this from their side, and that put Nancy Pelosi in a position to make sure they weren't on there, guaranteeing in the public's view that this was definitely going to be viewed as a political commission.
Jim Jordan and stuff like that. Yeah,
and that's what they wanted as well, because they didn't want to get into this thing and dig it all up, so they wanted it to be viewed as a purely partisan manner, and so did the Democrats. I mean, it's that's why we ended up with Ratzinger? No, the two Republicans, Liz Cheney and Ratzinger, I think his name is, because they're both like the anti-Trump Republican people.
Right.
So, I mean, it was built from the jump to be a partisan commission.
100%. There is video and, like I said, testimony from the Oathkeeper trial seeming to show that the storming of the Capitol was largely premeditated. And that's what the FBI investigation found too. That it was largely premeditated, but not necessarily deeply planned out. Because when they got there, they didn't have a plan of what they were going to do, And even some of the interviews or quotes from the Oathkeeper trial is them saying, my deepest regret is that I didn't bring any rifles with me. This is because they didn't know what they were doing. They literally had no plan other than we're going to go to the Capitol. The firearms that were there, and I have an article, I'll pull them up right now. We can actually talk about the weapons charges, but it's so this like I said, it was premeditated but not largely planned out. And if that's the case, like I said, Trump is, Jesus Christ, I have this written down, so I just read it in the wrong order. So I fucked myself up.
I love when that happens.
Yeah, we've said since day one that this is not a random event, right? The people who attended Trump's rally were looking for a reason to do something. They were waiting for that extra push to get something done, and that's the people in Ording, that are they're on the edge. They're waiting for something, and the moment that Donald Trump uses very calculated language to protect himself, but also nudge people in the direction that he wants to go to. That's all they're waiting for. People there, I think it was just people from January 6th that were rioters that were there. And we thought Donald Trump was going to show up there. We're waiting for him to show up, And you also had people, Cassidy Hutchinson and other people in the administration that claimed that he was trying to go there, that he grabbed the wheel of the limousine, and we talked about that type of stuff already. So I'm not going to get into that anymore. But
Crazy hearsay.
yeah, who knows how hard Donald Trump pushed to go to the Capitol himself. In the grand scheme of things, I don't see, even from a Donald Trump perspective, what that would benefit him being there. You know, it's just going to get him arrested. Something he's detained. Something is going to happen if he is there when all that is happening. If he truly did calculate this entire scenario, I don't know what he gains by going there in person for nothing to happen in the end, only for people to get arrested in the best case scenario or shot in Ashley Babbitt scenario, potentially worse if it continues on that fashion. I don't see what the benefit with that would be.
And I don't know if you stop me if you get into this in more broader context later, but I just don't see, given what we know about Donald Trump and his time in office and his plans and all this stuff, I don't see him really being that much of a long-term, logical, deep thinker and planner.
No.
He's always been an off-the-cuff type of dude who just reacts and that's it. I mean, I don't believe for a second that this was something that was long orchestrated and planned by this man, because that would break every norm in his behavior that we have seen up to that point.
Right.
Like it would not make sense at all. It'd be very, very out of the norm. So I don't believe that for a second, that this was some long, drawn-out plan, and he had this all planned out, and it was all totally orchestrated. Okay, well, this would be a first. This would be a first time he was able to do that.
Right.
Which adds, in on the opposite side of the scale.
Yeah. So the last point that I have really as far as the planning of the rally and the storming of the Capitol and stuff like that, I think that there's a lot that we have left to be learned, and this makes me think of the kidnapping plot for Gretchen Whitmer and stuff like that. A lot of the things that we've seen of how influential and involved the FBI have been in a lot of these terroristic plots. And I think information about and the videos and lack of interest around Ray Epps could tell us a lot.
I was just going to say,
Ray
it's the Ray Epps of everything.
There's a lot of evidence, I think, even just in the last 2 years, that could tell us there are probably a lot of FBI informants, people working with the FBI or in the FBI, that helped push this event in this direction, right? And that doesn't, again, I'm not going to do what the January 6th committee did. I'm not going to remove the agency of these people, because the individuals who weren't informants, who weren't working for the FBI, still chose to do this. They still chose to make these actions. But for the government to then turn around and hem those people up to lock them in federal prison for 20 years for something they helped push them to do and coordinate is coercive is not a strong enough word to describe that. It's beyond dark behavior, that it's subversive. It's horrific. The thought that we live in a world where our government is likely doing that, not even potentially doing that, likely doing that. They likely involved themselves in this scenario, helped push it to this point so they could lock people in prison and then blame Donald Trump in an attempt to, I don't know if the long-term goal of that is to also put him in prison or just try and disqualify him for running for office in some capacity, but that amount of collusion and coordination between those different parties is really, once you see that evidence laid out, it's not difficult to wrap your mind around. It's difficult to conceptualize, not in grand scale, but just that it could really actually be happening, in reality.
Yeah, almost as if it would be more like a standard operating procedure. Like this is just
like
what
a
they
novel
do.
or something, yeah.
Because, I mean,
that's what I'm saying. The thought that that's
yeah.
real, that the reality of that being the standard operating procedure is That's difficult to conceptualize because it's novelistic. That should be
Yeah.
real.
This
We
isn't
should've-
like thriller movies
No.
and shit like that.
No.
Where's Harrison Ford? This is a political thriller. What's going on
Yeah,
here?
and these things, it's no longer like Alex Jones type of shit. Like all of that type of stuff, the Gretchen Whitmer stuff, all these different things, the shootings, even just the mass shootings that the FBI has known about, done nothing about. There's this amount of coordination that's it's not incidental anymore. This is real. All of that's happening, and you can't chalk it up to coincidence. So it's not even Alex Jones anymore. So I say that I underline and point out that part about the reality of it being difficult to conceptualize for regular people, for just an everyday normal person who's just sending their kid to school. When you see that in scattered articles throughout the corporate media, you don't really think anything of it, but it just a simple, we'll read this one first, and now read this one, now read this one, now let's talk about this thing that happened and tell me whether or not this makes sense, And
I feel like it's harder to get to that place in your mind unless you factor in just the sheer incompetent nature of the federal government as a whole. I mean,
100%.
it is way more believable to people like you and me that follow this stuff to understand that they're capable of doing this without really necessarily having a grand plan or an end goal in mind. These are all various cogs in the machine, all working the way they usually do with no true end in sight, where their involvement in this thing is going to be leading us to like where we ended up in Jan 6 or where we ended up with the the pursuing of Gretchen Whitmer's kidnapping and all this stuff. This is all just it's all these things moving towards that place without anybody really. There's no captain at the helm of the ship on this with a grand this is where it's going to end. It's like the pursuit of crime. You do these things to be there to gather the evidence, to witness the crime take place so you can lock these people up. While the whole
justify the
time
means,
and so you're justifying the means to get to this point, not really knowing what it is you're going to get on the back end. Because realistically, just with all the stuff, I feel like you have to remove yourself completely from the total and sheer incompetence of government and the nature of how it operates to assume that there's like a grand motive at play. Because the government ain't that smart and they're not that good at that shit.
And they really do. We've seen, I think, a really great fictional representation of this, right? It is during. And I've talked about this example before. I think it's The Report when the woman who was playing Gina Haspel is talking to the guys who have come up with the enhanced interrogation techniques, and she's saying it has to work because it's only legal if it works, right? People don't think about that because it's almost impossible to consider why would the government begin doing something they don't know what the end result is going to be, because the money is already flowing. That's why. Because the money is there. The moment the taps are open, they're going to go. They're going to go even if they don't know where they're going in the end. But by the time that you are 5 years down the road and you've spent billions of dollars, you have to have an end result.
Yep.
And if you don't see one that's apparent, you're going to fucking make one. That's how you start to get to that point where we've been talking about this domestic terrorism for so fucking long. Something's got to happen. We have to see something happen because we've been dropping billions into it for how long now, right? Ever since Timothy McVeigh, ever since Ruby Ridge, we're hushing down all this stuff. We have to see something out of it.
Yep. Because now it's front line. We've been talking about it so much. We've been putting it all up. We got all this money behind it.
Yes.
And
January 6th wasn't what we wanted it to be. Yep. And now we have to make it into what we needed it to be. We tried to contrive a scenario in which they would overthrow the government, but they wouldn't bring any guns. No one brought any guns. It's just these guys with rifles. It's just these fucking idiots in a horn helmet because Donald Trump is not a real politician. He's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
He's a TV host, right? He's not Hitler. He doesn't have the Hitler Youth. He doesn't have the fucking the would-be SS that is behind him. They're the fucking 3%ers and the Oathkeepers, a guy with an eye patch that's leading a bunch of dudes into the cow. I mean, what are we talking about? That's it's so fake. It's so manufactured.
Yeah.
And you're 1,000,000% correct. And that's why about this not happening without the control of government, the workings of the government letting it happen. And that's why it's so important to discuss the realistic threat that the rioters posed that day compared to what people are saying they did, right? It's so important because it's just brushed right over with the 20-year prison sentences and the threat to democracy. It's just, let's not talk about the fact that, again, there's only like a handful of guys with guns there and the rest of the people had fucking bear spray and poles, right? Let's not talk about the fact that we chose to not deploy a National Guard there. Let's not talk about the fact that we told people to stand down. Let's not talk about any of those things because the reality is, in January 6th world, that our democracy was ended that day, right? We have images of representatives with fucking gas masks on their faces because they were so terrified that people had bear spray outside, right? Because let's remember, again, the only people who had tear gas was Capitol Police.
Yeah.
Right? There was no rioters there who brought tear gas canisters with them. They had bear spray, of course. They're not going to bear spray 90 feet up into the rafters of the fucking house to gun people down with the bear spray. It's not going to work that way, especially because the one person who tried to get through the door got shot in the fucking shoulder and died.
Check.
Right?
In the throat.
So, shoulder, throat, yeah, whatever. So
it was not good. That video was so disturbing.
So yeah, it's extremely important to discuss the realistic threat because, that's what I was trying to, like, what was I pulling up? I have an article talking about, Jesus Christ, weapons. This is from the armed insurrection. This is from CNN, right? And so I'll send you this article and we'll read through it. We can talk about the armed rioters that were there so we can all have a realistic understanding of the threat that our democracy faced on January 6th, right? This is from CNN. So they're going to include literally everything they can. This is from July 28th, 2021. So I could have looked up a newer one. 6th. I will own that. So if there's a newer one that changes this, but I think they probably would stick to this pretty closely. Washington, the question of whether rioters were armed on January 6th has been among the most debated issues surrounding the insurrection, with some Republicans claiming the assailants were not armed, despite court documents alleging otherwise. During Tuesday's House Select Committee hearing on January 6th, we got fresh details and firsthand accounts from 4 police officers who came face to face with the rioters and the weapons they brought, once again debunking the false narrative. So,
debunked.
Weapons, right? Weapons is very general terms. We need to make sure that weapons is the threshold that we're working with. The pen the Colin is holding could very well be used as a weapon, right?
Yeah, this bottle, 100%.
Yes.
This kill man, easy.
Kinzinger, that's the guy.
Kinzinger,
yes.
There it is.
Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, one of the 2 Republicans. Speaker Nancy Pelosi chose to serve.
Deborah. Oh yeah,
you will understand why we're using CNN
because we're painting their bullshit narrative.
Yes. Who Nancy Pelosi chose to serve in the committee ridiculed the idea that January 6th was not an armed insurrection and asked the 4 officers testifying to respond to that claim. In February, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin made waves for questioning whether the events of January 6th were really as violent as they appeared and suggested it wasn't an armed insurrection. In May, Representative Louis Gohmert of Texas claimed there was no evidence the riot was an armed insurrection and that not one person has been charged with bringing a firearm to the Capitol. And we've talked about this before too, right? As far as the violence goes in the Capitol, there was the tunnel, right? There was some rioting in the tunnel. There's some pushing and shoving. There were portions of the Capitol in which there was violence. The idea that all of the people there were there and were being violent is ridiculous because the amount of video footage that we see people fucking walking through, the video footage that we see of people interacting peacefully with Capitol police officers and being let into certain sections of the building, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? Yep. Weapons used. The U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquino Gunnell told Kinzinger that common things were used as weapons like a baseball bat, a hockey stick, a rebar, a flagpole, including the American flag, pepper spray, bear spray. The rioters had all these items, Gunnell said, used to attack us. Those are weapons.
Ban them.
Certain.
Ban them all.
As CNN has reported, rioters also used knives, stolen police shields, a stun gun, fire extinguisher, and more. In the beginning, they said that they killed someone with a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I was going to say, of course they dropped that in there, which was confirmed to be bullshit.
Hand-to-hand combat led to more than a dozen officers being sent to the hospital, some of whom had bone fractures and concussions. I'm not justifying the use of violence on other people. You shouldn't be doing that. This was an enormous mistake by all these people here. You are getting your comeuppance in the sense that you are being charged with assault because you assaulted people. MTG said it was a terrifying day. I really liked her until she said that.
She probably really didn't know fully what was going on either. She just heard the commotion, saw all this stuff, and who knows? Yeah. You know. But she's going through divorce, man. She's going through hard times right now. All right?
So firearms. So far, with the investigation still ongoing, 3 individuals have been charged for allegedly bringing a gun to the Capitol. 3.
Yeah.
3 of them.
Specifically because you can't have firearms in D.C. That's just
not discharging a firearm.
Nope.
Not improper use of a firearm.
just possession.
Yes, not flagrancy, not brandishing, not anything.
One
right?
might say for trying to just uphold your Second Amendment right.
For possession. We talked
Yeah.
about this. I don't go fucking anywhere without a gun.
Yeah.
I know unless there is
Gun-free zone my ass.
Unless there is physical infrastructure hindering me, prohibiting me from doing so, I'm going to carry a firearm. Right? Friday, or not Friday, doesn't matter. Soon, like my brother-in-law's getting pinned. He's being a chief. I have to go on base. Can't carry a gun on base. Can't carry a gun on base. Unless there is physical infrastructure hindering me from doing so, I'm going to carry a firearm. I don't care if I'm going to the fucking Capitol. I don't care if I'm going to anywhere. Unless there is physical infrastructure hindering me from doing so,
Yeah.
I'm carrying a firearm.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Go to the courthouse. Can't carry in the courthouse.
no. Social Security office, can't carry in the Social Security office.
No.
At least 2 other
Funny
individuals
that the
have also-
government doesn't like you carrying guns
Isn't
in their
that
house.
weird?
Interesting.
At least 2 other individuals have also been charged with gun crimes in relation to the events of that day, though they are not accused of carrying onto the Capitol grounds. And what she's talking about, I don't know who the fuck wrote this, but that's really funny I said that. But
What he's talking about.
what he's talking about is there are
Sexist pig.
people who, when the police got to their house to arrest them for January 6th shit, they also had guns at their house. Like they were breaking gun crimes when they went to arrest them. That's what he's saying. So, according to police testimony, Christopher Alberts was arrested leaving the Capitol grounds on January 6th while trying to flee from officers after they suspected he was carrying a firearm on his hip. Albert was carrying a loaded pistol and 25 rounds of ammunition, according to court documents.
25. Heaven
Dear
forbid.
Lord. Guy Ruffett has been charged with illegally bringing a handgun on Capitol grounds on January 6th. Ruffett allegedly told family members he brought his gun with him in the Capitol attack. Dear Lord. He brought his gun with him, Colin.
Heaven forbid.
Because Lord knows there was fucking chaos that day.
Yeah.
Stop. I'm not even going to be like, there was fucking chaos. That was absolute fucking chaos there. And if you think you're going to go to the Capitol in a riot, in some type of large mob, it's ignorant to not bring a fucking gun with you.
I mean, come on.
It's stupid to not be armed if your intent, even as convoluted and ridiculous as it is to try and take on the federal government. Don't be fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to say the government was almost turned over, you just said 3 people had pistols on them, right? Let's go to the third one. Another individual, Cleveland Meredith Jr., is accused of possessing a pistol and a rifle without a registered firearm. Mark Ibrahim, who at the time was an off-duty special agent for the Drug Enforcement Administration, has been charged with bringing his service weapon on Capitol grounds during the insurrection, as well as lying to the FBI about why he was in the Capitol. He's one of your own guys. He works for the Alphabet Agency. He's a DEA agent.
And the DEA, too. I mean, come on.
No guns.
Wow.
Absolutely unacceptable. So this is the other ones we're talking about. Another individual, Cleveland Meredith Jr., is accused of possessing a pistol and a rifle without a registration of any firearm in Washington, D.C., which were recovered by the FBI a day after the insurrection. According to an officer statement, the individual arrived too late for the Capitol riot and talked about killing Pelosi next conference. So he wasn't even there. Didn't even go there.
He was too late, but he had text messages and a gun.
Yet another person, Lonnie Kaufman, is accused of parking a truck filled with 11 homemade bombs. Listen, I'm not defending this shit. Right? A handgun and an assault rifle 2 blocks away from the Capitol for several hours on January 6th. Most of these defendants have pleaded not guilty or saying they'll fight. There was another guy.
Well, you didn't lead with that one, man. That one's like,
Right.
Come on, man. You had a van full of explosives.
Yeah,
Come
well,
on.
let's click on it. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
Because I mean, if he's got like 12 bags of fertilizer in a van, I have questions now.
Yeah.
But if he's got pipe bombs and shit, I'm like, all right, well, yeah. It's
11 homemade bombs, an assault rifle, and a handgun 2 blocks from the Capitol.
Again, though, what's a homemade bomb?
Yeah.
I want to know, CNN.
Let's see.
They don't have to do anything. They don't have to go into detail because that's just scary to them. They just say that and they get what they want.
It doesn't just says bombs.
Yeah.
It just says 11 homemade bombs. So
Don't be doing.
he
don't
had
be
mason
bringing
jars
bombs.
filled with melted styrofoam and gasoline.
Napalm.
So there you
There
go.
it is. Got some napalm going on.
Yeah, federal investigators believe that the combination, if exploded, would have the effect of napalm insofar as it causes the flammable liquid to better stick to objects that it hits upon detonation,
Yeah,
according to
that's-
the court records. Police
Yeah.
also found cloth rags and lighters. Court documents said those items and the explosive-filled mason jars in close proximity to one another constitute a combination of parts that could be used as a destructive device.
Yeah, well, first of all, napalm is not an explosive device.
Right. It's
burns.
an incendiary agent.
Yes, it's an
Yeah.
incendiary agent. It burns and it sticks to you. I mean, this is the stuff we sprayed on all those people in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's not a bomb, first of all.
He also had a handgun.
Fake news!
Handgun, an M4 carbine assault rifle, along with the rifle magazines.
Wait, we hit an M4?
That's what it says. But,
Where do you get an M4 without stealing it from the government?
right.
I don't believe any of this. I'm surprised they didn't say AR style rifle. An
Yeah.
AR-15 style assault rifle.
Yeah. I'm not sure how.
But they're calling napalm bombs, so I guess, that kind of sets the stage.
When police found him searching about a block away after us, Kaufman was also carrying a 9mm handgun and a 22 caliber handgun in each of his front pockets. None of the weapons found in his truck or in his person were registered to him. Maybe he stole them. How do you get a fucking M4 though?
Yeah.
And that has to just be a mistake.
It has
That
to be a
just
mistake.
Be them fucking idiots.
Yeah. People that, tell me you don't know anything about guns without telling me you don't know anything about guns.
Yeah. Okay, so
He's a Fed.
the
That could be it too. that actually would
I
make
was
more
trying
sense.
to find a way around it. I was trying to find a way around it.
I mean,
So
he could have been like a natty guard guy that had access to an armory
stole it somehow.
somehow, or he could be a Fed.
You're walking off with an M4. You're doing pretty fucking good.
Yeah. You're making napalm.
Okay, so the point being, right, and then the other weapons that we've heard about are also during the Oathkeeper trial. In the Oathkeeper trial, they're saying they had small weapons cache. One of the guys said, I haven't seen that many rifles since I was in the military. But that could be like 7, that could be 7 rifles in one area,
Yeah.
because how often do 7 people all have their rifles in one area?
I was like, that sounds like a weekend shooting event.
It's not, you could bring someone off the street, to one of our range days, and they would say the same thing.
Never seen this many guns in my
Never
life.
seen this many guns before. Well, there's only 3 people here, and we all brought some of our guns.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to tell you. This is America. So, so during the Oathkeeper trial, one of their piece of evidence is that they had a small weapons cache in a hotel room on the other side of the Potomac in Virginia, right? And those people were supposed to be a quick reaction force for something went hairy in the Capitol, and they had to come over with guns. So those are the only guns, and I'm saying only, and you'll understand why, only guns even alleged of being at the Capitol or near the fucking Capitol that day, right? This guy with the truck bombs outside, because it sounds like he was kind of on his own shit.
Yeah.
If he's going there with all these bombs and shit,
It
right?
seems a little,
So
heavy.
my question then, right, is I seem to remember, I don't know, a dozen times or so in which Joe Biden was saying the only way, our dear president, right, was saying the only way that someone could overthrow the federal government is with F-15s and nukes.
Yes.
But we're still somehow supposed to believe that our democracy was just a dick hair from being overturned when the only even rifles that were said that they're claiming or anywhere near were on the other side of the Potomac.
Don't worry.
And there's one guy in a truck.
Because immediately after saying that, the White House probably walked it back and was, we don't listen to Joe Biden on this one because obviously anybody can take over the Capitol with a handful of handguns.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all that it takes, right? Especially on any given day. So,
And even Sunday.
let alone a day in which everyone in the Capitol knew something was going to be happening,
Yep.
right? Because this rally had been announced for a week at the very least,
Yep.
right? So
Security
everyone
force
knew
had been called for and denied. And
there was already barriers established at the Capitol, right? So people knew that things were going to be happening that day.
Oh,
But still, somehow, some people with some rifles on the other side of the river were able to just barely almost overthrow our democracy.
I can look this up, but I don't know if you remember when. Oh fuck! Because they talked about this on IRL last night. I totally spaced it. But when was it that Nancy Pelosi was asking for crew manned machine guns? Was that
I'm
Supreme
not
Court?
sure.
Was that
I think that was Supreme Court.
okay?
Yeah,
It
because
sounds Because I feel like it was post Jan 6.
Yeah, because as far as the Gen 6 stuff, I have a timeline actually of how some of this stuff went down. And so on December 31st, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and Dr. Christopher Rodriguez, the D.C. Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, delivered a written request to the D.C. National Guard support of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for the rally, according to the Pentagon timeline. And in her letter, Bowser says, no DCNG personnel shall be armed during his mission, and at no time will DCNG personnel or assets be engaged in domestic surveillance, searches, or seizures of U.S. personnel. So they were asking for assistance, but not in surveillance, searching, seizing, or armed assistance, right? Which is the same thing the Capitol Police were doing. They were not armed. They had like truncheons and shit like that, but they did not have guns, right? The same day, Democrat Rep. Maxine Waters has an hour-long phone conversation with Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund to express her grave concerns about proposed security for the rally, given that several right-wing extremist groups were expected to be in attendance. Waters says Sund, who did not request National Guard backup prior to the day of the riot, assured her the Capitol Plaza would be absolutely secured and the rally attendees would not be able to get inside or on top of the Capitol building. So let's see.
That didn't work out so well. And I mean, besides, we've seen the pictures of the feds at the rally anyways. I mean, they were all there with their khakis and
That's right.
their Oakley sunglasses on and their short haircuts and, definitely not drinking beers because about the only ones there not drinking beers.
Yeah. So Thursday, December 21st, and this is the timeline that's actually from, who the fuck did I say? This is from the Department of Defense. So on Thursday, Muriel Bowser and Chris Rodriguez deliver a written request to the DC National Guard for support of the Metro Police Department. On Saturday, January 2nd, the acting Secretary of Defense confers with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of the Army on the mayor's written request. They're talking about it. They're considering it. DOD confirms on Sunday, the next day, January 3rd, DOD confirms with U.S. Capitol Police that there is no request for DOD support, even though there is. Right? It happened.
But
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The acting Secretary of Defense meets with select cabinet members to discuss the DOD support to law enforcement agencies and potential requirements for DOT support, and then they meet with the president. The president concurs in activation of the National Guard to support law enforcement. On the 3rd, Donald Trump, right? Because again, one of the claims from the January 6th committee is that he never called for the National Guard.
Yeah.
And until even that day, he never even called for it. It was other people who did it. On the 3rd, he said, yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, go for it.
do it.
It's fine.
He's
Right?
like, I was there with the 529 insurrection.
On
I
the
don't want
3rd,
this again.
This is from the Department of Defense. Sunday, January 3rd. The Assistant Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they met with the President. The President concurs in activation of the D.C. National Guard to support law enforcement on the 3rd, 3 days before.
This is Mike Milley.
Yes, Mark
right?
Milley.
Mark Milley,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. On Monday,
Fucking
the
nailed that in
Capitol Police confirmed there is no requirement for DOT support in a phone call with the Secretary of the Army, right? Even though the President's already okayed it, it's there.
Yeah.
Mario Bowser has already asked for it. Capitol Police, we don't need it. The acting Secretary of Defense, in consultation with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of the Army, and the General Counsel of the DoD, refused the department's plan to be prepared to provide support to civil authorities if asked, and approves activation of 340 members of the D.C. National Guard to support Mayor Bowser's request. So they're activated. They're there. They're sitting. They're waiting. Support provided in response to Mayor Bowser's request includes support at traffic control points, 90 personnel, Metro Station support, 24 personnel. This is just a list of people that were there. Secretary of Defense also authorized the Secretary of the Army to deploy a quick reaction force of 40 personnel staged at Joint Base Andrews if additional support is requested by civil authorities, right? All these things are sitting, waiting. They're sitting and waiting.
Already approved as well.
Approved. No approval necessary from the president, right? They don't have to ask him because they're already sitting and waiting.
Because that's been a narrative.
Yes.
Why
Even
didn't
from
Trump ask for this?
even
He
from
could have called them in.
Even why didn't they ask the Secretary of the Army? Because they were already sitting and waiting. There's no need for that. All it takes is the Capitol Police to request these assets for them to be deployed. So when they're requesting for them to be deployed, why are they not being deployed? Like, I don't know, we're not ready yet.
I don't.
Because none of this shit makes any sense, right? Tuesday, January
like
5th, the
this.
day before, Mayor Bowser delivers a letter addressed to the acting Attorney General and Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Army, confirming there's no additional support requirements from the DC from the DC. 255 DC National Guard arrive in DC and begin to manage traffic control points alongside local law enforcement. And then on January 6th, there is this enormous breakdown, like time from 8:30, to all this type of stuff. So in 8:30 in the morning, they were reviewing a plan to support law enforcement agencies and request an exercise regarding DoD contingency response options. So, I mean, the idea, this is, maybe it is 9/11 all over again, because they're fucking training for the shit the morning of, and they're still like, I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how any of this happened.
It sounds to me like the head of Capitol Police failed to make a call, or chose not to make a call when he definitely should have made a call, because he had literally troops waiting to go with plans of action in place, ready to go, training being done. Everybody is ready to go. All he needs to do is make the call, he or she, whoever this person is, and they did not make the call for whatever reason. Yes. Sus as fuck. Either that or we're on some like Uvalde level incompetence here. Sitting on, maybe he's sitting in his office underneath his chair, like holding himself in the fetal position, crying.
I say again, this does not happen unless they let this happen.
Yeah.
This only happens because they allowed this.
I didn't
to
realize it was that fucking bad. Like, to be ready to go, to have all the steps taken, all the people ready to go.
Sitting waiting.
We're just going to let this happen. What? And if not, homeboy needs to be in jail right now. Right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's interesting. I did not know all of that fine detail.
Yeah. So a lot of this being said, right, I believe in the spirit of revolution, talking about just kind of the core of this January 6th thing. I believe in the spirit of revolution. I believe that if the government is tyrannical or not working for the people, that it should be overturned. I do not believe that repeated revolution is good for the nation. So I don't think that this type of thing should be happening all the time, right? If it's going to be done, then it needs to be done for a really good reason. We talked about that earlier. That's why I can't support this particular one. It's the reason why I couldn't get behind this to begin with. I have not seen evidence to believe they're correct. I do, however, believe that our elected officials should fear us, right? This is kind of a positive thing. The federal government's like, what the fuck did he just say? A positive thing that I think comes from this, right?
V for Vendetta line.
Yeah, I do believe that our elected officials should fear us. They should know that a revolution is possible at any time, and the only thing that keeps, because it's the only thing that keeps them honest, right?
Yeah.
That's from the beginning. That's the only thing that keeps them honest, keep them doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, they're not afraid of the electoral process.
Yes.
Is it governments? People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Yes. If they really did fear for their lives on January 6th, then good. Hopefully they learned something, right? And if they didn't,
think so.
if they didn't, then fuck them. The only reason the rioters got as far as they did was governmental ineptitude and complacency. That is the only reason they got where they're at. We just talked about this time.
And
that's complacency.
And that is the charitable interpretation.
Yes.
Then, yeah, the ignorance being the most charitable that you could possibly give to them at this point.
So the place that I can...
And the videos they released, like of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and shit, like that doesn't add to their benefit of saying, like, of not being prepared for this. I mean, it sounds like they were ready for that to happen and waiting for it to happen. It's what they wanted to happen, because that would have given them an excuse. I mean, she said it right there. We've all seen the fucking video at this point. Maybe I should try to find that video real quick, that little clip. But
they knew,
they knew it, that it was happening. They waited for it.
They knew that they were planning this.
Yeah. They've been planning for that for a long time.
The intelligence community knew that at the very least, that the Oathkeepers, the Proud Boys, and the 3%ers were planning what they were going to try and do. They're going to try and overthrow the democracy. They knew about this. They let this happen. This is a contrived scenario on the part of the government. So the place that I can agree, quote unquote, right, with the narrative of the committee is around what they're calling Trump's election meddling, right?
Okay. The meddling.
Yes. Yeah. This is a place where I can kind of begin to agree with them, right? I only really in the smallest facet, right? And you touched on this earlier when you were saying, I don't know if you're going to talk about this more. I don't believe that any of these actions, the stuff that they're claiming Donald Trump did, was done with malicious authoritarian intent, right? I just don't. that just isn't the vibe that I pick up from the man. Is that his goal is to run the entire nation the way that exactly he wants it, because he wants everyone to bow to him and he wants to rule over everybody. Right?
Yeah, he ain't that deep, man.
No. I think that Donald Trump would have bet anything in the world that he was going to win that election.
Yeah.
And I think he underestimated the ability of the machine to fight back. And I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't think he would ever admit this, I wouldn't be surprised if he was legitimately in like a little bit of psychological shock the day after the election that he didn't win. Mm-hmm. When the reality is setting in for the people in his camp, and his daughter, his son-in-law, the other people in his inner circle that are telling him it's done. Like, it's done. We didn't win.
Over, bro.
It's okay. It happens. Like, we didn't win this time. It's over. We got to stop doing what you're doing. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if part of that is shock. He's like, that's not true. Like, that's impossible that we wouldn't win. I don't believe you. And
I can see that.
When you mix that with the Rudy Giuliani and the people that are whispering in his ear that are like, no, you definitely fucking won. Not only did you win, we can prove that you won because the My Pillow guy's getting after it, fucking with City Powell's getting after it, all the people are doing it. And the moment they're not doing it, they look crazy, he cut them. Right?
Yeah,
he was doing that the whole time. He's like, you're fucking great. We're done. Get this person out of here because they're making us look like shit. Right? Donald Trump believed without a shadow of a doubt that he won the 2020 election, right? And I truly believe that during the fake elector scandal, that he was being told by people he trusted that he had lost the election, but 2 or 3 people in his ear were telling him that there was still a path, and he's gonna find one if it exists.
Yeah.
You know, because he's so deeply believed in it, whether it's the shock, ineptitude, ignorance, whatever it is.
I would say inexperience. Somebody tells him about the Nixon alternate election system, situation. He goes, "We have alternate electors. Let's do this."
Yes.
All right, let's do it, man. Let's run with this because they did it before. That's how Nixon got elected. Bang, bang, bang.
100%.
He doesn't
100%.
know the depth of that or how that works, and then he says, "Do it, people. Let's make sure that this is done right. If we got alternate electors, we could take this. Let's take it."
And this
is why I get so pissed off about this fake elector scheme. How do we know that there? I mean, I don't know about that one, in depth that much to like know if there was some true form of illegality with the alternate slate of electors and this, that, and the other. I don't know all the ins and outs because even the Nixon thing was weird. Yeah. But it worked out in their favor at that point, and so I still don't quite get that one. But I don't like, especially because I don't trust the fucking corporate press, but. When their whole tilt is the illegal, fake elector scheme. I was like, well, how do we know it was fake? How do we know it just wasn't disingenuous? Right. And that they could have been presented to fucking Pence and he would have been like, this is stupid. We're not doing this. I don't know what you're talking about. Because
all the evidence points to the fact that he would have done that.
Yeah.
The fact that he showed up later that day after he supposedly almost lost his life.
Oh, yeah.
Still counted the votes out anyway. We're fucking doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it
seems
dovetails
to
right with
that he would have done that.
The narrative of all these people voting against the certification of the election when everybody who's on the losing side generally does that shit every fucking election anyways. Going back for decades and decades at this point. It's natural practice to sit there as the losing side, the losing political party, and have a gang of folks being like, I refuse to certify this. Okay, whatever. We're still going to do it anyway, so fuck off.
Still done. Don't need to.
It doesn't matter. But a gang of people did that when Trump got elected. Right. For fuck's sakes.
Right. And this situation... the fake elector scheme that you're talking about, right, is one of the dangers of 4 things. Right? I got 4 points. 1, having someone in power who doesn't actually understand the functions and the intricacies of government, right? Like you were saying, this is one of the dangers of having that. Someone who doesn't know what they're doing.
The danger of the outsider.
As far as the government goes, right? Number 2, having such a complicated and convoluted government that it cannot be run reasonably well by a reasonably educated person.
There you go.
Right?
I like that one.
That's a huge issue.
I like that a lot.
Huge fucking issue.
Yeah.
There isn't any reason. Donald Trump is not stupid, right?
Yeah.
He is not dumb. He is not the smartest person on the planet, but he's not a fucking idiot. He seems to be a very intelligent person that says some wild shit.
Yeah. He's found a way to to get to where he's at.
Yes.
He had a nice start, but he has exponentially increased that thing and made himself president at one point.
There isn't a reason in the world that someone of Donald Trump's intelligence shouldn't be able to run that office.
Yeah.
There's no reason. And when we get to that point, there's a problem with the government, not with Donald Trump. It's
Yes.
not the quality or the caliber of person. I mean, that's a whole other issue in and of itself.
That
But
is a systemic failure
Yes.
of the government machine requiring somebody to come in and become a part of that machine in
Yes.
order to understand its intricacies and its complexities to the point that you can control and bend all the various levers of power and control so that you can get that elected office. That is a problem.
Yes.
Huge problem. I like that a lot. That's yeah.
So that's a huge
fucking
issue.
problem.
And as far as localized to this time period, number 3, shifting election policy so close to the election date when you're changing the
Yeah.
rules fucking 3 weeks before the game time.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a problem, right? You invite this type of shit when you change things and you do stuff. Pennsylvania, right? That's so. People are like, oh, that's so stupid. Even fucking soccer, it's like, oh, that's so ridiculous. Blah blah blah.
The court's ruled.
That's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's a legitimate constitutional dispute. That's
Yeah.
not like, oh, that's so silly. That's a legitimate constitutional dispute that we're talking about. We're
Yes.
talking about the evidence that we've gone over a million times. These are legitimate disputes, right? When you shift election policy so close to the game time, you invite this.
Yeah.
That you ask for this.
100%.
Number 4, gaslighting the entire nation about election integrity, right? When you go from 2016, you're saying the Russians fucking hacked our shit and they fucked everything around and the ads and the rubles and all the everythings and they changed the stuff and they did all the things. And
Yep.
then in 2020, when all you
The
did was,
only reason Donald Trump is president is because Russia's helped him.
Yes.
Russia helped him win the election.
and then between 2016 and 2020, the only real thing you do is make it easier to vote. And then you say, oh, but this one is the most secure and safe election we've ever fucking had. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie that you're telling to everybody. Not only are you telling that lie, I'm going to force you to tell that lie, and I'm going to remove you from the fucking internet if you don't tell that lie. If you say anything other than that, I'm going to fucking pull you down. That's what you did.
Yep.
You're inviting this. They contrived this scenario, not only the government, but in coordination with big tech, with everybody they could get their hands on to make this the way that it was, to push people into this scenario. You did this. You asked for this by playing this out in the fashion that you did, and it just so happens to be quote unquote in the middle of a fucking pandemic where people were locked in their house for 2 years.
And
This is what you get.
it's kind of a spin-off of that don't let a good crisis go to waste. It's like, well, just don't let any possible opportunity that you could capitalize on go to waste.
Yes.
Every single opportunity here that we can make for ourselves or that we can find, let's capitalize on all of that. We could put into place all the measures we want to, but as soon as we see an angle where we don't have to like pull the lever on that, then we just don't pull the lever on that. We'll see what happens. Let's take advantage of that because then we got something to go with afterwards. Let's run with this because now even though we are the ones that put this entire scenario into play here, that we allowed this to happen. We can just tell this story for the next fucking 20 years and we are guaranteed power. Done. All we got to do is just sit there and talk about it because, I mean, we've already painted Orange Man bad. Jeez, we've labeled him.
He's the worst.
We've labeled him a Nazi thousands of times. He's the
Yes.
worst. We can just ride this thing all the way home. Done.
Not only is he a Nazi, everyone who follows him is a Nazi.
Yep. Or at least a violent domestic extremist.
Yep.
Yeah. At the very least.
Yeah. So I have 3 questions, and then I want to talk a little bit about the Oathkeeper links. That's a little bit simpler.
Okay.
So is there a difference between saying the 2020 election was a sham and saying there were issues with the election?
Ooh, is there? God, it just depends on the context. But I would say no, because the election was a sham. Because, again, legally or extra legally, every angle you could make to make it, more in your advantage. It certainly wasn't like the most neutral election ever done. I mean, there were so many different factors that weighed into one political party coming out on top compared to the other. I mean, no, I think it's 100%. You could call it a sham and not necessarily be saying it was a fraudulent election. You could say it was sham. It was fucking bullshit. It was probably one of the worst elections we've probably had since the one where they basically drew a name out of the hat. I mean, it's the pandemic alone, the government's response to the pandemic alone was like rule enough to be like, we should probably really make this very transparent. We should probably take our time. We should make this thing. We should probably give as much public. We should try to get the public to understand what's going on the most in this election, because it's going to have, now more than ever, people are going to be sus about this thing. We should, but that would require a lot of like actual caring about the sanctity of America that we know our politicians don't have. So
Yeah.
I think you can safely say that.
And that's what when I said sham, I guess what I meant is like fraudulent. You know, like it's not real, like illegitimate, because that's part of the narrative from the left, especially coming around to midterms. You know, if you're not willing to acknowledge that it was the safest and most secure election possible, then you're saying that it was totally illegitimate and you're an election denier and you can't possibly hold elected office. That was on the way here. I heard a Patty Murray ad against Tiffany Smiley. I've heard Tiffany Smiley talk. I've heard her say and acknowledge, of course, Joe Biden is a legitimate president. What are we talking about? This Patty Murray ad, Tiffany Smiley still won't admit that Joe Biden was legitimately elected. I've heard her say the opposite to what you're claiming right now. But because she will also acknowledge that there were fucking issues with the election, you're going to say she's an election denier.
Yeah. Let me put it in these terms then. When you add that context to it,
Sham's not a strong enough word.
The fact that the Electoral College's votes in various states aren't necessarily direct reflections of what their populace want. Every fucking election is a sham.
Yeah.
Done. Superdelegates, fuck off.
Fuck the Democrats, 100%.
Amen. So none of that shit makes sense at all. If the Electoral College functioned as if it should function, we could have a different conversation. But no, it's all bullshit.
And this question I kind of already asked, but I'm going to frame it in a little bit different way. How can we go from vulnerable and compromised during 2016 to the safest and most secure election in 2020 when all we did was make it easier to vote? And this same question goes in reverse for Republicans, right? Who said 2020, 2016 was fucking totally legit. There was no issues.
That was
on
the
the up and up. And now 2020, we're like, this whole fucking system is horseshit. This whole system is fucked up from the top down, right?
Yeah.
How can both these things be true at the same time?
Because a broken clock can be right twice a day. That's exactly why. It's because it's all fucked up.
Yeah.
And then it just, whoever wins, you get different reasons for saying it's fucked up. I mean, there's too many people, bro. There's too many people. There's too many different systems. There's all this different stuff. It makes it all very convoluted and very complex. And just due to the nature of how it exists and how complex the system is, it's never going to be the most secure and most it's never going to be that. It's always going to be various shades of gray, period. In the best scenario, you have a giant weight of one side coming in against a lesser weight of the other. I mean, at this point, you should just basically be able to throw them fuckers on a scale and see which one weighs more.
Yeah.
And that would probably be more transparent than anything else. But there's 330 fucking million people in this country at the very least. How many people are voting? 180 million or some shit like that. And at the end of the day, we're talking about various voting machines and people hand counting.
That was
People can't
wild to watch.
What are our fucking standardized math scores these days? Not that fucking great.
I can't divide
Come
on
on,
paper.
man. No, that's why we have technology, bro. We don't need that shit. No. Everybody has their own excuse. Like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. It's all fucked. It's going to be fucked. It's still fucked.
My last question, real toss-up for you, right? These people can't actually care about the preservation of election systems, right? Because they're not even willing to address the legitimate concerns that we've talked about, the very simple legitimate concerns that we talked about, people that are, what do we call that, election or ballot harvesting, and the people that are paying for people to fill out their ballots and vote certain ways. Mm-hmm. The questions with the voting systems themselves, the actual voting machines, right? These people can't actually care about election integrity, right?
No, of course not. No, man. I mean, they all have their narratives for if it doesn't go their way. or if it does, or they have contingency plans for whatever scenario pops up. The party leadership gets together, crafts a narrative around it, and runs with it. That's what the only thing they're good at is getting a few of the leaders together and saying, "This is the story we're going to tell. Make sure the members know. Go."
I saw a Stacey Abrams ad today on Twitter. She's running for governor. You knew that, right?
Wait. Do you mean the conspiracy theorist, election denier, Stacey Abrams?
She's a legitimate governor. Don't fuck you. Yes. Yeah, 100%. She's running again.
She's
It's awesome.
She's an actress.
Yeah.
She is an all-star actress.
It's awesome.
You knew that, right? Yeah, we talked about that. at
She's
one
an
point.
actress?
Yeah, they put her in an episode of one of the new Star Treks, and she was like president of Earth or some shit.
Yeah, right. Like the delegation was, yes. Yes.
It's so terrible.
All right, so let's talk about the Oathkeepers real quick, right?
Go for it.
Oathkeepers, Proud Boys all kind of smashed together, right? So this part originally caught my eye. Oh, shit. Deborah, follow me on Instagram. I like it.
That's because I put the handles up there. See, look at that.
Hey, that's good. I like that. That's smart. So let's see. I'm trying to pull up this timestamp from this NPR thing so that we can listen to it, because this is what originally caught my eye about the Oathkeeper
nice.
stuff. The one who said fetal heartbeats are yes.
Conspiracy theorist.
One
Yep.
and the same.
That's why I call her conspiracy theorist now.
One in the same.
Because she says heartbeats aren't real, and of course she still to this day refuses to acknowledge the outcome of a very legitimate election, which she lost. So she is basically what her side calls Trump. She's the same exact thing. She's a conspiracy theorist and an election denier. Period.
So this part about the Oathkeepers originally caught my eye because of the way that the seditious actions were described.
Oh yeah, this
Right?
is dark.
And we have discussed over and over. Let me play it first, and then we'll talk about it. So,
Do one of these. Have you ever heard us say these
For our
things?
purposes here, he's the founder of the Oathkeepers, which is this big
this is a clip for for context. This is a clip from NPR Up First. This is one of our daily shows that we listen to, so
Up
that
First.
we can hear what they're spilling for us. So.
So there are 5 defendants who are going on trial here. The biggest name is the one that was mentioned at the top there, Stuart Rhodes. He's a former Army paratrooper, Yale Law School graduate, but most importantly for our purposes here, he's the founder of the Oathkeepers, which is this big anti-government self-styled militia, one of the biggest in the country. And prosecutors say Rhodes and his co-defendants conspired to use force to prevent Congress from certifying Joe Biden's election win on January 6th. Now, these defendants all face a slew of criminal charges, including obstruction of an official proceeding, and most importantly, though, seditious conspiracy. And that one is a big deal. It carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison.
20
And what's
years.
the government's case against them?
So the
This is
government's
it.
case is built on text messages the defendants sent each other, as well as audio recordings, financial records, videos, of course, from January 6th. And prosecutors say the evidence shows that shortly after the November 2020 presidential election, Rhodes and his co-defendants began plotting to use force to try to block the transfer of power to Joe Biden.
Not the plot. We're
And they
not
spent
plotting.
months recruiting and training and organizing to do so. And the indictment cites text messages that Rhodes allegedly sent after the election. In those messages, he warns of a civil war and, quote, a bloody and desperate fight if Biden takes office. On January 6th itself, the defendants had
Kathy
guns
Griffin.
stashed at a hotel in Virginia and men on call to ferry those weapons into D.C. if Rhodes thought that they were needed. And then at the Capitol, several of the defendants, although not Rhodes, they put on tactical gear and marched in military formation up the steps of the Capitol, through the crowd, and into the building with the mob. But prosecutors say it didn't end there. Even after January 6th, they say Rhodes bought thousands of dollars of guns and military gear and continued to urge his followers to resist the Biden administration.
What about defense attorneys? How are they going to push back against the government?
Okay, so buying thousands of dollars of gear is, let's just put it this way: if you've ever been in the nature for self-defense equipment, it doesn't really go that far.
Very simple.
What? You
can
buy
spend-
body armor and a gun, you're there.
You can spend $3,000 on an AR-15 with nothing on it.
Yeah, you can.
Very easily.
I would suggest you don't, but because
I'm
there's
saying
alternatives.
if you
but-
buy it up, like even just like a Bravo company manufacturer, those are $2,500 AR-15s. Like,
they're
that's-
really, really nice.
That's what I'm saying. Is you like that's not thousands of dollars.
Not that hard to do. Not to mention, you buy ammo, you buy a case, you buy a gun safe, you buy a level 1 body armor
set of plates
yeah. Like that, or even a fucking, what do you call that? A trauma plate, or whatever the stab one is, or just a Kevlar vest. Right. You buy 1 tub of fucking emergency food. You buy some first aid equipment. $6-7 grand done.
Oh, easily.
Easily. And that's not buying thousands of rounds of ammunition. You buy a few boxes, enough to fill maybe like 4 mags.
Also, during COVID, ammo was so fucking insane.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Thousands of rounds of ammunition was thousands of dollars. That's how much that cost.
This is true. It was over $1 per round for a while. It was like $1.
It was insane.
Yeah, it was insane.
At a certain point, the .357 for my revolver was $2 a round.
Yeah.
For 1 bullet. That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Right?
My hunting ammunition is $70 for 20.
We have discussed. That was during COVID. I can guarantee it's not that now.
Yeah, probably.
When I went to Sportsman's last week before I went shooting, they had stacks of 9mm, stacks and stacks and stacks. I told you the game has turned around. Anyone who's watching now, if you guys are into guns, now is the time to buy ammo. People are officially complacent again. I was looking at prices the other day. I was looking at 1,000 rounds of 10mm for like $500, 1,000 rounds of 9mm for like $350. I mean, the time is now. Like the time is absolutely now to buy ammunition, because we all felt like fools when the pandemic kicked off and we were trying to buy ammo and we couldn't get it for any reasonable price. Now is the time. So the point being, right, with the Oathkeeper thing and with this particular description of their actions, we've discussed over and over and over and over how likely we find a civil war to be. We have not sat here and plotted an attack on the Capitol, because that's not our goal. That's not our long-term intent, right? We talked about the potential of a civil war over and over and over again, right?
$20 less.
We are actively arming and equipping ourselves for whatever the need may be in the end. We have spent multiple hours collectively advocating for listeners to arm themselves, to find a group they can trust and train strictly with them, and set across a set of standard operating procedures. It sounds like the only thing that we're missing is specific plans on what we're going to do in the future, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what piqued my interest about this, right? Is how those actions contextually, right? I will grant contextually, because I obviously did some wild shit. Contextually, how all of this is horrific, right? So it sounds like we're only missing about one fucking step out of this before we're hemmed up for 20 years for a seditious conspiracy.
I would say we're missing a couple things, but we're not that far off, and the fear or the trepidation is well-founded and proper. We weren't anywhere near DC, so obviously that was their biggest problem.
Was their biggest problem. In general. I don't mean for this specific investigation.
But I think
the
that's
general
why
circumstances they're putting these people under. Well, they're part of this militia. They're part of this. The quick reaction forces they're setting up. This type of shit. We've advocated for all of those things on a general manner, not even just for a January 6th thing. We've talked about the fact if you're going to be having conversations like this, and you know the government is fucking listening to you, you should have a group of people that's what you is a quick reaction force. If I'm going to call you and the other dudes, that's what that is. That's a quick reaction force.
Yep.
That is exactly what, if you were going to give it a name, it's exactly what that is.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess I'm just trying to be real charitable here and find other reasons, but
the shit makes me uncomfortable.
I'm
not trying to paint us into a corner. I'm trying to paint us out of a corner. This shit makes me uncomfortable that they're painting us into a corner. That's what I'm saying, is I don't feel like what we're doing is ridiculous. I feel like what we're doing is very reasonable because we don't have specific plans. We're not planning to overthrow the government. We're not planning to change anything or fucking plan a revolution. We're trying to defend ourselves. We're trying to protect ourselves and make sure that we are held the fuck down, but in a just a slightly different context, right? If we're involved with the wrong dudes, how fucking easy is it for us to be hemmed up just like these guys were?
Real easy. And that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's really what it is that we need to continue to watch at this point is, like, for them to go after those specific people, right? It makes sense because of their location and proximity to it, right?
Yes.
But the reasoning for going after it, because they're painting the narrative already that these are the reasons these people are dangerous, that is the problem, and we need to continue to watch and make sure that we need to see how far that spreads out, how wide that net spreads, because we've also experienced the the leaking of those fucking internally circulated documents at
Yes.
the FBI, painting other people about that, painting the Gadsden flag, which is, I just ran out of space. It's a big flag. I ran out of space in the studio. It's hard to hang. It's big.
We'll put it in my studio.
Yeah, there you go. We'll put it in the studio. Yeah, the other studio coming up soon. I'm very excited about that. But you know, like that is now in a symbol of violent domestic extremism. Like
Right.
that stuff is very dangerous, and it's at that point you're forced underground. You're forced underground because the government has deemed you a threat to its very existence, when in all reality, being pro-America, anti-government, we are pro-America, they are anti-America, because we are fighting for the preservation of the American ideal, which includes, you read it right there in the Second Amendment, you know, I'm fucking gonna mess up the line, but the ready, enable militia, with the Second Amendment line about militia.
A well-regulated militia.
Yeah,
Yes.
a well-regulated militia being necessary. That's, you know, that is key and very important. But also, yeah, you can't, the government sees that as a threat, because that is the tilt that they're on. And the narrative they're painting with the Oathkeepers is that, which should be no surprise, because they've been gunning after the Second Amendment, no pun intended, since, you know, time immemorial at this point. They've been coming after for a long time. Every aspect of it now, not just the guns, but also this this concept of militia.
The body armor. We've seen that in certain states,
we
right?
saw that. We talked about that on the show. And, you know, the idea that because I think one of the key factors, I have a problem with, like, the Oathkeepers and these other, these people. They're too big. Like,
1,000%.
militias cannot be that big. They're not supposed to be that big. They're
localized.
supposed to be localized. They're
Right.
supposed to be people that you know and trust, and that you can meet up with and train with and all this stuff. And then,
And that's like, we have local chapters.
no, fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, we're
The
not the
chapters
Sons of
should be their
Anarchy
own
here,
groups.
bro.
They
We're not
don't-
the fucking Hell's Angels.
No.
That's a gang, bro.
Yeah.
That's a gang. That's a totally different deal.
We don't have a name for
We're
our
not
squad.
doing that.
We
No,
don't have a name
dude.
for our squad. We're just fucking guys
Although,
that train together.
We should come up with a name and make some patches, because that would be dope as fuck. But
You know,
I go for this color scheme. I like this color scheme. The white or the yellow and the black. It looks good. Reminds me of the Gadsden flag. But
my deeper concern. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Unless I.
I think that my whole point really was the fact that the reason why they're so threatened by this and making it such a big deal is the militia aspect of it. The fact that there could be cells of individuals across America that are willing to push back against us.
Right.
Like that.
Right.
That's bad. We have to paint that as bad, and we have to come after them. We have to make sure that while these dudes did bad shit, they were stupid. They deserve pretty much most of what they got. Like, what they're talking, the marching up the Capitol steps in military formation. Well, first of all, fuck off, because what's a military formation other than a bunch of dudes in a line walking in step? Is that a military formation?
Right.
Military formations don't exist like they did back in the fucking revolutionary days,
No.
bro. I mean, that's a totally
They
different
marched
thing.
in a phalanx up the steps
Exactly.
of the
You
Capitol.
don't know what you're talking about. You fucking, you city dwelling, apartment living, fucking cubicle dwelling motherfucker have no idea what you're talking about, period. But it is also important, I think, to drill home while this is in the mainstream that if you're going to do a militia, you need to do it right. You need to do some research on read fucking 1776. Hear about what militias did, how they were formed, all this good shit that made America, that actually created the idea of America. Yeah. And created it and protected it for a very long time until the government decided that they were going to usurp our power from us. Like that's important to talk about.
My deepest concern, right, is the Oathkeeper trial, these things we're talking about, the generalized nature of militias mixed with the overly politicized nature of January 6th and this commission, right? And like you're saying, when you believe in these things, especially now, you're being pushed underground. You're pushed into the dark. It's not good to even own a plate carrier, right? To even have one. It's like weird to even discuss well, how'd you fuck up your arm? People ask me, how'd you fuck up your arm at work? I was at the range. Like, I was fucking running around doing drills and stuff like that. Tim's like, you're crazy. That is what it is. What I was doing. That's what other people should be doing. You know, that's how people should shoot their guns. Is they should do shit like that. People talking about, oh, you're fucking lucky you didn't shoot yourself. You're fucking lucky you did this. No, I'm very safe with what I'm doing. Right? I am. We talked about that. I'm extremely lucky, quote unquote, that I didn't shoot myself.
Yeah.
It's only because I do those things so consistently, and I'm so consistent about training and safety and standard operating procedures that I didn't fucking shoot myself in the leg.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's what, like, there was a conversation being had at some point this week. We're like, oh, yeah, I was really lucky. I was like, bro, you weren't lucky. No, you were doing everything that you have trained yourself to do, and you were very disciplined about the situation. So you weren't in any danger because of your discipline. You taught yourself to be that way. You weren't lucky. You did that to yourself. So that if you were in an unfortunate position where you had a fucking slip and fall, if you took a digger like that real hard like you did, there wasn't going to be like an accidental discharge because you were disciplined enough to teach yourself to not have that be a possible scenario.
On my knee, I have a mark from, and you can see the indent of the hole in my flash hider of the barrel. So I punched myself in the knee with the muzzle of my rifle.
That's some high quality metal too, man.
And then my point being, I could have shot myself right in the fucking knee because it was right in the side of the leg that I punched myself with it. And you're correct. It's that deeply ingrained, if my eye is not on the optic, the safety is on, that I did not shoot myself in the fucking leg, and Cody didn't have to drive me to the hospital on a fucking quill scene.
Well, that and trigger discipline too.
Yeah. So that type of shit matters.
A lot.
Right? It really matters. And that's why you're talking about it's so important to get that regulation down. But the overall point being that it was weird, right, when I was telling people that. And they weren't like,
they're like, what?
They know me enough, they were not freaked out by it, you know? But
of course,
if I told a random person, like, how did you hurt your arm? Oh, I was fucking out training, you know, and I was running a drill with my rifle, and I fucking ate shit. They would either assume that I was in the military, and if I wasn't, like, well, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
What other reason to do this? Because this is how you practice and you live out a well-regulated militia, right? That's how you do that, is by regulating yourself. So
I figured out the way we can do this without getting the man on our back. We just, every time we talk about it, we talk about cosplaying for the zombie apocalypse. That's how we do that. We do it all under the guise of like World War Z. And for some reason, I don't remember how long that's been up there, but like I'm looking, I'm going to switch to your camera even though you're not there. Up in there, like, that middle of the side screen there, that Seattle zombie apocalypse poster I have behind you there. I was just looking at that. I was like, oh, that's the way to do it, bro. Just pretend like we're fucking cosplaying and playing around for the zombie apocalypse. All the same principles generally apply. You know, it's the same, you know, survival, dependency, discipline, formation. All the principles apply, and then we just say it's all for you know, we're just fucking around. It's for the zombie survival, you know. Let's just do that. Done.
But I like owning it. I like being proud of it. You know, I like advocating for it.
This is true.
Yeah,
because that's what being. I mean, that's the ideal of America. I mean, that's
I'm not
what
ashamed.
It was founded on. That's what it was for. That's what it's still for.
I'm not ashamed to identify myself as a militiaman. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm proud of that. I believe in that. I believe everyone should identify.
That's true.
I believe in that.
Yep.
You know, and it bothers me. We know people that are not comfortable with that will train like that will do the same shit that we're doing, but they want to keep it on the DL. They don't
want to tell nobody.
And it's fine. I understand it, but I don't like it. I don't agree with it. You know, so it's not that I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I think that this is something. I think this is so important, especially with the type of resistance that we're getting from the government, who is the ideal target, the intentional target of the militia, right? I think that it's extremely important to be owning that, and for this to have a positive representation for regular people, people that we work with, right? Fucking women in the front office. I think it's important for their connotation, their context of a militiaman to be me, and not people at the Capitol riots, right? It's important that when you think of militia, you think of me in kit, not a guy storming the Capitol because of the fucking stop the steal shit.
Yeah. You think about your neighbors in your neighborhood that every couple of weeks all fucking get kitted out and go up to the mountains. Like, you should think
That's
of those
why-
people because, I mean,
Yes.
when you're not one of those people, they're the ones that are going to protect the community for something like that. One of the things, like the idea of the government being like the possible considering factor to that is only one of the considering factors because it's against all enemies, foreign and domestic, right? It's not that. It's not just that, I should say. It's, what if fucking Red Dawn happens type of thing. You know what I mean?
1,000%.
That's the other scenario, or just massive civil unrest or something like that, where let's say the feds and the state can't subdue what happened in fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. What is that place? Kenosha. Waukesha's been in the news lately, so I was thinking Waukesha. But yeah, if like when rioters are running around your town, burning down your fucking town, if you had a ready and apt, a large enough ready militia, you wouldn't have to deal with that kind of shit because the state's not doing anything about it. The militia can stand up and say, "Get the fuck out of here. We're not dealing with this. Go. Bye."
Yeah.
Done. There's so many facets of it. It's not just this current contextual, like what we're dealing with the overbearing Fed and all that. That's one aspect of the possibility, but
Right.
the true possibilities are endless. It's all about you and your safety, your family's safety, and the safety of your community. Done. There's nothing more American than that.
Right.
So,
1,000%. So as far as the Oathkeeper trial in particular, right, they are being charged. 5 of these Oathkeepers are being charged with seditious conspiracy, and I have like a quote of exactly what seditious conspiracy is. Let's see. Sorry about this. There it is. Has to do with, in order to win a seditious conspiracy case, prosecutors have to prove that 2 or more people conspired to, quote, overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the U.S. government or bring war against it, or they plotted to use force to oppose the authority of the government or to block the execution of laws. So when I first heard this, it's like there's no fucking way they're winning. There's no fucking way they're proving this, right? After the research that I've done, I think it's almost definite that they're going to get hemmed up for it. Almost definitely they're going to be found guilty, right?
Yeah.
The way they fuck themselves is not by talking about it, but by doing it afterwards.
yes.
That's how you fuck yourself,
Yeah.
right? Is by doing it, going there, not only doing it, but being a pussy about it, right? Saying that you're going to kill people and then going there, some fucking quick reaction force across, and only afterwards being like, "Oh, I fucked up. I wish I brought a gun."
Well,
right?
yeah, and they're fucking taking plea deals and shit too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not.
No, they're pussy. This is pussy shit. That's why the Oathkeepers are fucking. That's why this bitch shit. This is pussy. I don't care that you went to the Capitol. I don't care that you fucking threw down with the Capitol Police. I don't care about any of that shit. You didn't mean this. This was not real. This was a fucking act. And you went to be on the news. This is not real. This January 6th shit that you did is not fucking real.
Yeah.
You didn't honestly think you could go there with no guns and take over the Capitol, take over the government.
I mean,
that's
any
bullshit.
Any self-respecting like militia member looks at what they were doing and be like, "You guys are a bunch of fucking idiots.
That's pussy.
You guys aren't doing. If that was your intent, if your intent was to truly
Yes.
do what you said it was, y'all are a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yes.
That was dumb.
I only say that it's weak in the aspect that it's, like I said, that it's not real. Again,
It's not real,
I don't
100%.
agree with it. So I'm not saying, this was a little like,
Yeah.
but if you're, like I said, if your goal really was to overthrow the government, you're an idiot. This was stupid. This isn't how
Yes.
you do it. This is not how
100%.
you do it. You organize in mass.
Yes.
And you attack the fucking Capitol.
Yeah, if
This-
you're gonna do
this
it, that's
is stupid. I know.
what go hard.
It's ignorant. So and this
F-15s
is
and nukes, baby.
My issue, correct? F-15s and nukes. So
or
the-
just a prolonged guerrilla war with AK-47s and RPGs.
it's all
Because that's
yeah.
really historically that's all you need.
So the issue that I was having with it, right, is just the disparity in the reality of these people. Even if you look in general big picture terms at what they really did and what they're being charged, they're going to be in for 20 years for not a real thing. Like
For not a real-
the event was real. The event was real. I'm not
Yes,
saying
yes.
January 6th is fabricated, but I'm saying like the attempted overthrow, the coup, is not real. That's
No.
not a real thing. It was never a reality. And to
No.
act like it is stupid. That's
Yeah.
ignorant. To act like we ever take 5 seconds and think about what do we know about the United States. They're the biggest military budget on the planet by far.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
By
Far.
In what world, in what fucking possible world is the federal government, who has a plan for literally everything, right? From nuclear warfare to the fact that they leave some plebe alone by himself at his house during any big government ceremony, so he's a designated survivor just in case everybody else dies.
Yeah.
Just in case everyone else dies who could possibly run the government, we got to leave one dude out, right?
Yep.
That's a real thing. They really do that. So
Yes, they do.
when the federal government plans like that, are we really, really supposed to believe that we were this close to losing our democracy over this?
Yeah,
over
no.
unarmed oath keepers and 3%ers, like I said, the guy with the fucking eye patch who's leading people in the Capitol? Really? You really want me to believe that? And I should believe that it could happen any day now, that every day is January 6th now because of this happened one time?
Yeah.
This Liz Cheney starts this last session of the January 6th meeting. We're part of our intent is not just to tell you what happened, but to make sure that this could never happen again.
Never. That's right.
This only happens because you let it happen.
Yeah.
You did this.
Are you trying to go for a minute? I'm about to pee my pants.
All right, go pee your
All
pants.
right,
Yeah.
cool.
you,
Like,
you
you
got
keep
a minute.
talking.
I mean, you can see you pitching Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Yeah. So, like I said, after I've done my research, I think that it's almost every these guys get hemmed up. Yeah, I find it very likely these people will be found guilty because of the conspiracy aspect. The simple fact that they carried through with their plans is going to make it easy to prove their intent to carry them out, obviously. Their case is not helped by the fact that a member of the Proud Boys just pled guilty to the exact same charge. So we now have people, like Colin said, who are taking plea deals, who are pleading guilty to these charges, who are going to roll on the people who are pleading not guilty, and are going to almost definitely make sure that they go to prison while the people who pled guilty get less time. This is, again, where I think the practical effect that they had matters. Setting aside how I personally feel about the government, I understand that in order to retain power, you can't have things like this happening, right? I get it. I get that you can't allow it to go unpunished because you're the government and you're powerful and we have to have people fear us so that our power, feels legitimate. But to put these people in prison for 20 years for a coup attempt that, again, is illegitimate, that failed during the planning phases, makes it near impossible to argue that this isn't a partisan venture.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. I mean, and unfortunately, you don't. It requires a little bit of thinking and understanding of like the stuff we were just talking about with like militia background and stuff like that to like not just automatically go with the narrative the media is giving you and the Jan 6 committee is giving you, because they really have no true understanding of what any of this a lot of people truly think like this could have been it, man. This could have been it, because they haven't thought it through, so they just run with it. And then boom, everybody gets what they want that's involved here.
It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much logical thinking to consider the real potential of the government being overthrown.
No.
It's so based on everything we know about the federal government, that's so fucking illogical. That's not even like you can't even comprehend it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that could ever happen. Ridiculous.
Fact check, true.
Unless they want it to happen, right? Same deal. How could Donald Trump, Barack Obama, not get assassinated? Because they don't want him to. They don't fucking want him to.
Yep.
If they wanted him to, he would be fucking dead.
Yes,
If they
this
wanted
is
him
very
to,
true.
they would have left his ass open just like they did to fucking JFK, just like they did to all these other motherfuckers. If they wanted him dead, they would let him be dead.
Yep.
They don't want him dead. So they don't let it happen.
Yeah.
So,
True. Fact check, true.
yeah. So the last thing I have, what does this have to do with liberty and freedom? Right? And we kind of talked about this when we're talking about
Everything.
our militia, our stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
The charges in case of being made against these people do not match the reality of what happened.
No.
The potential success of this hearing and the trial sets a dangerous precedent for those people who embrace liberty, and I believe that this country and its government should be in Jesus Christ.
You got this.
The potential success of this hearing and trial sets a dangerous precedent for those who embrace liberty and believe this country and its government should be controlled by the people. Right?
Nice.
I wrote it wrong. So I almost said it wrong.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Once again, I don't defend the actions of the rioters, but I will forever defend the right of the people to overthrow the government if said government no longer defends or acts in the interest of the people. Right? Let us never forget that the only person who died in the violence on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt.
Yep.
And she was killed by Capitol Police.
Yes. Who have not been held accountable.
Oh, actually, they denied they will not hold them accountable.
Oh,
Nothing was done wrong. There was no wrongdoing on part of the Capitol Police officer. Actually, I have a small article. We can, a statement actually, from the Department of Justice. Right, the Department of Justice closes the investigation into the death of Ashley Babbitt. So let's see.
Is this going to be a send it article?
Yep.
Okay.
The investigation further determined that Miss Babbitt was among a mob of people that entered the Capitol building and gained access to a hallway outside of the Speaker's lobby, which leads to the chamber. Oh, send it to you. I thought you meant like send it after this.
Oh, okay. But the
No, I was just
undercover
gonna read
feds involved that ensured all elements were present to prosecute the crime.
100%.
I mean, yeah, 100%.
Which leads to the chamber of the U.S. House of Representatives. At the time, the USCP was. Capitol Police was evacuating members of the chamber, which the mob was trying to enter from multiple doorways. USCP officers used furniture to barricade a set of Speaker's lobby and the chamber, and 3 officers positioned themselves between the doors and the mob. Members of the mob attempted to break through the doors by striking them and breaking the glass with their hands, flagpoles, helmets, and other objects. Eventually, the 3 USCP officers positioned outside the doors were forced to evacuate. As members of the mob continued to strike the glass doors, Miss Babbitt attempted to climb through one of the doors with the glass broken out. An officer inside the Speaker's lobby fired 1 round from a service pistol, striking Miss Babbitt in the left shoulder, causing her to fall back from the doorway and onto the floor. A USCP emergency response team, which had begun making its way into the hallway to try and subdue the mob, administered aid to Miss Babbitt, who was transported to Washington Hospital Center where she should come to her injuries. The focus of the criminal investigation was to determine whether federal prosecutors could move that the officer violated any federal laws, concentrating on the possible application of 18 U.S.C. 242, a federal criminal civil rights statute. In order to establish a violation of this statute, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer acted willfully to deprive Miss Babbitt of a right protected by the Constitution or other law. Here, the Fourth Amendment right not to be subjected to an unreasonable seizure. Prosecutors would have to prove not only the officer used force that was constitutionally unreasonable, but the officer did so willfully, which the Supreme Court has interpreted to mean the officer acted with a bad purpose to disregard law. As this requirement has been interpreted by the courts, evident that an officer acted out of fear, mistake, panic, misperception, negligence, or even poor judgment cannot establish the high level of intent required under Section 242. The investigation revealed no evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer willfully committed a violation of 18 U.S.C. 242. Specifically, the investigation revealed no evidence to establish that at the time the officer fired a single shot at Miss Babbitt, the officer did not reasonably believe that it was necessary to do so in self-defense or in defense of the members of Congress and others evacuated the House chamber. Acknowledging the tragic loss of life and offering condolences to Miss Babbitt's family, the U.S. Attorney's Office and U.S. Department of Justice have therefore closed the investigation into this matter.
Wow. So, and
there was no other way to stop her. No other way to stop the woman who was small enough to climb through a window other than to shoot her and fucking kill her.
Mm-hmm.
No other way to stop her.
And I would say, too, this is probably, his defense is probably added, it's probably easier to defend that shooting because in D.C. everything is going to be federal only. No state laws are involved because there is no state. It's just It's just the Fed at that point. So, I could see that. And I mean, the federal laws against, shootings and officer shootings and stuff like that. I mean, they definitely have to be very, very hands off because the Fed does so much such shit. They have to be able to do that. The state laws are really where shit gets tight, especially as it pertains to like police officers and stuff. I mean, that's not.
Yep.
That's not great. And the fact that you would fire blindly into a crowd alone would get any other officer hemmed up for life, period. You don't do that. That is a negligent use of your firearm. You have no idea what's behind you. We all saw the videos, man. Like 30 seconds after she was shot, there were fucking armed police that came right in after that. I mean, could have easily one of them could have been easily right behind them. There's a whole hallway full of people out there. You have no idea where that bullet's going. I mean, you're lucky you only killed one person.
Yep.
That's wild. Well, case closed. I guess that's that. We're moving on. There's nothing to see here.
Nope.
That's wild. This has been very informative. I thought I knew it. You fucking dug, bro.
Part 2,
that was
baby.
Healthy. That was healthy.
Part 2.
Fantastic.
With that, we can take a break. So,
let's take a break.
Yeah, with that, we'll be back, guys.
I
in
already
just a few
peed.
minutes for part 3. Colin has some ESG talk, PayPal. I'm ready to be educated now.
Oh,
I
bro.
literally took no notes for part 3. I'm like, I'm fucking going in blind. I'm ready for it.
This is good. Yeah.
I know what I know, and I'm ready to add that to the
We're
conversation.
going to do it. We're going to do it. Yeah. ESG,
Yep.
the World Economic Forum, and a lot of the. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Let's do it.
All right.
We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
BRB.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you.
This.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Salt of the Streets Part 3. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are very happy to have you guys here. Part 3, we're going to be talking about some ESG, some PayPal, some things like that. Colin's going to lead us through that. Before that, I want to remind you to like, subscribe, comment on this video on our youtube.com, Salt of the Streets. We also have our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all that at saltstreets.com, including our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street, on Twitter at alpaca_Donovan, on Instagram at Colin is at Big Bird Ophium, both of those things.
Right there.
That's right.
There we
Our
go.
sponsor
Right
for
there.
this segment is Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton.
Boom.
If you need a skateboard, anything, wheels, stickers, fucking clothing,
Bearings.
anything, wheels,
Trucks.
bearings, trucks, anything. Yes, Colin knows about a skateboard.
I'm like, what other parts of
Go
the
there.
skateboard do I know?
Decks, everything.
Wax.
Go there.
Wax is always
Wax,
cool.
Get
Yeah.
all the things. Go there. Location Skate Shop. It's a fantastic facility. Go there.
Run by cool dudes.
That's right. With that, Colin, lead me through. Tell me about ESG. What
All
do
I
need
can
to
think
know?
of is cinnamon rolls right now. But hey, all right, yeah. So this came across my trends. We're going to talk about ESG in a minute.
All right.
But we're going to open up the segment today talking about the fuckery that's been going on with PayPal. We all saw this week kind of a release from PayPal that got accidentally released as per the usual. Which,
heard whispers of this,
Yeah,
yes.
we will not. We'll get into that fully as we go further. But talking about fines for misinformation and whatnot, and if you were found to have spread misinformation, they could fine your PayPal account $2,500 per infraction. And unfortunately, that was not the darkest side of it. That was just one thing they could fine you for. But
And PayPal is just an intermediary for sending people money, right?
you would think so, yes. Ask Eric July about PayPal. I'm sure he has some very choice words
Fucking
about their
word.
practices. But ultimately, this led me to kind of look at why a company might be making decisions like this, that, and the other thing. And the only place I could go to was like an ESG type thing. You've heard that talked about a lot lately, ESG practices, ESG metrics, so on and so forth. And it should be no surprise that it stems from our good friend Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. So we're going to be visiting them today too and listening to some of his lovely Bond villain-esque words.
This is deep then.
It goes deep, yes, but and unfortunately it goes a lot, wider than we could possibly think about. And we're also going to be addressing a quick little It was a comment that I wish I would have saw right before I ended yesterday's beer show, right? We had our good buddy Joseph in the chat, and he had made a comment right before we ended the video about ESG possibly being a good thing and so on and so forth. And we're gonna talk about that because underlying
hot take from Joseph.
Yeah, I mean it's a very contextually understandable take from Joseph. And
I like Joseph.
So we are going to look at all aspects of that. But first, we're going to take a look at what's been going on with PayPal. So this is from The Hill, who surprisingly, I don't have it pulled up. We might watch it later. There's a, do you remember she recently got kicked off The Hill? Not recently, like back in April. She used to be on there all the time. I'll pull her up at some point.
Ooh, yeah.
And
The brown lady.
Yeah, she got pulled out because she was,
I remember
vaccine
her.
stuff and all this.
I
She
remember her.
She did an amazing breakdown of like, what are you looking at there? What's your breaking points this week or whatever? She did a whole monologue thing on ESG and had a fantastic breakdown. So if we don't watch that video, because it's like 5 minutes long, but if we don't watch it, I'll link it in the show notes after the show today because it's phenomenal. And her name is just evading me at this point.
Kim or Kristen or something.
It's Kim Iverson, I think.
There you
Kim
go.
Iverson, boom. Hashtag nailed it. All right, so from The Hill, PayPal just gave America an eerie glimpse into the future. There's no going back.
Eerie's a fucked up looking word.
EERIE, bro.
that
It's
does
a
not-
weird one.
That's a fucked up
How do you
looking
think those
word.
motherfuckers in Erie, Pennsylvania feel? Probably not great, especially because it's Erie, Pennsylvania. It's a no shade against Erie, Pennsylvania, but it's one of those old has-been towns that was real big, like manufacturing and all this stuff, and now it's kind of dead, which is really sad.
Hershey,
A
Pennsylvania.
lot of upstate, that whole area up there. I remember driving up upstate New York. I went to go drive through one of the towns my dad grew up in called, nope, not going to remember, Mechanicsville.
Massapequa? Some
No.
shit like that?
Massapequa's in Long Island, and it's a nice town. All right? There's a very nice train station there. That's the big LIRR hub, but fuck off. Don't mess with Long Island. I love that place. But, no, it's you go up the Hudson River, you're driving around, and it's called Mechanicsville, of course. But
That's awesome.
It's sad when you get up to a lot of those areas in the Northeast like that. This is like, it used to be a big, like, factory town. Obviously, factory's gone. There's no more factory there, and all the houses are from that era. And they're all kind of, they're all pretty run down. Some of them are, upkept nice, but there's zero industry in the town anymore. And the only people that really live there are people that either commute a really long way somewhere else away or that kind of work in the services of the town itself. And it's just, you see a lot of that stuff going up that way. Erie, Pennsylvania is one of those type of places.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad to look at that, what has happened to America with the globalization of markets and shit like that. But side story, but also kind of generating parallels with what we're going to talk about today.
Fuck globalists.
I mean, yeah, it's complicated, but yeah, fuck a globalist. So our right to free expression is unquestionably.
I love doing this show with you.
So we're going to start over again. Our right to free expression is unquestionably the most significant of all the liberties we hold dear. Fact check true?
Okay.
Fact check true. Maybe the second to back up the first, but it is the foundation of every right we enjoy, the reason why society exists in its current form, and the reason why it will continue to evolve each year as long as this right exists. As we are well aware, the First Amendment guarantee the free expression only extends to censorship by state actors such as Congress, local governments, and school boards. That's why when a private entity decides to suppress speech, we frequently tolerate a certain degree of censorship before reacting angrily. No revolution is necessary to change the policy of even the largest corporations. No blood or death is required to strike fear into the heart of private organizations. Instead, we need only vote with our wallet and choose to transact with new companies that emerge as a result of decisions made by existing companies.
Is this an op-ed or is it like a...
It's kind of an op-ed, yeah.
Okay.
It's
I
an
was like,
opinion
it's
piece.
written with a lot of emotion.
Yes.
Like, okay.
And
good.
Armstrong Williams, let's just say, I don't know who this guy,
Damn,
but like
that's a
fucking,
name though.
like based almost, right?
That's a fucking name
Yeah.
too.
Armstrong Williams.
I like
Hashtag America.
Yeah.
Governments, on the other hand, do not provide us with this right. Therefore, we must fight to the death to restore the principle we desire.
Shit, yeah.
I fucking based, right? But what happens when a business with the same impact on our life as the government appears to go bad? Recently, the payment processing behemoth PayPal crossed the line by proposing an alarming rule. It planned to begin assuming the role of, quote, thought police by modifying its terms of service to allow it to collect a $2,500 fine and freeze a person's funds if they spread, quote, misinformation.
How the fuck does PayPal even know if you spread misinformation?
We will get into that.
Oh,
it is
shit.
not.
Oh, God.
I have their proposed terms of service changed, and that's why I said it goes deeper than just misinformation. It's pretty standard big tech type of shit, to be perfectly honest. But it's not difficult to imagine we can just move on past this because it's all just opinion piece. It lays it out. I like the narrative that this case builds, right? Because it is very, very anti-free speech for companies to be doing this, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So this one was from CBS, and it says, no.
Fuck CBS.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. We want a couple different perspectives here, right? No, PayPal won't fine people for spreading information. PayPal says a revised acceptable use policy, kind of like a terms and conditions.
I got a bunch of updates this last week of terms and conditions from companies.
It's because it's October. End of fiscal year, so everybody in the beginning of October starts dropping all of their new terms of service, this, that, and the other thing, because it's the beginning of their first quarter of 2023.
So it isn't tied to PayPal, only because PayPal did the same shit.
Yeah,
but
welcome to corporate.
Okay.
PayPal says a revised acceptable use policy, which is essentially the company's terms of service, included incorrect information about fines. Payment company PayPal was criticized recently by people on social media after a version of the company's acceptable use policy, AUP, was posted to its website that said the company could automatically charge people a fine of $2,500 for spreading misinformation.
It's a lot of money, too.
It's a fuck ton of money, bro.
$2,500 is a lot of money.
Yeah, and if you're like a basic act motherfucker just like playing around with PayPal a little bit, that's all of it gone.
Then some people only make $25 a month. Like that.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you make like minimum wage, like that's $25 a month.
All of it. Yeah.
Because you said some wrong shit? Damn. Sorry, go ahead.
The document was dated November 3rd, 2022, and included, so this is in the future, November, and included a full list of prohibited activities, which we will get into, including spreading misinformation.
November 3rd, election day, right?
November 6th? 8th? First Tuesday, right? Is that when it is? First Tuesday? I can't remember.
Which would be the first this time around.
That's not it. November 8th.
The
November 8th.
8th.
There it is.
The 3rd is a Thursday.
Yeah. After the document went viral, boycott PayPal, hashtag boycott PayPal, and hashtag bye-bye PayPal trended on Twitter. Former PayPal president David Marcus tweeted, "It's hard for me to openly criticize the company I used to love and gave so much to, but PayPal's new AUP goes against everything I believe in. As a private company now gets to decide to take your money if you say something they disagree with instantly." Elon Musk, one of PayPal's original top investors, tweeted a response saying agreed. So he replied to his tweet. Verify.
Musk used to be part of PayPal too, right?
He was one of the main investors in PayPal.
That's
Yeah,
what it was.
he helped get it off the ground. So automatically PayPal, they dropped this thing, massive
Like,
public
we fucked up.
backlash,
That's my
right?
bad.
And this is the actual document that they released and published on their website. The Wayback Machine was about October 6th is when they dropped it.
So cool.
So this was November 3rd was the planned implementation of this, right? And it says, "You are immediately responsible for complying with all applicable laws in all of our actions related to your use of PayPal services, regardless of the purpose of this use. In addition, you must adhere to the terms of this acceptable use policy. Violations of this acceptable use policy consists a violation of PayPal's user agreement," so on and so forth. Basically, if you break any of these rules, You'll be subject to damages, including liquidated damages of $2,500 per violation.
What the fuck?
Yes, which means it'll be deducted directly from your PayPal account as outlined in the user agreement. So they start laying out all of these bad boys.
If you don't use PayPal, like if you never used it before, it's connected to your debit card or your bank account.
Yes.
So if you don't have the money in there,
then they can't touch it. No, if you don't have the money, it's only what's in your PayPal account.
Okay.
So if you have funds in PayPal, if somebody pays you via PayPal,
they're going to get it.
The Eric July style. If a bunch of people pay you on PayPal, they can just be like, well, we're not going to give it to you for whatever reason.
I use PayPal sometimes, like Isaiah sent me his fantasy money for PayPal.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's a
if
very
I did that, like I'm just wondering, like
it's a very useful service.
I'm just wondering, if they're going to hit me with that, but I don't really use it. Do I just have a negative $2,500 balance on my PayPal account? I'm not expecting you to answer this. I'm just like,
I would imagine they just cash out. I can't imagine, but regardless, this isn't going to happen.
Right.
This is not going to happen because of the backlash.
So
they have pulled away.
Right.
But this is what the dangerous thing is. This is not the first time like a company has like done something pretty abhorrent like this, and released something like this bad. But what they're talking about here, like some of the violations include transactions involving narcotic steroids, illegal activity, encouraging illegal activity, typical like illegal activity, stuff stuff that you would get, that literally breaks the law, right? That makes sense. Stuff supporting pyramid or Ponzi schemes, matrix programs, get rich quick schemes, kind of, standard boilerplate type stuff. You can't be running a Ponzi scheme and taking money on PayPal. They'll fuck you up for that, right? Involved the sale of products or services identified as government agencies to have a high likelihood of being fraudulent. Gets a little weird. But number 5, sending, posting, or publication of any messages, content, or materials that in PayPal's sole discretion are harmful, obscene, harassing, or objectionable, depict or appear to depict nudity, sexual, or other intimate activities, depict or promote illegal drug use, depict or promote violence, criminal activity, cruelty, or self-harm, depict, promote, or incite hatred or discrimination of protected groups or of individuals of groups based on protected characteristics, i.e. race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, presents a risk to user safety or well-being, or fraudulently promote misinformation, or are unlawful. And then it also gets into a bunch of other just kind of broad character, other things that you just can't do on PayPal, right? These are just your standard things you can't get into on PayPal.
It says posting, right? So where would you were saying, like, how would they know that? Because can you say shit on PayPal? Can you like post?
No. That's no. If you are a spreader of misinformation,
how would they know that?
Because it's the internet. Anybody can make reports. Anybody can put you on blast for anything. Why?
No fucking shit. Just if they just find out that that's what you're doing,
based in PayPal's sole discretion, if they feel like you've done that, they can find your account.
That's some of the wildest shit I've ever heard. That's some of the wildest shit I have ever heard.
I mean, it's
a company, the company too, not even like this guy that we said is going to be in charge of all this shit.
Yes,
the company.
This is the logical next step.
I'm crying. That's the most,
I know.
That's the wildest,
super wild,
corporate shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yes.
Not only can we invest as much we want in politics, we're just going to take fucking money from if you say wild shit. That's so crazy.
Oh yeah.
That's so crazy.
Well, when you really think about it, though, I mean, it's a logical next step. And say, how is it that somebody like Patreon can just completely remove your ability to make a living? It's not quite as severe as taking the money from your account on Patreon, but by shutting off the taps, you're arguably doing the exact same thing, just in a different fashion. Or this is just, like I said, the logical next step of that. right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, there was massive backlash against this, and they said that it was posted in error, obviously, because, you know, what else are they going to say?
We would never do that on
We
purpose.
would never do that on
We would
purpose.
never do
That would
that.
be terrible. Not to mention, I can't remember his name, but he was a guest on Counterpoints on Friday, and he's like a pretty progressive Democrat they had on, and he is on one of the committees or subcommittees or something like that.
Smack.
I want to say it was like the Federal Trade Commission or something like that. But he said that would probably be blatantly illegal. Like, companies can't just choose to start fining you for things that you say.
That's pretty crazy.
That's not something
it's
like
wild.
that is, you know, that's not protected speech as far as the corporation is concerned. You can try to throw it in your terms of service to like make it okay, but it's still not okay for a company to just blatantly decide to fine you money, to take money from you based off of something that they say that you said.
We don't like that shit.
No. Yeah. And so, I mean, this is somebody on the progressive left that's going, this is nope. So it sounds like there's pretty rounded condemnation of this policy, which is a good thing. I don't think this will ever come back again. I think they have tested the waters, which I'm pretty sure this was. They did not do that on accident. No company like PayPal develops that policy and then puts it out there.
So sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, that was not on accident. And so I think they were testing the waters to see how it would land, and it did not land. Now, the reason I started thinking about ESG at this point, right? Because when it comes to big corporations, they don't make decisions like this lightly. Because when you think about a corporation that has a public interest, right? A publicly traded company or somebody that has actual shareholders involved, every decision they make is put on is put under a microscope, and it is examined to see whether or not it is going to make the shareholders money or make the shareholders lose money, or if the shareholders agree that it might make money, or if the shareholders agree that it might lose that money. Things like that are looked at, and ideally, a company like this would not want to. They would not want to make a policy like this because of unless it was very, very popular on a grand scale societally. If they can have a majority of the population agree that this was a good thing, I would argue that this policy would in fact be going into play, and this is something that we would be having to deal with going forward. But if the policy is unpopular, obviously that's not good for the shareholders. You'd pull back, right? Well, when you examine the current state of the corporate world, I would say, and I was going to say corporate America, but it's really farther than America is concerned, because corporate business runs on a global scale now, and the corporations run essentially in global markets, especially something like PayPal, where it's a digital online service, which by its nature is on the internet, so it is then a global service at that point.
Anybody can get to it at any time.
Yes, and it's
As long as the government will let you.
as far as a corporation is concerned, that's a really good market. Literally the entire world. Sounds good to me. More people to make us more money. That's awesome. But unfortunately, we have moved into a world in the corporate world where shareholder capitalism, shareholder interest in running your corporation isn't necessarily what it used to be. It's not just because you have a publicly traded company doesn't mean that you are you're adherent anymore to you're not necessarily adhering to the old school values of shareholder capitalism, because we have moved into a new realm called stakeholder capitalism.
Yes.
Do you know anything about stakeholder capitalism?
I've heard that term before.
So just because you're a relatively smart dude, what would you say in your just commonsensical mind, not doing necessarily any research into it? What does that sound like to you? What does that stakeholder capitalism sound like to you?
Stakeholder sounds like like a shareholder is when you've bought into a company financially and you own an actual share of it. Stakeholder sounds like I participate with this company. Like I'm involved with them in some facet. Like maybe I buy their shit.
Yeah, definitely. And that's basically exactly right. Now, when your stakeholders are everything from the environment, the society, or the governance practices of your corporation, your stakeholders now are pretty vast, right? Yes. Now, stakeholder capitalism stems from, of course, the World Economic Forum. It's where it kind of began its roots, right?
Okay.
It's part of the Great Reset, which we'll get into later as we get further. I'll show you the video with Klaus Schwab. But it's part of this whole new kind of global economic push, right? It's this new thing, like the World Economic Forum and, globalism, if you will, or corporate governance and all this stuff. It's been given kind of like this weird taint of conspiracy and all this stuff. And there's a lot of weird corners of it and all this stuff, but it's a very broadly accepted and widely used, set of business practices throughout the globe at this point from the world's largest companies, right? And ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance is just part of that. And it's actually a spin-off of an older version of it, which was, what was it? SRI? It was social. I can't remember what it used to be called, but it was
Socially responsible investing or something.
Boom,
like that?
there it is. Yes.
That's mad familiar.
It is. And
familiar.
That's kind of the older version of what ESG was. It was kind of like it's ESG, but without the environment, basically. It's before you bring climate change into it. But the reason it got me thinking is because this sounds like an ESG move to me from PayPal, right? It sounds like PayPal wanted to try to work on their S of the ESG and work on the societal level of, because spreading misinformation now is very, very popular, or it's very, very unpopular if you listen to nothing but the corporate press or the government or anything. Everybody wants to cut down on misinformation and disinformation. So what a better way to try to become the next ESG top dog and improve your ESG score and metrics, which we'll get into in a minute, than pass a fucking policy that says if you spread misinformation, we're gonna take money from you at this point. Fuck you. No, we're the OG on this corner. We're holding this down. Everybody else is gonna follow us after this.
Yeah.
So to take another step back, ESG started essentially as an investment, a way to judge a company on its future and kind of its future benefits to society and how it's all going to go for the investment world, right? If you had a large corporation that you wanted to invest in, you wanted to make sure that they weren't doing a bunch of pollution and fucking up the environment because, climate change is huge right now. If you invest in a company that's doing that, that's probably a bad investment at this point, right? Okay. You also don't want to invest in a company that has a bunch of backward ass social policies that treat their employees like shit, that, essentially treats them like wage slaves, and they're all just ones and zeros, and there's no
Starbucks.
There's no diversity, equity, inclusion involved. So people are being, discriminated against. You don't want to invest in those companies. And also you want to make sure the company is run from the top down as proficiently and as acceptably as possible and as open as possible. So you look at the governance of the company and how they interface with whatever governmental aspects on the state level that they're going to do, right? Because the minute the leadership of the company gets all fucked up, then the feds get involved or the EU gets involved or something like that. It's a bad investment, right?
Okay.
So in ESG, the idea of ESG came around because that was a good way for people with money that wanted to invest in corporations to be able to put their money in a good company that was going to do good things. Sounds good, right? They're going to they're not going to destroy the environment. They're going to treat their employees and, on the social level, they're going to treat society well. They're going to do good things for society. And the governance of that corporation is going to be top tier. Done. That's a good place I want to put my money because that's a corporation that's going to last the test of time. Seems seems all right. As far as an investment strategy goes, that seems all right. unfortunately, obviously, the ethics of society and what we deem as good and proper aren't necessarily, we're not all in lockstep on that, right? Not everybody believes that like DIE policies are good.
Right.
You know, some people think that they are inherently discriminatory.
Diversity, exclusivity, or equity and inclusivity.
Yes.
Is what he's talking about.
Yes, diversity, equity, inclusion.
If you work, if you work for any type of corporate environment, you have been through a DEI training.
Yes. Yeah, I don't want to say that. We weren't going to say that. I was, you know me. I got to hold my tongue at least once an episode, and this is it. But yeah, so on that level, like that DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, is part of ESG and ESG policies. And ultimately, the idea of ESG is to develop a kind of scoring system, a ranking system, if you will, based off of a number of metrics in the corporate, social, and governance world that essentially gives your corporation a score and tells investors how safe an investment your company is for them.
Based off this little score?
Based off of the score, right? So you would assume, with that in mind, that there would be some kind of there'd be some worksheets involved. There'd be somebody that can tell you this is what your score is based off of this metric, this metric, this metric, and this metric. Unfortunately, that's not the case. With ESG, it's real loosey-goosey, as it turns out. There's no one path to go down to create your ESG score.
Well, and who does the scoring?
There are a number of... There's a whole pocket industry that has popped up.
We can wait.
I think we can work with it.
Okay.
There's a whole pocket industry that has popped up that essentially has become, it's kind of like the diversity, equity, inclusion industry that has been created from that conceptual existence,
With
right?
like the trainers, what's that woman, Robin, what's her face? White privilege or
Robin DiAngelo,
yeah.
Abram X. Kendi, those
all
type of people. Yeah,
okay, all them motherfuckers.
Yes, it's that same kind of business model where you create a thing and then all of a sudden you put social desire for that thing to be there.
It's a problem only I can fix.
Exactly. Okay. And so there are, so there's a number of firms out there that offer.
Y'all hear how mad racist I used to be? I bet y'all feel the same way.
Only from Robin DiAngelo. Right. But these firms, they essentially come on as like a consultant role for a corporation to help you develop an ESG report, a sustainability report, if you will, right? And then you publish this report, and then people can judge your corporation based off of this report. There are certain firms that will give a number to you in whatever kind of metrics and styles that they have crafted based off of the overall involvement of these various corporations at this point. Klaus Schwab in the video we'll talk about they talk about a grouping of about 140 that have kind of come up with a loose, generalized version of the metrics. But
so
if
the score doesn't even necessarily mean anything.
It's not real.
Okay.
Except to
even to
some
them.
form of an investment firm. Because all money is make believe at this point, right? If Blackstone comes to your business, or Blackstone is interested in investing in your business because BlackRock, sorry, formerly of Blackstone.
The same thing.
Because Blackstone, I think, was a spinoff or it was part of it at one point. I don't remember, but it's all the same shit.
The difference between a stone and
They're
a rock,
asset holding and asset managing companies, so they just buy shit and then hold portions of shit. And then
those
try to
people
make
who help
money.
Make that you can't buy a house.
Yes, that's part of it. That's one of the asset holdings that they're involved in.
Yeah,
but they will go to. Because they're involved with the World Economic Forum at this point. I mean, let's remove the man behind the curtain at the World Economic Forum. It's not just Klaus Schwab. He's the one that created it, founded it, and runs the whole jam. But there's a whole group of people. It's basically all the most powerful and influential corporations and, a lot of the...
Bank of America.
Bank of America is involved. A lot of the big, powerful politicians are involved at some point. Justin Trudeau is a regular attendee of the forum. But it's really just kind of a place where everybody gets together in Davos once a year at least, and they kind of have these meetings, and they have these like TED Talks and shit like that about how they all think that they should be running, the global economy and shit like that, because they are the big movers and shakers.
How they should run the world.
Yeah, because 140 of the biggest, largest, most powerful corporations, when they all get together, when they all set new policies based off of, generalized guidance they all kind of get from the WEF forum every year, that's going to shape the world, period. I mean, there's no two ways around it. That's just going to be, it's not nefarious. It's just the way things go. When all these big, 0.01 percenters or whatever get together and decide this is how they want to run their corporations and their businesses and how they're going to dictate all their sub corporations and businesses operate, that's going to affect how the entire global economy runs. And
yes,
yeah,
if they buy and sell all your shit,
exactly.
yes.
And then when people like Justin Trudeau and various other, Tulsi Gabbard's been there. She's been honorably mentioned, I think, once. Dan Crenshaw, a bunch of politicians have gone or have been like promoted by World Economic Forum. But it's just because you go to this thing doesn't mean you're necessarily a baddie, right? You're not part of the evil Bond villain,
That's what you were
group
saying
of
about
people.
Joseph.
Yes.
Potentially based take from Joseph.
Exactly. Potentially based take from Joseph. But
Principled for sure, because we know Joseph and we know he's not a piece of shit.
no, but when you think about it, right? If
don't
you
know
were
him
going
as
to
a-
invest money into a giant corporation, the idea of investing in a company that's not going to destroy the environment and fuck over their workers and, run their company to the ground seems like a good investment.
It's the reason I haven't bought a pair of shoes in fucking 6 months.
But that is also why you
Right.
don't, which is funny because we're going to look at some companies' ESG scores and you're going to be like, question mark, how the fuck do you have such a low score?
We talked about the one company from Brazil or whatever that I was going to buy a pair of shoes from.
Yeah.
And just a cursory glance into where do they actually make these. They fucking make their shit in China.
Yeah, imagine that.
Right. So, no, it's not weird and it's not unreasonable to, like, care where your shit is coming
Word.
from or what the company is doing with your money.
Yeah, except when you ask yourself the question of when you look at the environmental side of things, obviously, when you examine our own state's approach to tackling climate change,
It's bad news.
It's bad news because we didn't talk about it in the local segment, so we're going to have to hit in the grab bag. But you talk about the state's energy greed being el fuckoed. I need to hear about this because I think that's very, very important. Because as our state just pushes blindly towards ESG standards in the World Economic Forum perfect world of all electric cars, they're not factoring in the stupidity involved with that goes to, the human slavery involved in cobalt mining for batteries, the amount of fucking carbon that goes into creating each one of those batteries, the amount of energy that's involved from God knows where you get that energy to make sure all those vehicles are charged. That doesn't factor into it, right? It's like a typical government. They take a base level interest in all this shit and they just run with it.
Yeah.
And so that becomes the problem in both the E, the S, and the G. Where your ethics come from and how based your ethics are arguably more important than the steps you're taking afterwards. PayPal, for example, thought they were probably going to be doing a really good thing by adding this misinformation fine to their user policy. Turns out the S in the G or in the ESG, not super down with that. So they have to retract and pull it back. You better believe that if that was popular, that would definitely be happening.
Who determines their score? Can we trust the score givers not to be bought out? And that's what you're
No.
saying, right? Is that
The score
they're
is
just
bullshit.
people.
The
They're
score
just-
the score is more useless than the dollars we have in our bank account.
Yeah.
They're not tied to anything. They're created by essentially a company or corporation generates a report with or without the help of an external firm that helps develop this report. And they address what they're doing for the environment, particularly based around whatever product it is or service that they're operating in
Right.
or offering, right? And then, let's say you're just some stupid, white collar cubicle factory that doesn't really do anything except social media or something. We have all LED lights in our building, and so we're cutting down our energy costs there. Our carbon footprint is as small as possible. We use electric elevators or instead of diesel generated power. You
So
know,
to
who knows?
determine what the score really means, you would also have to look at the criteria that the scoring was done off of
The metrics, yes.
for that particular company, because they're
Yes.
all going to be a little bit different. Because there isn't really a standard set.
Because there is no standard, and again, the report is generated by the corporation itself.
And to
so
Deborah's
it's going
point, because they're individual corporations, they could easily be bought out to provide a higher or lower score based on whatever the fuck.
Well, and you don't even necessarily have to buy yourself out. You just need to make yourself look good enough
Or
because
look bad.
because there's not necessarily going to be anybody that's going to necessarily audit you. This is becoming more of a thing. It's called greenwashing, especially as far as the environmentalism is concerned.
Sports washing also is a thing that
Yes.
they're with live whatever.
Live sports,
Yes,
yeah.
live sports, right.
The
The
golfing
sports
thing.
washing, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so what that is basically a corporation trying to like inflate their shit, you know, like
yeah. So Chevron plants a fuckload of trees. They greenwash what they're doing.
Yes. Or
Okay.
yeah, definitely. Like we put up
Or they woke wash
We
it.
do
Is
a
there
bunch
a
of
term
shit.
for that yet? Woke washing?
No.
If you just say woke shit?
because the entirety of the corporate world is totally woke. So
Oh,
there
that
is
one's
no
that's too easy.
they can't see it because they're too close to it,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Look at Disney, for example.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Disney went totally woke in all of their things, setting precedents in their corporation to say like every X character that we put out in our upcoming entertainment or our film has to be like a POC, or they have to be a member of LGBTQ+, or in every other movie we have to have a scene for this, we have to have this, we have to have that, we have to do this thing. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your take on it, generally speaking, the investment comes in, they make money off of it, they're going to make money on the product regardless. Get woke, go broke doesn't necessarily apply. PepsiCo, when they did that fucking, I forget which Kardashian it was, but when they did
Kylie
that,
Jenner.
Kylie Jenner, it's all in the Kardashian family, right?
The Kardashian Jenner's the same thing.
Yeah, when she did that commercial with the cops, and you go over there and put the thing when the riots are going on. That is I
don't want to beat the shit out of black people anymore.
That's an ESG commercial, right? That's something like when you're talking about this woke shit, that's all surface level stuff. What is happening when you're talking about the corporate world? What's happening to develop that? Those meetings that push this thing that makes the policy throughout the company.
Deeper than that.
It's that all goes to their ESG score, so they can get more investment from this, that, and the other thing. The greenwashing stuff is when a corporation does that, kind of just, they play it off as if they're doing way more than they are, and they kind of get found out, and then it turns out to be bad investment. Not good. Greenwashing leads to bad money. But, unfortunately, a lot of this stuff still does make money at this point. So there's a lot of investment dollars going into it, which is why we see so much more like the wokeification of all corporate aspects of the world. It's not good. If, necessarily. I mean, there's a good and a bad side, but it all is determined about, where do you derive your ethics from? If your ethics are marginalizing the majority race in the world because of systemic racism, I feel like that's a bad ethic to hold. You shouldn't be doing that. But obviously, it seems to be a popular thing still today in corporate America, so people do that.
Right.
And a company that's not doing that is not going to get the investment dollars that a corporation that is doing that. So it goes both ways. Environmentalism, like we touched on, if you run your company like you think Washington State's going to be run, it sounds good to a lot of people, but in reality, it's probably going to do more harm than good.
Gives you $6 a gallon diesel.
It does. And then ultimately, when you push this massive thing in 2035 and everybody has to drive an electric car, the grid's going to completely fail because you didn't build up your fucking grid and you don't have an electricity to power everybody's vehicles. And you're going to be asking everybody to go on power rationing and shit. That's not good.
That's happening.
That is happening.
That is the thing that's happening.
Misguided ethics are behind this thing. So let's, this is the Klaus Schwab video.
12% or something like that in the EU.
Yeah,
Energy cuts.
Now, this is how you can tell it derives right from the World Economic and Klaus Schwab. This is from the conference they had in 2021. It was pandemic style, so they did it electronically. This is the first version. So he's going to talk for a quick minute. He's going to be kind of like introducing, thanking some people, so on and so forth. And then he's going to talk a little bit, and we'll readdress after that.
International Business Council members have joined us. It was a great work, led particularly by Brian Monian, and of course the four audit companies, and you, Maha, you contributed substantially to it. I just want to remind, to be very short, we talk not just about metrics here and adding something to the reporting process. We are talking about the substantial shift which is taking place, which is the transition of an economy which is more based on shareholders' value to an economy which is more based on stakeholder responsibility. And the metrics are walking the talk. To add, I would say, a concrete dimension to the stakeholder responsibility. I also would like to mention that this work is part of our Great Reset initiative. The World Economic Forum at the moment is mobilizing all its communities, also in preparation of our annual meeting in 21, related to the definition and design of policies which we have to follow in the post-corona era. We all know we need.
So anyways, he goes on. So he mentions where it's all tied to and what it's all, where all this stuff stems from. And he addresses the various metrics and things like that, which all these companies and these big movers and shakers in industry and corporations and government are there to kind of address and talk about, right? There is still to this day no such thing as a single ESG metric. There is not one. It's up to like the ether. It's up to how people will judge you for the report that you put out.
And so is he referencing trying to regulate the ESG scores? Because he was talking about taking or adding away metrics to the ESG scores.
Yeah, he wants everybody there. It's a coalition of 150 other companies to kind of help develop these things, right? And obviously, they're still in development, but there's nothing concrete. There's nothing in paper yet, but obviously people are running with them. Some people do have their own version of metrics that they will assign point spaces to and stuff like that. We're going to take a look at some actually here in a second because it's going to be kind of fun. We're going to put in a couple different corporations and we're going to compare and contrast their current ESG scores based off of this current there's certain firms scoring of their ESG firms. A lot of the people and corporations and companies involved in the scoring system are financial and asset management corporations like BlackRock and things like that. And there's a ton of other ones, man. These people that own billions of dollars worth of things, companies, industry, stuff like that, that kind of create their own metrics. And then whatever company's assets they're involved in investing with, they will kind of judge those companies based off their own little metrics that they have created, right?
Okay.
There isn't one big, giant ESG metric that's been created yet. And I don't think there ever will be, obviously, because I don't think that that undermines the power of it. Once you actually create a set of paperwork to fill out, you can't change the bar anymore. You can't update it. You can't do anything. If you just meet once a year at Davos and kind of talk about what things are important to you, and then you go back and you create your own kind of metrics that you're going to be doing that year and apply it to the companies and the assets that you own, you just run like that. The idea that corporations are going to self-monitor and self-report is ludicrous. Amen. Most of this stuff is, Deborah.
That's wild, especially because it seems like a lot of shit is going to be dependent on your ESG score.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the amount of money that you get invested in, yeah.
But you also can kind of make it up as you go.
Yeah. So all you need to do is know how to play the game.
You could feasibly make your own, I think that's what you're saying, make your own ESG scoring company to score your own company, right? Your own
could,
base company.
yeah.
Like if you own company A,
Yeah.
and then you could, as an affiliate company, start company B that is an ESG scoring company to score company A with a criteria that is created by company B but based in the ideals of company A. So regardless of what the reality is, the ESG score looks good, and unless somebody digs into company B and what their grading criteria is, all they're going to see is a general ESG score. And if they're all, I don't know, out of fucking 2100 or whatever, you know, so if you're like, all right, it's 1900, that's
I think they're
pretty
usually
good,
around
you know?
1200.
So there you
We'll
go.
get into
So
We'll get into it.
So even if they're not, the criteria is not standardized, do
Yeah.
they generally use the same number scale?
Yes, and I think there's reasonings behind that, and this thing we're going to pull up next
But
is
that
a
adds to
company
the
that does
sustenance
that,
also.
right? Yes, but the idea is, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the head of Bank of America is not going to attempt to do that because he's going to the meeting with all these other people too. And so he's just going to network with those people there and their ESG scoring firms and stuff like that to get in tight with them, because he knows that if I get scored by these groups of people over here, the rest of my people here they're going to understand where I'm at. They know that I got a good score, right? These are the people that run the fucking world, by the way.
Are there already like top of the line ESG scoring companies that are more
Firms, yeah.
more reputable than
Yeah.
other? No fucking shit.
Oh yeah. And they all fucking know each other. They're all incestuous. They're all part of the WEF. They're all
They're
part
all
of the
slapping
forum and shit
hands.
like that.
Oh
Yes.
my god.
It's a whole deal, man. That's why I hate
I'm
like
such a fool.
like-
I'm such a fool.
like when I watch IRL and Luke fucking goes off about his crazy globalist this, that, and the other thing. Like, he's missing the fucking point, because he makes it sound super, super crazy. When if you just sit back, if you step back, take a look at the big picture and what's actually going on, it makes sense what's going on. It's dark and it's fucked up, and they're creating the entire global economic, world. They're the ones that are running all of it. It makes sense because they're the ones with all the money and all the power, because they're the largest, most powerful corporations and asset holders in the globe.
And so
of course, whatever they do
is about money and power.
Yes. Of course, whatever they do is how things are going to function, because they're the ones that kind of set it. They're top-down setting shit. So this is an example of a firm. This is PwC, right? They're
What do you call
involved a lot.
Reaganomics on a global scale?
Trickle down, baby.
What
Trickle
the
down.
fuck? What the fuck?
So I like this one. This is ESG reporting and
Look at that
preparation.
picture too. It's so beautiful. It's like, look at this green and this
Oh,
nice
yeah.
river here.
It's all about sustainability, baby.
We hella fuck with the environment.
That's right. It's
my
all
God.
about sustainability.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, Deborah, it shouldn't surprise you then that Luke used to work for Alex Jones, because Luke does remind me of Alex Jones too. Except he's kind of like the ugly stepchild of Alex Jones, right? He's never really been wanted, but he's kind of inherited a lot of things from dad. But so this is ESG reporting and preparation of a sustainability report. Report on responsible business conduct and sustainability report. Boards can lead the way on ESG. We share the why, what, and how of effectively overseeing ESG. An ESG report, or sustainability report, is a report published by a company or organization about environmental, social, and governance impacts. It enables the company to be more transparent about the risks and opportunities it faces. It is a communication tool that plays an important role in convincing skeptical observers that the company's actions are sincere.
What do you think? What do you think Tim would say if we asked him what his ESG score was?
He'd probably be like, it's a big ol' fuck you. That's what it is.
He absolutely knows what it is.
Yeah.
He absolutely knows what it is. Not what his score is, but what ESG is, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He'd be like, oh, yeah, no, that's how the globalists run the world. That's how Because you tell me this is not how they're doing it, right?
Oh, my God.
The growing importance of sustainability reports.
I'm
Go
sorry
ahead.
not to interrupt, but it's the way to control shit and control things in the world of information, in which everyone already knows everything. And so you can't, the same way you can't, like I said, you can't kill Donald Trump like you killed JFK, right? The federal government. You can't just fucking kill Donald Trump the same way they had JFK killed. You can't just control the whole planet openly like you could when no one could openly disseminate information to other people.
Yeah.
But now that you can't even actually control information because we've seen during COVID, it will definitely get out. The information will get out. You can still say it's not true as much as you want, but people will know what the truth is. You cannot avoid the truth in today's information age. So this is just it's just another veil to put over their way to control everything.
And listening to a lot of ESG podcasts that are out right now, because
oh yeah, you were slamming them this week.
Unfortunately, I was hoping
you look like you're going to kill yourself for about 20 minutes.
It was pretty dark. It was pretty dark, man. I was really hoping that it would be hard to find, right? You just
ESG podcast.
Just go to Spotify and type in ESG. There's at least a dozen around the top ready for you to subscribe and follow.
That's
right, and they
so
talk about all
awesome.
these different variations of how you can do this and how you can implement ESG practices. You as a manager of your company can do this, or on the CEO level, you can implement ESG changes here. They're very hard to do, and we'll help you, explain why, blah blah blah, this and that. There's this whole
It's those motherfuckers are making money.
Oh,
Isn't that
dude, they're
crazy?
all making money, dude.
Isn't that crazy?
These are the 1%, to be colloquial about it. These
We're
are
sitting
all
here-
these people.
We're sitting here telling the truth. These guys are like ESG scores.
Exactly.
And they're fucking playing ads and shit in the
Oh,
front.
yeah. Well, they all work for whatever firm this is or this firm. They all have like 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I work for
I'm gonna pull up
DWS.
one of those Bank of America ads that we can listen to.
Oh, man.
They're at
well,
the
yeah.
end
And
of
then
all the-
when you watch like a Bank of America ad, you'll understand why that ad was created the way it was.
Yeah.
When you look at all this like woke corporation commercials and stuff like this, I saw a fucking pharmaceutical ad yesterday for a hormone replacement drug on YouTube.
On YouTube?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it was a pharmaceutical ad, and I looked it up afterwards, and it's for the male to female transitioning individuals. It's a hormone for that. I saw a pharmaceutical ad for that on YouTube last night. I was surprised. Remember, only here in New Zealand is that shit allowed. The ads for pharmaceuticals. So it was one of your ask your doctor if this is right for you.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? Oh, that was wild. So yeah, you keep looking. I'm going to read a little bit here. The growing importance of sustainability reports is supported by the fact that the investors and other stakeholders are calling on companies to disclose more about their sustainability and environmental, social, and governance strategies. Many legislative documents requiring companies to discuss non-financial information are currently being prepared or have become effective. Now, in the EU, ESG reports or something akin to that are required by law. If you're going to be a corporation of a certain level,
You have to have an ESG report?
You have to
Oh my
write a
God.
report on your non-financial disclosures for transparency purposes, right? And there's drafted legislation in multiple places, none of which are America. So that's important to say. We're not there yet. So how do companies report non-financial information? They have a global reporting initiative. International Organizations for Independent Standards. So we have a group of various international organizations that can help you derive your report. And then your reporting standards and how to do this. All of which, of course, you have to pay for.
That can do it yourself.
Yes. It issues GRI standards for companies to report non-financial information. These standards help businesses identify impacts on climate change, the environment, human rights, and corporate governance. The most widely used standards among global corporations. Standards are non-binary, non-binding. However, the proposed corporate sustainability reporting directive and the forthcoming mandatory European sustainability reporting standard are based on the GRI structure. So this is all beginning to come together in some form of a standardized format.
GRI structure.
Yes.
What does GRI stand for again?
Global Response Initiative.
Global Response
Or Global Reporting Initiative, yeah.
And that's
Where does it come from?
That's from the World Economic Forum?
Yes.
No fucking shit.
Yes.
So
Because again, the World Economic Forum is not some individual baddie. It's not just Klaus Schwab. He just owns and runs the deal, right? It's
Yeah.
his own thing. It's created from these fucking gang of people that all run multi-global fucking corporations or global corporations get together and they all brainstorm, they all listen to each other, they listen to presentations and this and that, and then they kind of come up with these ideas. And they're like, yeah, we're going to have this global reporting initiative. That's what we're going to do. And then they go back home and they put it into practice.
And they're going to help the ESG firms decide how they're going to score shit.
Yeah. All right, so this is going to be fun. I pulled up this ESG comparison, ESG score comparison tool.
Yeah.
So I put in right off the bat the number one, the best rated, as far as ESG is concerned, the best rated corporation in the entire world is none other than Microsoft, right here in our own backyard. They have the best ESG score to date in the entire world, coming in at 15.2. It is, I believe the higher the score, the worse it is. You're higher risk as far as investment. Because remember, ESG is all focused towards investors. You want a low score. You want to be a low.
Oh, so you're getting so you started at like a 1200 or whatever. You get credits based off the shit that you're doing.
And I believe it's 1201. I think is the highest amount for this particular. This is Morningstar Analytics. This is one of the groups that does this thing.
No. Sustainalytics.
Sustainalytics. There we go. I'm far away from my big computer. Thank you for saying that.
Sustainalytics.
So let's go ahead. Microsoft. What's the opposite company of Microsoft? Apple? Let's pull up Apple Corp. Apple Inc. They have an ESG ranking of 16.7.
Low risk.
Which is interesting when you think about their major products being manufactured underneath
small children dig out
slave
the
labor, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. How can they have an ESG score that low? Probably because all they do for society, right? By pushing woke messages all around, or I don't know. You know how the corporation is governed. They have a lot of DEI standards in their corporation. That probably gives them a lot of things.
That part says top material ESG issues.
Yes, if I want to see that, I have to sign up and create. I have to become a client with them to view those things. So obviously, everything here is pay to play.
Right.
It's ESG world, man. These investors have,
because it doesn't
their
really
bank
mean
accounts
anything.
start at 7 figures. All
Because
right,
it doesn't really mean anything.
No. And it's just for people with a fuck ton of money that want to get involved in investing their fuck tons of money into other corporations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ask me, Deborah, how this
science. That's
because
science.
Because Klaus Schwab says so.
Yeah, because ESG. That's how. What the fuck?
Let's do.
What about?
How about Tesla?
Yeah, I was gonna say SpaceX. So Tesla. That's great.
Tesla Inc.
Automobile.
28.6. I wonder why.
Are they a medium?
Because Elon Musk is a bad guy. As far as the World Economic Forum is concerned, he's dangerous. He's not a good investment. He's too...
What's less sustainable about an electric car than a computer?
When you think about the CEO of the company maybe saying some wild shit on Twitter, maybe causing some problems, maybe, if he goes on to Joe Rogan again and smokes another weed, maybe the stock drops. Maybe that's not good for your investors.
Yeah, it's like I know that obviously a car and a computer are not the same thing.
And he recently moved his company from California to Texas to escape the overregulation and the bad stuff going on in Texas.
What about like Boeing? Put in Boeing.
Ooh, let's do Boeing.
Or Lockheed. Some shit like that.
Lockheed. I don't know. How do you spell Lockheed? I-E-D, I think?
I think it's H-E-D.
H?
L-O-C-K-H-E-D.
Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Let's see what they're doing. 30.3 high. Interesting. That does make sense because they're blowing up kids. That does make sense. It's probably not a good thing to do.
What the fuck?
Just don't add water. Amen to that. Hey, want to do some more? We can do some more. What's another? Let's look at Boeing. I'd be curious about Boeing.
What about Amazon?
Ooh, Amazon. 36 or 34.6 for Boeing.
They have had some wild shit happen in the last couple of years.
They did crash some planes for a while. That was a whole thing.
Amazon's high.
Ooh, what? Amazon's high too. Interesting. Look at that. Amazon is a more risky investment than Microsoft is. Management, average. Exposure, medium. Overall risk is high. And we can't tell without, signing up.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What about McDonald's?
Ooh. McDonald's. Whoop. McDonald's Corp. 24. McDonald's has a better ESG score than Amazon.com.
Put in Chevron. What about Chevron?
Chevron. Chevron Corp. Oil and gas. 34.6. Or 37.6.
Do SpaceX too next to that one.
I don't know if SpaceX is public.
Still a private company?
Yeah.
Okay. Then do Tesla again. Let me see Tesla again.
Tesla 38 or 28.6.
What are we talking about?
What
How
about,
is Chevron and Tesla even anywhere near each other?
Don't ask me, man. About Shell. But yeah, let's do Shell. They're another oil one we can compare and contrast. 37.6. Same shit.
BP. Do
BP.
BP.
We'll do BP.
What
British
the
Petroleum.
fuck?
Wonder if we can just do BP. No. British Petroleum.
PETR. Are they private company?
No, I don't think so. British American Tobacco. British Tobacco. What is this British American Tobacco?
International Petroleum Corp.
BC. 38.6.
What's like their proper name?
Do a Google search for BP stock or something like that, because that'll tell you the exact name on that one. What's another good, big, massive corporation? What about like FedEx?
BP PLC is what it says for the British Petroleum stock.
No, it's not coming up. Oil. African oil. Blah, 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 blah. BP. Bright Oil Petroleum. It's probably not them. Yeah, unfortunately.
Just look up fucking BP ESG score.
Do it. BP ESG score.
It's BP.com, ESG governance investors. We agree. ESG investor pack. Oh, we can download their ESG investor pack.
Yeah, see? BPL, environmental, social governance, financing, BP. What is this? Let's pull this story up. No, that's their stock. Fucking. Yeah, see, and this is the other problem with ESG, man, is it's so ethereal. Like, you can't just Google shit like this because
Right.
it lives in this alternate world that we aren't allowed in at.
Because BP has their own shit, like on their website. ESG at BP. Our reporting is focused on the material sustainability issues that matter to our stakeholders.
Yeah.
We refer to different reporting frameworks and standards to inform our reporting. Find details of our reports, policies, and positions. ESG data and framework and standards are below. Read more about ESG at BP in our investors section. ESG data sheet. PDF. Let's download it. Let's see it.
Oh, look at Raytheon over there at 36.0. High risk investment over at Raytheon. None of this makes sense to me because obviously Raytheon's
Framework.
making money, bro.
Reportings and frameworks, net zero.
What's a big environmental company?
Greenpeace?
That's like an organization.
I don't know.
I don't think Greenpeace ain't making any real money. Put it that way. But yeah, the big one I was looking at was like, yeah, the Microsoft versus Apple, all these big tech companies that have very low ESG scores that obviously utilize slave labor to the nth degree to create their products. What about?
They have the BP has their own, like I'm looking at the PDF right now, and they completely have their own metrics for how they do everything, and a lot of this shit they didn't do before this year, and so they only have this year's reporting on it. They don't have like an overall score. They have numbers for each individual category for net zero, greenhouse gas emissions, energy, safety, environment, social, and governance. But there isn't just like a score
No.
at the top. So that's
Only certain
probably-
firms create a score.
Right. Well, so that's probably why
Yeah.
that they're not on here. Is
They
because they're
probably
like,
just
fuck
haven't
y'all,
done
we
it.
have our own shit.
Yeah,
We don't
we did
need
it.
your shit.
That's fine. And in the world of ESG, that
Wow.
works. That works just fine. You know, you
Because they have a whole report that you can look at. So even
Yeah.
if you...
it's published. You can get it. You can look at it. And you
And
can
it
make a
just
decision.
shows, I'm going to send this to you because it just shows numbers going down. That's like all that this shows. There's nothing.
We're down here. We're down
it's
here.
just
And all the
numbers
key
going down.
in all the key metrics, we're going down in all these categories. We're becoming a low risk environmental
is this?
company, dude. This is what's running the fucking world right now.
Yeah, so go to page 4, and that's the first net zero thing, and it's just they're just numbers going down. That's all that is. It tells you what, but that's just
So these are like these are chemicals.
Yeah.
So like
that's
your
what they're
CO2
measuring.
thing.
That's just going. They're just going down.
Yeah, we're putting out our metrics, man. We're going down in emissions here.
Not a goal. They're just going down.
Yeah. It's just a report. It's our non-financial disclosure. You know, we're
Yeah.
letting you know.
They're going down all the time. Number 4 or page 6, greenhouse gas emissions. They literally don't have anything until 2021, except for the energy intensity.
So they didn't get with the game until 2021. Now they're doing
What the
ESG shit.
fuck?
Yeah, buddy. That's good stuff. So these are our betters, man. TAS Environmental Services. Let's pull that up. Let's see if we can find them on our old TAS. And nope, not on these guys. What about Disney? The Walt Disney Company.
Safer than hell.
14.9.
Even safer than Microsoft.
Super safe. Well, you know, as far as their environmental concerns, they're pretty green. They're doing great things. I'm sure on the set, everybody's super green, using disposable cutlery and
Super
whatnot.
social.
You know, super
Super duper
biodegradable
social.
cutlery, and they're very, very social. And you know, they got diversity programs up to yin yang,
Look at
so that's
Daily Wire.
good. And Daily Wire don't exist.
Oh,
I
they're
looked up there
private,
yesterday. I looked it up. I was like, I gotta know, because they gotta be in the 50s, because they don't give two fucks, man. But what about like CNN? Do they exist?
What about
1-800-Flowers. 22.1.
Barstool? Is Barstool public?
Barstool.
No.
No. And I don't think Barstool would participate in this nonsense, even if they were. You know what I mean? Because that's the other thing. They got to
God.
participate in this program to be involved in the ESG world. You gotta participate. So that's fun. That's a good time. This is the world. This is the world of ESG and environmentalism. And as long as climate change is going to be the deal, every woke corporation with any power at all is both going to be super green, quote unquote, and they're going to be super with the net zero climate change agenda, as according to Agenda 20 or the Great Reset, as Klaus Schwab said.
Literally said it,
He
too.
literally said it. It's not. He wrote a fucking book, man. It's not like it's. Because the Great Reset, as far as he's concerned, is all the money and all the movers and shakers of society adopt these ethos and run the world in a stakeholder-focused, concentrate, you know.
But the media told me that the Great Reset isn't real.
Well, they're lying because he just said it. I mean, that's the deal. This is what's happening. So, how you feeling about ESG right now? How do you feel about this whole world existing and making and molding and shaping society as you know it around the world, and that you are forced to participate
All
in?
in relative secret too.
Oh,
know?
yeah,
Like,
all
not
behind the
secret
scenes.
because they're not hiding it, but they're just
very
not talking
transparent.
about it. Let's listen to this Bank of America.
Oh, please.
Because I remember, like, when you brought it up, I was like, the way that it's being presented is like it's just about the environment. You know, it's just about.
That's just
that
the big
it's-
one right now.
Yeah.
Because we did all the societal stuff already. We're already there. We just call it woke now. You know, that's the whole thing. It's already been embedded, so we just assume that corporations are going to be doing these things because they've already laid the groundwork for that. The new thing post-COVID is the environmentalism aspect, the climate change. This is, I mean, we fucking James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, CNN. As soon as we're done with pandemic, we're going to climate change. We're going to hit climate change. They've done nothing but hit climate change. That's just another rung in the ESG world.
Do Bank of America.
Ooh, Bank of America. I bet they're doing pretty good. Bank of America. Corp. They are
26.8.
26.8. You know, they're coming in. Ooh, let's do a couple banks. Let's do that. Let's do like JP
Chase,
Morgan.
Yeah.
JP Morgan.
I think if you
Just do Chase. Chase.
There you go.
Chemicals, JP Morgan Chase against Bank of America. What's another big one? TD Bank? Is that a big one? TD Bank? Nope. I don't know. What's a big mega fucking bank? Bank of America, Chase, Citi?
Yeah.
That's another one. Citigroup, Cititrend, Citigroup.
Citigroup.
Hey!
Oh, shit.
Oh, that wasn't Citigroup.
Citic.
Fucked it up. That's Citic. Oh, look at that. We got some more analytics here. Citic. What do they do? I don't know. They're industrial conglomerate.
What the fuck?
Okay,
Citic
that was fun.
Group Corp.
That was fun. Can I change my answer? Or do I got to reset again? Dang it. Let's do that. Bank of America. Okay. Banks. Got Chase.
Citic aims to be a leading service provider domestically and internationally by building up financial holding platform. The company implements policies regarding supply-side structural reforms and financial regulations. Oh, it's an Asian company.
Oh, you know what? I think Citi is owned by JP Morgan.
Okay.
I think
formerly
now.
the China International Trust Investment Corporation is a state-owned investment company of the People's Republic of China. That's why it's severe. Established by
China.
established by Rong Yiren in 1979 with the approval of Deng Xiaoping. Its headquarters are in Jiaochang District, Beijing. As of 2019, it is China's biggest state-run conglomerate with one of the largest pools of foreign assets in the world.
No wonder they have a high score.
They're doing wild shit.
But again, out of like 1,200, that's not that bad.
Right.
You know? Wow. Verizon. Okay, here we go. Get that right up to there.
America is financing opportunities to create positive environmental change. It understands the powerful role companies have to put environmental, social, and governance leadership into action to solve global challenges like climate change. Through its sustainable financing efforts, including ESG-themed products and services and innovative partnerships, Bank of America is financing and accelerating a sustainable, low-carbon future. Visit bankofamerica.com/sustainable finance to learn more.
Dude, I want to say it's a conspiracy. I want to say it's crazy. But it's not. It's reality. Deborah, will corporate lending become contingent on ESG scores? Is that the end goal? It is now, depending on what level of the playing field you're on.
Right.
But yes,
so-
that is 100%. That is, in my opinion, that is 100% the end goal, is a form of corporate social credit score, which ESG is, and we're there.
On people or just on corporations?
I think it eventually is geared to get down to the individual level, yes. I think that is the goal.
And that's why you're talking about PayPal, because if PayPal
Yes.
is able to tap into your shit
Then
and see
you're put in line.
right, because they're
It's
not
just-
ESG scoring you, they're just going to find you because
Yes.
you fuck with their ESG score.
Yeah.
If you're a part of their shit, if you're using their services,
Yeah.
and someone looks into them and they see they have a bunch of white supremacists or domestic violent extremists that are using their platform,
Gone.
then their ESG score is down because they're a home for domestic violent extremists.
Yes. And then they're not going to get any investing to grow. Which is not the end of the world, because a lot of people can get grassroots funding, if you will,
Right.
from
so
their own stakeholders and be able to thrive in their own way. But if you want to get the invite to Davos, you're not going to be on that plane.
So some corporations, and I'm not taking away their culpability because there still makes them a piece of shit, but even just to try and stay alive, not because they want to shill for green things or social things or governance things, but just because they need money to stay running.
They're going to do it.
They're going to have to do it if this becomes the dominant way that companies are running their shit.
Yeah.
If the biggest banks are all ESG scored, and they're going to tell... Like Deborah's asking, they're going to tell their investors, if you need a line of credit from us, you need to get ESG scored, or else you're going to fuck with our ESG score.
Mm-hmm.
And it just continues down the line to then the people that are, like I said, using PayPal, using utilities, using whatever companies, internet companies, have to get ESG scored so they don't fuck with the ESG score of that company.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's... I had this whole narrative built about...
Did I just fuck it all up?
No, the debanking of Kanye West.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter actually destroyed that narrative because that wasn't fucking true at all. Candace Owens made a big deal. I'm so done with Candace Owens in her mouth because she's not there, dude. She's not there.
It's not the one.
She's not the one.
No.
But she'd make a big thing about... actually, I have the documents, if you will.
See the receipts.
Let's see the receipts. She
Let's
posted
see the
this
ESG
thing.
scores. That's going to be my new thing. Let me see your ESG score, then I'll decide.
She posted this thing during the whole Kanye debacle recently, right?
Yep.
About the bank closing their relationship with Yeezy LLC and all this stuff. And
Dear Ye.
Yeah, Dear Ye, because obviously it's Yee. But, or is it Ye
It's
or
Ye.
Yee?
His name is Kanye.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
His name is
I
Kanye.
didn't know that. Yeah.
It's a good thing you asked because I was getting ready to make fun of fucking Steven Crowder for saying, why do they
Yee?
call him Yee? Why are they Dear
Ye.
Yee? It doesn't make tell me you don't know fucking shit about rap music without telling me you don't know fucking shit about rap music.
I
His
don't
name is
know
fucking-
shit about rap music.
His name is Kanye.
But you know I don't know shit about rap music. All I know is that
Ye.
if you enjoyed A Tribe Called Quest, then you know shit about rap music. I have heard that group, we'll just say, I don't, like band doesn't seem
It's a
right,
group,
right? But
yeah.
it's a group mentioned more than once over like the last couple months by like random people from like
fire.
from like they're like, oh yeah, back in the day, man, fucking Tribe Called Quest, blah blah. I'm like, oh, that's my dude over
Fire.
there.
It's
You know
also
what you're talking
because
about.
it's also because they broke up before their time.
Yeah.
And now Five Dog is dead. So one of the people that was in the group is
So you
dead.
can't have the
it's
tribe anymore.
Never going to happen again. It's
That's
impossible. They made a movie about them maybe like a decade ago, them trying to do a tour together, and they just could not get along. They're arguing, they're bickering, there's just bad shit happening.
That's tough. That's
it
tough.
was sad to watch.
Too many good creative individuals in one group trying to
Sad
be a group.
watch.
Yeah. But this was the tweet that
Yes.
was disclosed, right, of
Dear
Kanye's
Ye, yeah.
of his letter that he received from J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, talking about how they're going to be discontinuing their relationship. They have to. He's got to disclose, get rid of all his funds by November 21st. Blah blah blah. Turns out this happened back in September. And it was a mutual agreement back in the day because Kanye was like, I'm getting away from everybody. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just going to do it all by myself, blah, blah, blah. And so this narrative got built up about, somebody being debanked for saying a bunch of stupid shit, fucked up shit, I might add, by the way, and being all stupid and psychotic because he's off his meds and doing whatever. But
So Candace Owens
she's just out there like,
God
I
damn
just
it.
learned about this. Here's this thing. That's not real. This was a planned thing. Everybody knew it was happening on their side. It's not fucking real. So I went deep into the hole yesterday. I was trying to figure this out, and then I was like, oh yeah, no, this has been a thing.
the fuck is her problem?
She's Candace Owens. She just made a really, really good film about the corruption of the BLM society or the group and all this stuff, and it's available on dailywire.com now. And I've heard nothing but amazing things about it, but Ye was at the premiere for that one, which,
God damn it.
and then somebody tweeted out like, yeah, I'm surprising nobody else from Daily Wire except for Candace Owens was at the preview. I'm like,
This
well,
makes conservatives look like shit.
it does. Well, she's been good at that. She's not the one, man. She's not the one. I was not that thrilled when Daily Wire really brought her on, but at the end of the day, she's a very popular conservative voice. And there's a whole group of people that really, really love Candace Owens and what she brings to the table. Whether, she's not worse than the corporate press. We'll put it that way. She's just
terrible.
She's just one of those. She's just a mouth that says the conservative talking points, if you will, whether or not she has any real, principles behind them, or, up for debate, depending on which ones you want to bring up. But yeah, it was a whole side of this thing I was gonna talk about as far as ESG is concerned, because obviously once somebody starts spouting some shit, a lot of companies will divorce themselves from you because they don't want to be associated with you, because their ESG score will fall, affecting their S and ESG metrics, and so they get out and do that. But obviously that's not real anymore, unfortunately. So yeah, we're there. That's ESG tied to the World Economic Forum, and that's how we got, in my opinion, that's how we got PayPal doing their fuckery over this past week. And thankfully, again though, because obviously, I don't know, I would imagine, listen to that guy on Counterpoints this week, I would imagine that would have been blatantly illegal anyways, because the federal government doesn't really like anybody fining people except for them. Right. So I mean, they're like, you guys you're in our territory now, man. The only one who gets to get theirs is us. That's right. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think. What the fuck, dude? I think people are next, Deborah, like you're saying right there. And honestly, I think this is a way to build in that kind of CCP style social credit score, but without going the authoritarian CCP route. Yet. It's just a matter of time before that works. But
you think there's implemented through corporations instead of through the government?
Yeah, because that's
slowly trickle down.
Because welcome to America. That's everything we do is it's brought to you by insert corporation. Who buys and names fucking sports stadiums and sports fields? Massive corporations that all have ESG scores. Who's responsible for all mass transit around the entire world and the entire country?
Corporations.
Massive corporations with ESG scores. I'm sure Delta Airlines and America Airlines and all these people, I'm sure they all have ESG scores. I'm sure every major corporation does, because that's the world that they operate in, man. That upper level corporate world. They are the ones that build the society that we get to live in. And it's not conspiracy. That's the reality of the situation. That's the world we live in. Right. It's brought us a lot of good things. It's brought us fucking supercomputers in our hands. It's brought us the ability to do the show. Without fucking Microsoft, we don't have this. We don't, you know what I mean? Without Alphabet, without Google, we don't have this. Without YouTube, we don't have this. They've brought a lot of good things. It's just questionable decisions are being made, obviously, and as we go deeper down the road. So that's where we're at. Welcome, my friend, to the world of ESG and the World Economic Forum.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, like Joseph mentioned, like we led off the segment with, Joseph mentioned that in the beer show last night. Could ideally in the right context, in the right world, ESG would be a bad thing. But where your ethics come from matter. And that's really what we're talking about here, is if you're going to build your corporation based off of ethics instead of corporate profits, where your ethics are derived from are more important than anything else. Where your principles stem from. Are they true American values? Probably not, because that's not the way environmentalism works. It's not the way, social governance works. It's not the way actual, corporate governance works. It has nothing to do with American values and, liberty and shit like that. No. Polar opposite. So there you go. That's my segment, and I'm sticking to it, baby.
Jesus How do you Christ, feel? I thought my shit was heavy.
This, yours is heavy, bro. Mine's on a global scale, baby.
Global scale. My God.
I mean, it's just a reflection of the world you live in. We're in it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know where we. 5. Yeah, I think we're about right where we need to be.
Yeah, we're looking good.
So unless you've got, you got any, you want to add into this shit show?
No.
All right. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been part 3 of 4. We'll be coming back with the grad bag here in just a few short minutes. But until then, I am Big Bird, Offie on all the things. You can see it. Oh, we're in this one over here. You're Salt the Streets in one and Alpaca _ in the other. You can also see it right there. Look at that. And we're Salt the Streets, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information. And
being
that's
able to
why
hop from
salt
person
need
to person to
be
person.
stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation with real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. My name is Donald from Salt of the Streets.
I'm Colin, also
is
from Salt of the Streets.
Part 4 of Salt of the Streets, episode 135. This is the grab bag segment. You have been and are watching us here on our youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. You can find all of this information on saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content just like this, like the newsletters, the book club, the beer shows, all of those beautiful things that we do.
I love watching the salt fall.
We also have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. At Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Again, you can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. If you want to watch some video games, go to twitch.com/LexiCayo. You can watch some video games there. With that, we're going to start with this article that I just pulled up. I'll send it to you so you can...
Oh, please.
It's from Fox News. I always pull up Twitter during the grab bag just in case there's anything fire, that I see that we're working with. So
My favorite place to keep grab bag topics is in my Twitter bookmarks.
Yeah.
That's always the place. That's where I live at.
Okay. So this article is entitled Barney Documentary Details Dark Side of Once Beloved Dinosaur, How Actor David Joyner Became a Tantric Sex Healer. Yes. Barney and Friends wasn't always one big happy family. The 90s children's show about a jolly purple T-Rex became a catalyst for hate, sparking numerous conspiracy theories that still linger today. It's now the subject of a docuseries on Peacock that premiered Wednesday titled I Love You, You Hate Me, which explores how a phenomenon ended up receiving negative criticism nationwide to the point that it became a cultural punching bag for furious adults. The hit PBS series, created by Cheryl Leach, Kathy Parker, and Dennis DeShazer, aired from 92 until 2010. Holy shit.
Wow.
It was a top-ranking program for children under 6. My God.
I watched that show when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I watched Barney.
There's not one main reason some people hated Barney. Director Tommy Avalon told Fox News Digital, there were different pockets. When we talked to the creator of I Hate Barney's Secret Society, what the fuck? He spoke about his daughter loving Barney so much. And when he would come home from work and he expected this big hug from his daughter, she was just watching Barney. And as the interviews go on, you're like, oh, I actually see where the hate comes from. It's jealousy, it's this, it's that, it's different for each person. We have a big whiteboard in our office that just has all these different reasons of why someone could possibly hate Barney.
This seems unhealthy, man.
Yeah, Barney and Friends, which started on video, was a brainchild of 2 Dallas area educators and mothers. They quickly became a hit on public television. At one point, it starred future Disney stars Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez.
Didn't know that.
Me either. In 1998, the feature film Barney's Great Adventure was released, but its popularity grew, so did the rise of public disdain. And ruthless rumors spread quicker than the dinosaurs cheer. I mean, I'm not shocked, but I always find it interesting when someone talks about how a song being played backwards is satanic. Avalon explained about the conspiracy theory that Barney's I Love You song contained a horrifying subliminal message. I just think it's funny that there are so many of these sorts of songs that people feel if it's played backwards, there's an evil message. Some people also suspected that David Joyner, who played Barney, struggled with substance abuse on set. Let me Google Barney.
Substance abuse?
No, I Love You song backwards.
Oh, boy. It seems like a lot of people just taking it way too far.
Barney song I Love You reversed with lyrics, YouTube.
Oh, God.
I'm going to send it to you so you can play.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my gosh.
What is this?
I am very concerned. Of course, there's no ads. Oh my God.
Don't get a strike, she said.
Wow, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to talk over this as much as possible. Just read the lyrics, man. This is not. That's the whole deal. We found now. All right. So
what is this?
This is somebody who is. I've met these people. I've met people like this. They look for any, especially like the satanic folks, right? Like. There's a lot of people that want to find Satanism and everything, and it's like a whole deal, man. They'll find any reasoning for anything. If you can discern what you think are lyrics from playing a song backwards, you know, I don't know how to help you, because it's as easy as, like, literally, if you want to, the vernacular of how a word comes out is going to be different every time you say it, first of all. If you really want a subliminal message, you can just inverse the actual alphabetic language and try to read it back like that. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is it's like that when people hear, like, there's those internet things that go around. Do you hear this or do you hear that? And it's like, it'll play a sound.
Blue and
it's
black dress or gold and white
exactly.
dress.
It's like, whatever you think that it sounds like, the minute you actually put text to that, people are going to hear that being said, all right? You listen to a song, you can't quite tell what the lyrics are. You pull up the lyrics, now you can hear that plain as day.
That's really funny.
Come on, bud.
These people are hilarious.
These people need to spend more time with their children is what they need to do.
Before Joyner revealed his identity, he was the victim of an internet death hoax. Some initially believed that Joyner took his life while in costume. Not all rumors were false. In 2018, Joyner told Vice that he began working as a tantra massage specialist and spiritual healer. At the time, he was 59-year-old, revealed he started his practice in 2004. So while he was being Barney, he treated around 30 clients or goddesses and guided them into discovering their sexual energy. The former actor said he would use his tantra training of deep meditation to get through the long set days when he would be stuck in the 70-pound Barney costume for several hours. He credited the practice for helping him maintain an abundance of joy while wearing the costume in hot conditions. David Joyner, the body of Barney, talks about this in the film where you talk about tantric sex guru and Barney. Avalon explained it's weird in the same sentence, but you put space in between and really talk about all the things that isn't happening. It's not as weird as you would think that he's never doing any of the tantric stuff in the Barney suit, which is good.
Well, yeah, that's good.
I think a lot of people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, the truth behind what tantra is. He explained to us it's more than what you think is with sex and meditation. It's energy. I don't give a shit about that. Not like, it's all sex stuff, but I don't care.
He can have a side gig.
Yeah, Bob was the voice of Barney. Said he received numerous death threats via email. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, when you're a tantric sex yogi or whatever, I mean, you're going to get death threats.
This is the voice. This is the other guy. This is the different guy who's the voice of Barney. This was the early internet, Avalon explained, but somewhere down the line, Bob's email got through some sort of celebrity book. Children were like 9 years old, sent death threats. I'm going to find you. I'm going to kill you. It's definitely alarming. And I think Bob was like, oh my God, what's going on here?
Dude.
Oh my God.
People are weird. Have you ever seen the movie Death to Smoochie? Have we ever talked about this?
I've never seen it.
Fantastic
I know
movie.
of what you're talking about, but I've not watched it myself. I was real young when it came out.
Oh yeah, it was like 92 or 2002. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was earlier. I thought it was like in the 90s. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's about essentially Barney, but it's Ed Norton plays essentially somebody like Barney, who replaces Robin Williams, who's like an older child entertainer. I think his name's Rainbow Randolph, and he kind of gets pushed out of the way by this Ed Norton character, and he goes kind of psychotic and tries to kill Smoochie. Teams up with Danny DeVito, and it's like a whole. It's a great movie. Robin Williams at his finest. He's nuts. He tries to kill Ed Norton. It's a great movie. Great movie.
I like it.
It's fantastic, man. It's a super underrated movie, but it's gotten kind of a cult following as it's gotten older. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's like and it kind of explores the darker side of child entertainment. Because you think about it, man. Like it's a
There are
massive
death threats on the back end.
Yeah, it's a massive industry that's in entertainment that is obviously can get very, very dark. And this obviously has a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah. Have you what's her name? Jeanette McCurdy. You know who was on iCarly?
Nope.
So you know what iCarly is.
I know of
right?
it, yeah.
So she played.
Too old for that one, buddy.
She played. That's fine. But you know what I'm talking about is what I'm
Yes.
asking. She played the friend on iCarly, and she has in the last 2 years made the rounds on like a gang of different podcasts because she wrote a book that's called "I'm Glad My Mom Is Dead."
Whoa!
And her book is about her story.
Jeanette
growing
McCurdy?
up, and being like forced to be a child actress by her mother and like manipulated and stuff like this. And when she was done being on iCarly, she had like some naked photo or not, like some, like she wasn't naked, but like some nude
Risque
photos,
photos
that were leaked and shit like that. Mad based, to be honest. But she's been on like the
fucked up child
Michaela
will do
Peterson podcast and
nice.
like all that type of shit. So, so she wrote a book that's called "I'm Glad My Mom Is Dead," and she's holding her mom's urn on the photo, and you should Google and there's like jewels or some shit coming out of it. Yeah, it's pretty lit.
We'll
There you
look
go.
it
I'm
up.
glad my mom's dead.
Oh fuck, bud.
That's it. The urn.
Oh, $13.99 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Or on Audible, you can get it. You can get it on Audible. No, I want a picture. Come on. There we go.
The urn with the shit coming out of it.
Oh wow, man, that's rough. That's rough, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Shit, like eating
I bet
disorders
that's a
and shit, and like
dark
a whole,
ass book.
It's probably super good.
Yeah, it's probably super good. Impressively funny. I bet it's like humor, but just super fucking dark.
Yeah.
Gotta be. None of that, man. I hate.
So it's the same shit. I used to really fuck with iCarly.
Yeah.
And there was a time I would just let it play because it was
Yeah,
like
you're
I
of
would
that
watch.
era.
Yeah, and then, so even as an adult, within the last year, it was like on Netflix. So I'm like, oh fuck, I'll just let it play. I don't, it was fucking a thing I watched when I was like 13, so I don't care about it. I'm not really
Scratches
paying attention.
nostalgia.
Yeah, it's just a thing that'll play. It'll make you giggle every now and again. But then hearing some of her interviews and then some other shit about the guy who made all those shows, Dan Snyder, I think his name was.
Something like that.
Like weird, just weird stuff.
They've talked about that on. Because he was involved. That's Nickelodeon or something,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yeah,
Because
like to focus
they've talked
on
about
feet
him
and
on
stuff and-
Pop Culture Crisis sometimes,
bet.
man.
I bet.
And there's been more than just her. Like there's been other people that have come out.
Yes.
Something about Raven. Is there?
That's So Raven?
That's So Raven.
She was
I
on
think.
Disney,
That's
but-
Disney. Okay, maybe it's an iCarly thing. Maybe they're talking about her. I don't really recall, but yeah, like some messed up stuff, and it sounds like he was a super creepo involved in all that stuff.
Yes.
Which, I mean, doesn't surprise me, man.
No.
In that industry, I'm super sus about all those people.
Yeah.
Child actresses and
with
like,
that one in particular, there's like a big, like a halfway conspiracy theory around like children and feet, because like the logo for Nickelodeon used to be a foot, and there's all this weird stuff that they used to do with feet. And I remember that as a kid thinking like feet was a very consistent theme throughout the shows. Like they draw little people on their toes one time, and their feet are like, people are rubbing people's feet, and one time they like put salsa on people's feet. Like it's all like stuff like that is like very consistent. Like feet are the end of jokes.
The foot of the joke.
Children's feet, you know? Yeah. So yeah, it was shit like
little,
that all the time.
Little baby feet are adorable. They're super adorable.
Yeah, these are like teenage feet.
That's weird.
Yeah, like 12, 13-year-olds, you know? Yeah.
Creepos,
Weird deal.
dude.
Super weird deal.
Creepos.
So
I don't
after
trust none of those motherfuckers. In if they're involved in that industry at all,
yeah,
I get super like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Well, and the people who were on that show with her, that guy, that young man, and the Kenny, that young man was on the show.
Kenny?
Yeah, and then also Miranda Cosgrove. You know, when they were asked about the
She's
shit,
like the main person,
Miranda
right?
Cosgrove, yeah, when she was asked about, because they rebooted iCarly and it's on now, and they're adults, and Jeanette McCurdy is not on it, but everybody else is on it.
Interesting.
Because she wouldn't do it, but everybody else did. And when they were asked about, you know, why wouldn't she do it, they're like, oh, I don't know, you know, we're all kids and fucking, you know, everyone has their own experience and blah 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 blah, which is like, it's to a certain extent it is true, because you're 15. What are you going to do with another 15-year-old?
Yeah.
But also, if you fucking know that she's miserable because people are making her uncomfortable, should maybe do something about that, or say something, or we can tell your parents or something, you know, something. I don't know.
That's fucking dark, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, how do you tell your parent if she's the one that if she's the
Right.
one that's putting you in that industry and keeping you there?
Right.
Darkness, dude.
Yeah. So after I heard her interviews and shit, I was like, I can't watch the show anymore.
like
It just
her-
makes me uncomfortable. So
Looked like our last thing was in a show or a movie called Little Bitches.
there you go.
Hour and a half, R-rated, 2018.
Been a while since she'd been in anything. Yeah.
I hope she just got out the industry entirely.
I'm pretty sure she did. I think she's doing like a one-woman show or something.
Oh, yeah?
I think she wrote her own shit that she's doing. But I think she's outside of like Hollywood.
Yeah, that's good.
She's doing, because I think the last couple things were indie projects. They were not big budget things. So
Yeah, she, like the child actor thing goes dark real fast, man. Like hearing about Macaulay Culkin, he did the rounds with a bunch of podcasts and stuff relatively
JRE and
recently.
stuff.
Yeah, and the dude, like that whole thing, man, is super, super dark. Like everything he went through, and that was back in like the day. Nowadays, I mean, if anything, I feel like Hollywood's gotten more creepy today than it used to be. But I don't know if that's true or if it's just
I think we just see it more.
we just see it more.
Yeah.
Like the seediness and the fucking perversion that goes on behind the scenes, man. This is gross. Oh, it's almost ruined most entertainment when you think about it. It's like I get super excited when there's new, more independent projects that come up. You're like, good, it's not made in Hollywood. I can appreciate this. That's cool. But man, if it's involved in that cesspool of scum and villainy, I don't know, man. You know, Weinstein wasn't the only piece of shit involved back there. That he was just one dude.
Right.
You know, think about all the other people that allowed that to continue to happen. You know, Time's Up and Me Too only made so much of an effect in that world.
Yeah, it's been a while since we heard about any of that, huh?
Yeah, that kind of died off, didn't it? You know, like that spread to a broader landscape and kind of left Hollywood behind. Now it's continues to just do what it does in secret. Again, it's gross. It's gross. I don't like it.
It's gross.
It's gross. I'm tired of it. It's gross. Nobody should watch that shit. You should just watch Pandorum because it's an independent film. Oh, that was so good. I watched so many movies over the past couple weeks, man.
That's what you said.
So many movies. Gladiator, dude. They don't make movies like that anymore.
That one's lit.
It's so good. So good. I want another good, like, Rome, like ancient Rome period piece, like a really good, epic Rome movie. Just love that shit so much. It's so good.
Are you not entertained?
Dude, that
not why
movie's
you were
so
here.
good.
Yeah.
You get like emotional for like scenes. You're like, oh, I don't. It's not sad or anything. You're just. It's powerful. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, dude, they just don't do that anymore. So good. Anyways. Let's talk about Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia. That's still popping off. Obviously, that's been a big thing. The old World War III has obviously been in the news relatively recently. I think I did a beer show on that a couple times ago, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was good. Examining the leadership involved and how these people are the ones that should, they're going to be the ones shepherding us through this shit show. That sounds great. I'm glad Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are in charge of foreign policy as we, deal with possible nuclear Armageddon going forth. But the big thing this week, I guess it was this week, really, was Elon Musk's involvement and some of that stuff going on.
First,
But
let's hit. There's like a couple of big things that have happened since last. So the last time we talked
the big
about
things in the war, obviously.
the Nord Stream pipelines, right? Those
Yep.
got hit. So since then, the biggest things really are
The bridge.
the bridge, right?
bridge
And then
got
after
bombed.
that, there was renewed missile strikes within Kiev and like a couple of the big cities around there, Zaporizhzhia and like that type of shit. So
Zaporizhzhia.
and so since then, there's obviously been renewed conversations about.
And now there's kamikaze drone bombings going on.
Yeah,
There's-
and I seen drone battles in the air.
Yeah, dude, I've seen that.
Yeah, wild. We're doing some next level shit.
Yeah. And I mean, these are like regular ass looking drones, like ones that you buy at Best Buy and shit, like with the 4 props and but they have explosives on them.
Yeah.
There was one that took out a piece of an apartment building in Ukraine recently. That was a really, really, really big one. Everybody got, obviously very upset about because they're starting to kill, more civilians and shit like that. For some reason, a missile strike compared to like a kamikaze drone strike seems markedly worse because there's somebody flying the drone compared to just launching a missile. It seems a little bit more dark.
You think
at
so?
that point? I think to the general populace it does. When you think about it, somebody's flying the drone. It seems a little bit more dark. You're making a conscious decision instead of just lobbing a bunch of missiles in the air.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we're gonna try to generally target the infrastructure in this area, launch the missiles, go, compared to, hey, let's fly this drone over here and let's blow it up right here. That seems calculatedly more fucked up. I don't know. Maybe the drones are on some kind of automated, get over there and then go boom. But I don't know. I don't know how that whole system works. Nobody fucking knows how that system works, obviously, except for the people that are behind the flying of the drones. But
Yeah. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about how I feel about that. Which one I think is more fucked up. I've not considered that.
They're both fucked up, but I'm just thinking, depending on if my contextual view of it is correct, if somebody is sitting there flying this drone all the way to the target and then click boom, that's more fucked up in my mind than somebody going, okay, let's target that city, and we know the missiles have a general error area of this, launch the missiles, go.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. It's all still fucked up.
I don't feel it strongly enough about it to disagree with you. I hadn't ever considered it even one time. I was not trying to find a fault in it. I was truly thinking about it to try and just parse through which one do I think is more fucked up. I don't think either one or the other, so it's certainly not enough to disagree with you.
Yeah, this was one of the
All
pictures.
Russians are guilty. Holy shit.
This comes from the propaganda arm of the Russian army on Twitter, and that's their message. All Russians are guilty. But this is one of the apartment complexes that was hit in one of the kamikaze drone bombings. I think this one killed like 20 people, if I recall correctly. Darkness, bro. Darkness. It's dark. Shit's fucked up over there. War is a popping.
And there seems to be no coherent strategy from the Biden administration.
Other than just send the money.
Other than don't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just don't do it.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't fucking do it. I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do. I'm not going to tell you what we might even do. I'm not going to tell anybody we might even do. But don't fucking do it.
Don't do it.
Which just isn't strong. That's not a strong case we're making. Just don't do it. That's all. Just don't do it.
Just don't do it. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
Just stop. Go back home. Putin, you're drunk. Go home. It's not great.
Not a good look.
No, it's not, man. I mean, I don't know how much more weak you can look on the global scale other than just a strongly worded letter and if you don't stop, we're going to continue to send money over there. Okay.
And now this deal between him and the Saudis where, he's asking the Saudis to wait until after the midterms for these political reasons.
That's a double-edged
doesn't make
story
you look
right
any
there.
stronger, especially now that Russia's like, oh, wait, you were begging for help from the motherfuckers that just said that they were going to back me?
Yeah. This is why now I call him Quid Pro Joe. This is the new title people have been dubbing him as Quid Pro Joe because he essentially did he attempted to do an actual quid pro quo with Saudi Arabia and Mohammed bin Salman after going over. This was the day of the fist bump, the notorious fist bump that we all recall. And I think we reported on at the time. We talked about, dare I say reported on? How dare I? But the
how dare you?
Did I see the German embassy blow up?
That's a drop.
What?
How dare you?
How dare you?
That's a drop.
Oh my God!
That's
we
a
gotta
drop.
find that one. All right. Yeah, we'll steal that one. Was she of legal age at that point? Because I don't know about that.
I don't know.
It's public. It's public.
Just say it's
domain.
totally
It's
public
fine.
domain.
It's definitely public. You did it at the UN.
That shit's been clipped so hard.
So before we get too off topic here, let's go back to Ukraine, because I want to talk about Saudi Arabia some more with that oil deal and stuff. We'll do that after Ukraine but they definitely tie in because the weakness does show.
Yes.
But to address your question, Deborah, did I see a German embassy was blown up?
You said that, right?
Wasn't that a criminal offense in the last admin? Well, yeah, it was. And we'll address that. See,
and
we're all over the place,
I've
Deborah,
seen
but yes.
What
it
criminal
was
offense thing more in the last 2 days or so. Comparing
the two
UAE
quid pro
shit. Yeah, that's
some rough shit. But
that's pretty wild.
It's not good. It's
It
not
don't
good.
look very good.
It's
It don't look very
definitely.
good.
I mean, according to precedent, it's definitely an impeachable offense. But hey, I mean, according to the current precedent, but
it's precedented.
It is. But to address the German embassy,
sorry.
What it was it was indeed a branch of German embassy. It was already evacuated. It was gone. They've been pulled out. But what it was like it was a branch office of like the visa department for the German embassy. So it was like a building where people can go get certain like access visas and transport visas and stuff like this. Had already been, all the employees were gone already. They weren't there anymore. Germany's already pulled out their personnel from that area. So it was an empty building at the time, which I think is why Germany's not making a big deal about it. And it wasn't the actual embassy as you would think of like an embassy grounds. It was just like a regular visa office. In Europe, it's not like you would think of out here. Where there's like there's a fucking fence around it with fucking razor wire and shit. It's not really like that.
It wasn't like you picture in 13 hours.
No, it wasn't. Not like that. No. So that's because, but
that's a
technically, I haven't seen it. I don't
get
watch
the fuck out of here.
I don't watch a lot of contemporary military propaganda films.
Okay, so let me put it to you like this.
That's the Benghazi movie, right?
Let me put it to you like this. Jordan's dad. And I've talked to you about some of the shit that Jordan's dad knows.
He's been through some shit.
Right?
He knows some
Jordan's
shit.
dad talked to me about that movie, and he says, "This all the stuff that you see in that movie about the ineptitude and all the stuff," he said, "it all happened just like that."
Oh, man.
Watch that fucking movie. Will you watch that fucking movie?
Okay, I'll watch the fucking movie.
What the fuck? Oh, that movie's so good.
I'll watch it this week.
You gotta watch that movie.
Just trying to pour a beer over here. Give me a fucking break.
The pisser beer.
It's
fucking pisser.
A fucking pisser, bro. Sometimes I wish we were from another country so we could say different shit.
Deborah, see? What? You haven't seen that movie? You haven't seen 13 Hours? It's a fucking great movie.
I watched a lot of World War II movies.
John Krasinski, he said, don't.
John Krasinski. That's right. That is John Krasinski, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Cooper is American Sniper.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to watch that movie. I've never seen that movie either.
American Sniper's not good.
I don't need to watch that.
No.
Good.
American Sniper's not good.
I don't
There's
like
one point where he's in a hospital.
Did Clint Eastwood do that movie?
I think so.
Okay.
There's one point where he's in a hospital and he's holding a baby. It's a fake baby. It's like a baby doll, and it's so obviously a baby doll. It's so bad.
I mean, you know what the worst thing is when I think about like filmmaking and shit?
Just get a real baby. Yes.
Well, fuck that. No, I'm trying to make a movie on the cheap. I'm not trying to deal with the bureaucratic paperwork that comes with trying to get a fucking real baby. No, but obviously, just swallow that motherfucker so you know it's not real, and shoot the angle so that you know it's a baby, but you don't actually have to show the fucking baby. It's called bad filmmaking, Clint Eastwood. I'm sorry, but you're aging and your movies are going downhill. Sorry. It's not good. Filmmaking these days is just not good, man. It's terrible. I love film. I love movies. Unfortunately, a lot of the old school black and white movies where if you wanted to do, like one of my favorite, it's so bad because you can never, it's so bad. I almost don't even say it because it's 100% cancelable at this point. 100% cancelable. I'm going to pull it up on IMDb because I need to show you what the actors look like. But it's an old John Wayne movie. I know they just tried to cancel John Wayne recently, but you can't cancel the Duke, bro.
Okay.
You can't do that. I want IMDb. I pull that up. It's a fucking fantastic movie. It's anti-communist, which is great too. It's called Blood Alley.
Okay.
And it is a 1955 John Wayne's. Lauren Bacall's in that movie. It's fantastic. He's a ship captain. Let's pull this up. One of my favorite movies in the world. But John Wayne is a ship captain who was picked up by the commies, and this is during
the Chi-Coms.
The Chi-Coms. This is back post World War II, early communist China era.
Okay.
And so like it's real bad. But he's like a merchant marine, right? They pick him up, they hold him in jail, and this one Chinese island, this village on the Chinese island, like steal him away from the jail, bring him here because they want to steal their local ferry and then put their entire village in there and then flee to Hong Kong. And they want him as the ship captain to go out
to drive the boat,
to steal them away, right? And they got to go at night or in the fog without charts. You want me to navigate Blood Alley at night? Or in the fog without charts?
Okay.
It's from the movie. Yeah, I love this movie so much. But one of the actors in it is an actor that's been in a lot of his fucking movies. And his name is Paul Fix. We'll pull him up here. He's big time. A lot of westerns and stuff that he was in, all this stuff. And, born in New York City, died in Los Angeles. That's him right there.
Okay.
In this movie, he's like the leader of like this Chinese village, and so they do the whole like he like squints his eyes.
He's not Asian
and
though.
They put on face makeup to like darken his skin and shit like that. It's black and white, so it's hard to tell, but like you can tell like, and then he speaks like an accent and shit like that. You're like,
so
bro,
good.
you can't do that anymore. You can't do that anymore. But
that's awesome.
The story's fantastic, right? And that's the one thing we've lost in these days. And so when we talk about like these new contemporary like military propaganda movies, I'm always super sus to get into them. Like American Sniper, first of all, and like when 12 Hours came around, I was like, I don't want to watch that because I'm afraid of the propaganda messaging that I'm going to get. And so it is good to hear that I can watch 12 Hours. It's good.
Well, 13 Hours.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Which movie, Deborah? Was
13
it my movie?
Hours. That's what she's talking about. 13 Hours. And that one, like all them dudes are contractors. Like they don't work for.
They're like Blackwater type shit.
Yeah, they're all contractors, and so that was part of the deal with the whole.
At the embassy.
Yeah, they were contracted to.
I thought it was my boy Zeke.
No,
Zeke.
No, they're contracted
he did like a whole
to.
thing. 13, okay.
Work at the embassy, and they're not working at the embassy. They're working out of like, see, look at that fake baby. Look at how fake that baby is.
So
look how fake that fucking baby is.
If you are a director and you choose to take that shot, that is on you. You're a fucking idiot. Do not do that. That's dumb.
Yeah,
swallow that motherfucker,
him
man.
Holding it, you know.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, look how fake that fucking baby is.
Like you could get away with something like that. You could get away with that.
Yep.
I mean, there's a way you could even get away with that if you want to just add a little
But
bit
it's
more
so
swaddle
stiff,
to it,
dude.
man.
But it's so stiff.
That ain't right.
Yeah, isn't
That
great?
ain't right.
That one too.
Oh, dude, they put
He's moving it. Look, he's moving it with his
With his thumb?
with his thumb.
Oh, that's dumb. Brad, bro. Okay, as an actor, Bradley, you know that what you're doing is dumb.
Should have said that. This is bad.
He
shit.
should have been like Clint, bro. Clint. This ain't 1950s anymore, man. We can't get away with this shit. This
Yeah.
looks stupid.
It's
I'm
not
holding.
good.
I'm holding a plastic doll here, and what I'm doing looks insane.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
pretty horrific.
Okay, good. I don't need to watch that movie.
No.
Yeah, I'll watch John Krasinski though. I like John Krasinski
That
a
one's
lot.
gold.
That dude does a lot of good stuff. Even though he ruined his, in my mind, what was that movie where you couldn't speak? Don't speak.
The Quiet Place.
The Quiet Place. Don't speak is a different. That's a horror movie.
The Quiet Place is a horror movie too. It's a thriller.
Yeah. It's it's
Quiet
like
Place was not good.
It was pretty good until like the last act, like the last third.
Yeah.
It ruined it
What
tanked
did you
the
not
entire
like about
movie.
it?
I didn't like the fact that at the very end, none of the rules of the universe applied anymore. Like he's walking around and he's slapping. You know, you could talk all of a sudden, but you just gotta talk real quiet. But before you said anything, these fucking aliens came in, or these whatever that was.
whatevers.
Yeah, the monsters came in and took the kids or whatever. It was good in the first 2 acts, but as soon as Act 3 came around, it just turned to shit and it just nosedive and it ruined the entire movie.
Right, because you have to be
Not
so
good.
quiet you're walking on sand. Like
Yes,
that's how quiet you have to
exactly. You've been learning a lot about like storytelling and prose lately because you're getting into some fiction, some good fiction now, and you're learning a lot about world building and stuff like that. It applies with film too.
be. Yeah.
If you're in a fictional world, especially one that's like a sci-fi world or something like that,
Completely fabricated.
exactly,
Too.
you need to lay down the ground rules of what your world is. It's called world building.
Right.
You lay out the rules, but then you have to stick to them.
be consistent.
Otherwise, the entire narrative falls apart because you can try to tell the best story ever. But if you break all the world's rules, all you're doing the entire movie is breaking the fourth wall, and the movie's terrible.
The deal
That's what the last one is. When he was like doing that sacrificial thing to save his kid at the end,
Yes.
it was the stupidest fucking
Yes.
move in the entire movie. It was
Doesn't
dumb.
make any sense.
Ruins the whole movie.
They're markedly worse off without you than they are
Yes.
with you doing whatever you're doing.
Period. It was dumb.
Yeah.
It ruined the whole movie. Terrible. I hate it.
I'm right there with you.
It was a
That's
good
what-
movie
yes.
until the last act.
Yes, when I watched him sacrifice himself, I said that was the dumbest shit I ever just saw.
Yeah, it's not good. But I like John Krasinski as an actor. We'll put it that way. From The Office, he flowered, he budded, and then he went off to do a bunch of good shit. Yeah, after that, I mean, he did some
Yeah.
amazing stuff. But I almost bought you a beer koozie the other day at Total Wine when I picked up the Screwball. And it was an Office, from The Office, and it just had the whole gang and the
That's
picture
awesome.
around that. But I'm like, I don't think you would use a beer koozie very much.
I really only use them like during outside events.
And
you know?
and even then, they're very impractical when you think about your average beer koozie. Like
Yeah.
the neoprene, if you will. I know you're the neo
Right.
of neoprene, but they don't sit well. You can't put them on like a flat surface.
No.
They're, the only time they're good is when they're in like a camp chair basket cup
Yeah.
holder, and that's it. Other
I
than that,
have
it's not good.
one of like the insulated ones, the metal ones. That
Those
the
are legit.
top screws off. Those ones are fucking lit.
Yeah, from like who makes Yeti and shit makes
Yeah,
those.
yeah. I don't remember. I think mine's just like Coleman or whatever. But yeah, it's the same idea. And
Those are good.
I'll use that one all fucking day,
Yeah.
camping and shit like that. Keeps that beer so cold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you're drinking trash beer, you got to have it cold.
When I used
Otherwise,
it,
it starts to taste like things.
last time I used it was also like the draft. There's 14 people
yeah,
there,
yeah,
16
yeah.
people there, you know? So to set my beer apart, put in
Yeah.
that koozie.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like they make a bunch of like wine glass
Little charms and
little
stuff
charms.
like that.
Yeah, so you can tell the difference between people's wine glasses. I just put on lipstick and then it works.
Doesn't matter. I know people that will like turn the tab on their beer, you know, but I know
Yeah.
way too many people that turn the tab on their beer. So it's
Yeah.
not, that's no longer reliable.
All you really need to do is just never let your beer go and just
Always
continue
hold
to
your
always
beer.
hold and drink your beer, and then you're good.
when you have kids, it doesn't work like that, you know.
It's a
I
problem I
tried
do
that.
not have to struggle with.
I try that, and I will hold my beer as long as I can, but eventually I almost always set it down.
Then you run into the problem that your body heats up the can.
Yeah.
That's a
Koozie,
problem,
the
especially in the
koozie still.
summertime when all good outdoor activities are happening. It's a bad situation. It's a bad situation. Elon Musk.
Starlink.
As far as Ukraine goes.
People were calling him a piece of shit because he's asking the government to pay for Starlink. I wish I could retweeted who it was, because the woman retweeted a response from the DOD, because the DOD was like, yo, this is fucked up that you're asking us to do this. You know, you were being charitable and blah, blah, blah. And the woman said, this is a correct take from the DOD. You're either being a humanitarian or you're trying to make money off of a crisis. Or you've been doing this since February and you don't want to bankrupt your goddamn company by dropping $100 million or whatever to put fucking satellites somewhere. Who's talking shit to you? The president is calling you a bitch on Twitter. Fuck him. Fuck him. Or what?
Yeah, President Zelensky and SpaceX. Yeah, because Starlink is SpaceX, right?
Yeah.
Owner Elon Musk are not friends.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fuck him, basically, because
make your own Starlink, bitch.
Oh, man, and this is the problem, right? This is the problem, and I talked about it a little bit with at some point relatively recently. It must have been a beer show at some point. I forget. They all start to run together after a while, but one of the problems we keep running into is the reliance of like translation between whatever Zelensky's saying and whatever we're hearing through an interpreter.
What's Halliburton doing? Don't they make money from wars? You're goddamn right they do. Raytheon, Lockheed, all these people, the Patriot missiles they're talking about sending over there, all this shit, all these things are made by American companies who are directly profiting off of war. You know what we're exporting to Ukraine? A military-industrial complex. That is what we're exporting to Ukraine right now. What the fuck is going on?
Fact check, true.
Like, what is this?
Okay, so the difference here is that Halliburton they do not have the capability nor the wherewithal or desire to create a satellite network that brings broadband internet to people around the world.
I think she's just talking about the take of him being a piece of shit for making money off of the conflict.
Oh, okay.
When we're literally sending billions of dollars from American companies over there for them to profit off of it directly.
Yep. Halliburton, Raytheon.
Yeah, that's when Lockheed.
All of which, by the way, are ESG rated. By the way, and they're in the mid to upper 20s. But
no SpaceX
still.
though.
No SpaceX. But yeah, it's fucked up.
But Elon Musk is a bitch because he doesn't want to bankrupt his fucking company.
Well, the minute
he's trying to go to Mars,
he was all that there was when it came to like the conflict in Ukraine, the war that is going to predate World War III. He was all that there was to be. He was the big deal until he decided that maybe, just maybe, we should be trying to find like a peaceful solution. And then all of a sudden it was like, what? Motherfucker, no. We ain't on this. You need to be back in Ukraine, 100 fully. That's it. Russia needs to go away. We want all of our old territory back. We want Crimea back too. And if you don't agree with us, you're pro-Putin and you're basically a pariah at this point. Just get out of the way. You're a bad person. Carry on. So this is a story that is kind of a couple of different things. Putin says mobilization to end in 2 weeks. And also, Musk says SpaceX will stop funding Starlink in Ukraine. SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk has confirmed that SpaceX will no longer fund donated Starlink internet terminals in Ukraine. It follows a CNN report that SpaceX was pulling funding for the terminals, citing documents obtained by the Pentagon. The company is asking the U.S. government to pay for the terminals instead, according to the report. At the same time, Russia President Vladimir Putin said Moscow's mobilization and reservists would end in 2 weeks. He added that there is no need for large new strikes in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukraine forces continue to gain ground in territory occupied and illegally annexed by Russia, prompting Russian-installed authorities there to urge citizens in the southern Kherson region to evacuate. Evacuees are to begin arriving in Russia today. Ukrainian officials say Russian authorities are not carrying out an evacuation, but a forced deportation of Ukrainians. CNBC has not been able to verify either side's claims. But I'm glad you're reporting it. Thank you very much. So that's... Yeah,
Isn't that the shit but we don't know who's telling the truth. We can't verify anybody's telling the truth, but we're still willing to give billions of dollars to one of those people.
Yeah. because we must protect NATO's interests.
Even though we don't know what their battle plan is, we don't know what their long-term plan is, we don't know any of that type of shit.
We don't know how any of the money is being
just
spent.
keep the fucking checks rolling, huh?
And just keep it rolling. Biden just yesterday, I think, approved another $500 million.
That's awesome.
I don't know where he gets all this money, by the way, because this is all like executive branch money.
Check your
that he
fucking
just,
gas prices.
just goes out there. Yeah, $6 for diesel again. We're back there again. I got to start like making decisions about whether I want to go out or not because diesel is so expensive. Now I'm like, oh no, that's just my commuting gas. That's where we're at now. My fuel that I pick up now is just for commuting. I don't drive anywhere else that I don't need to go anymore. Healthy decisions being made on all aspects.
This is America.
There's a song called "This Is America" and it's pretty great.
Yes.
Who does that song? I'm blanking on it. I was just gonna like go into it, song and dance style.
Donald Glover, whatever his name, Childish Gambino.
Oh, I love Childish Gambino. Oh, have you ever watched? You never watched Community, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah. 6 seasons of the movie.
Yeah.
A movie's coming. They're doing a movie.
They're doing a movie.
They're doing the movie.
Good for them.
But unfortunately, Dan Glover apparently not going to be a part of it.
Why?
And there's
Because
apparently
he hates Chevy Chase or some shit like that.
I don't know.
Chevy Chase pariah out too.
I think they said there's like legal issues with getting Chevy Chase back, and
Because he did
man.
wild shit. We called the what's his face, right? The guy who made Community. He called him and
went off some crazy rant and shit. Yeah,
not on like some anti-Semitic shit or anything, but just crazy drug shit of like you're a bitch and stuff like that.
Which I mean, when you because it's Dan Harmon. It's
Yeah,
the guy.
that's what his name
he
is.
is a legitimate crazy person. This is the guy that brought you Rick and Morty.
Right.
I mean, he is nuts. Obviously, Community I think was his project. It's the project he did before Rick and Morty. That's what he was doing before he shifted to something else. But yeah, no, still there's the Community movie is coming. It has officially been like a thing now. It's happening. Speaking of movies and Russia, we're gonna tie it in together. Speaking of movies and Russia, I was listening to some fucking podcast at some point with Bert Kreischer. The movie that he did,
Bert Kreischer,
The Machine.
Okay.
He did that. What's his name? Luke Skywalker's in it.
Okay.
He plays his dad. Why am I not remembering his name?
Mark Hamill.
Mark Hamill's in it. He plays his dad.
I'm crushing it today.
I am not.
I am fucking crushing it today on the celebrity names.
Actually, let's put it this way. This is Ops Normal.
Yeah.
We go to work and I'm like, oh, I'm the movie guy. Hey, yeah, you remember that thing with that one guy? I'm like, oh, yeah.
It's this guy.
It's Jake Gyllenhaal. You're like, no, it's the other guy. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, that's right. Who's the other? Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire and Jake Gyllenhaal. They could be brothers.
Always you
Always.
two.
But yeah, he did that movie about his story, The Machine, where he like is in Russia on like a school trip or something in college or whatever, and he has this big interaction on the train with this Russian mob guy, blah blah blah. He tells the story all the time. It's in his bits. He does the Machine story like everywhere he goes. But he made a movie about it, and it's been done now for like a year and a half or 2 years.
Jesus Christ.
What's up, cat?
I mean,
oh, look at what's up, Tifa.
You scared the pee out of me.
You know, that's what she does. At least she didn't attack your knee like she did to me earlier.
She got you good.
She got me good.
She was an ow, bitch.
She will walk right on your keyboard.
Yeah, she
It's
will.
just the whole thing.
You just don't care at all.
No,
do you?
she doesn't. But this movie's been done for over a year now. But they finished it right before the Ukraine. She's mouthy. Oh, Tiffy.
Boogers.
They finished it right before the Ukraine shit like popped off. But since the war's been going on, they refuse to release the movie now.
Right.
You go to IMDb, it still says it's in post-production. Bert's like, dude, that bitch has been done for at least a year and a half.
Right.
But we can't release it because it has to, it takes place in Russia.
So it
There's
makes
Russian
you look
people.
pro-Russia.
Exactly. So they won't release the fucking movie. Super not cool. Like, I get it, man. We make movies about like other countries all the time. Come on. We've been at war with Afghanistan for God knows how long, but we dropped fucking military propaganda movies left and right during that conflict. Come on. Generation Kill. Oh
yeah,
because I recently watched that. I think we talked about that on the show already, but that's fucking great, man. Following that Rolling Stones writer through Was it the first Desert Storm? I can't remember.
think
It was
so.
like, yeah, one of those. That was
I don't
great, dude. That was great. And also, that's a podcast you can skip. There's been 2 JREs recently that you can basically just skip over. The first one was with the old Rolling Stones guy.
Yeah.
Who just went on just some psycho ignorant shit about, just everything to do with the government. It was all for like government control, this, that, and the other thing. And it's just, and Joe was like, bro, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking? Of course Rolling Soul sold its soul, man. You're like a pro-government shill at this point. And then later on, I was all excited because Eliza Schlesinger was back on, but she went crazy. She's she's like a full-on mask Nazi and like just super woke.
I just don't see how
just-
anybody looks at COVID and thinks, you know what? The government should control more shit. I just don't see how, like,
If you listen
you're
to that
not thinking
podcast,
logically if that's where you're at.
you'll get an understanding of the people that still have that mind virus that are like, yeah, no, this is the way to do it because we got to save people's lives, man. So this is how you do it. It's messed
Weird.
up. It was not good. It was not good. Did we finish Ukraine? I don't think we did. The bridge thing.
Starlink. Bridge.
Starlink. We did that. The bridge go boom. We're still the KGB, not the KGB. Jesus Christ. The
GRU.
GRU. They publicly released some information about the trucks that supposedly blew up over the bridge.
Right.
And it was filled with what they say is like they were bombs disguised as like plastic, containers, like some kind of industrial product that exploded. They arrested, I think, 8 people, 5 of which were actually Russians, which was interesting.
Yeah, and like a Serbian or fucking some shit like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, all sorts of weird shit. But
yeah, because the truck went through, or the container or the truck went through like several different countries on its way to Russia, right?
Yeah.
And now there's question about it going on a boat through the strait that Russia allowed to be opened for wheat.
Yeah.
This is fucking
World War III?
This is the problem. I don't even have anything prepared, but this is the
You don't need to, bro.
This
You're
is
good.
the problem with this complicated rigmarole of all of this different governmental bullshit. Well, if you cross this fucking imaginary line, then that means this, and if you touch this fucking piece of dirt, then this to mean this, and if that means this, then I'm gonna fucking launch this missile, and if you launch this missile, then I have to write on this piece of paper that you do this, and I have to publish this within 2 years of me taking this, and it's fucking.
Yeah.
What are we doing? It's so unnatural.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculously fabricated that
And
it creates a scenario in which Joe Biden can do what he's doing and nothing happens. Nothing changes. No one cares. And the Democrats still argue we're the most principled because we're going to fucking pro-Ukraine. Even though there's fucking Nazis in their military.
Oh, yeah.
There's Nazis in their military. And like,
As
it's for
off
the best,
battalion,
though.
bro.
For the best, though. It's good, though, that we support them because Nazis in Ukraine is good, but Nazis here is not good. It just doesn't make any sense. And if you even ask one genuine question, I'm like, you're a piece of shit.
You're pro-Russia. How dare you pro-Putin, aren't you? Yeah, that's the
But
problem.
we're so divided. Why are we so divided? Why does anybody want to have a fucking honest conversation? I heard an ad for God damn it, I should have looked it up and sent it to you. It is a dating app. Maybe it's not even a dating app. It's an app to facilitate conversations between people on different sides of the political aisle.
What?
Not in the interest of like we want to bring things back together, but like it gave me so much hope that one of these fake people.
One of these fake people.
Yeah. that you're not a piece of shit. It gave me hope that you might not be a fucking Nazi because you're a Republican. It was horrific.
I did find out recently that there's a Republican, well, I wouldn't say Republican, but it's like a conservatively based like dating app now that's out.
Yes.
Yeah, that helps. That helps things. That's good. None of this, bro, I don't like where none of this is going because the people that insist that are just like are so like baffled that we're so divided. Like the immediate thing after they say that is something that divides people constantly. It's just constant. I mean, everybody, for whatever reason, seems to be just be pulling people apart. And I don't I don't understand why. I don't understand the reasoning behind it, other than, you can make the argument that it's like for political power. I just want to, if I divide everybody, everybody's super divided, and then they're all ensconced in these different parts, and then I'm just planning I'm going to have more people, and then they're all going to vote for me, so then I get power. But that argument only holds so much weight, because after a while, you're like, you do realize this is going to affect you too, right? Like, I just don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I don't get why the minute you preach for peace in Ukraine, Russia, like, period, and you're like, I'd rather have peace, like, damn the cost, compared to World War III. They're like, well, you're a fucking fascist and you side with Putin. Well, I just would rather not get vaporized in the or die in the nuclear winter.
If you don't support the military-industrial complex right now, then what are you doing?
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's not good.
Well,
bro.
just hold on. Just hold on to these views until the next time that we're in a war during a Republican president, and then we'll be on the side of the Democrats.
That sounds good.
Yeah, we just gotta keep as long as we stay principled, then at least half of the time we'll be, on the side of the Democrats.
What did I say? I said I'm going to wait till my beer fills up, and then I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yep.
That's where we're at.
You just got to wait. That's all.
Wait for the knowledge. Okay.
Just gotta keep waiting.
So that kind of brings relatively everything up to date in Ukraine. There's been some kind of randomly discussed or randomly brought up, like, oh yeah, the foreign minister of Russia might be open to peace talks or whatever, blah blah blah. But I don't know, man. The propaganda coming on both sides is so heavy. I don't know what to maintain of this. So from that aspect, let's shift over to what we had brought up earlier, which is Joe Biden, quid pro Joe, over there in Saudi Arabia.
Quid pro Joe.
He went over to
That's just
Saudi
made for a
Arabia.
headline. That's
it was
made to
so
be a
good.
headline. That's
oh,
so
fuck
beautiful.
Yeah. If the corporate press was even slightly not in the pocket of the DNC, you might see that headline. But otherwise, you're just going to see it on Twitter.
It's quite literally the exact same thing.
It is. But yeah, it
quite
was
literally.
It's a while back. Joe Biden finally went over to Saudi Arabia. He met with Mohammed bin Salman, who is now actually the de facto king of Saudi Arabia. The current king of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman's dad, has abdicated his power to his son at this point. So he is king other than name only. You know what I mean? He's basically king of Saudi Arabia at this point. His dad is he's getting too old. He can't be doing this thing anymore.
Okay.
But he went over there. There was the famous fist bump between the two.
Yep.
And Joe Biden went over there and was supposedly going to be talking to the Saudis about increasing oil production. This was back when fuel prices were just fucking skyrocketing, this, that, and the other thing. Well, as it turns out, the Saudi government, the kingdom, released a statement the other day that Jack Posobiec actually got a hold of. I wonder if I have it in my bookmarks. But essentially, there it is right here. Let's pull this bad boy up. I like the way they do this too, because like no matter how long the document, they're just going to put it on one page. I like that. You know what I mean?
It's a scroll, bro.
It's a scroll. This is actually the founding of, like, when you think about historically, the Middle East is where most scientific and mathematical thought was essentially
where
like
they
created.
made papyrus, is that what you're trying to say?
That's where papyrus was made. Before the Mongols came in there and fucking burned everything down, those pieces of shit.
I love that she calls him Brandon.
Why would
I
Brandon
love it
ask
so
him?
much.
Brandon knows that the prince is not his greatest fan. It's because Brandon is fucking senile and #capital R word.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He
doesn't
literally
know what he's
doesn't
doing.
know what's going
Yeah,
on.
so he goes
when
over
you
there.
see him and he does this.
I am a robot. I don't know, man. It's not healthy. All
good.
we do know is he's not running the show. He is not in charge of the country. Whatever the machine is that's behind him is obviously running the country because he is looking for dead people in the audience. That's not great. Again, covered that in one of the beer shows. But anyway, so he goes over there, blah, 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 does this thing, tries to essentially make a deal with Mohammed bin Salman to put off because OPEC Plus met, and they were like, we're going to decrease the amount of barrels of oil that we're going to
2 million
produce and
barrels.
increase them. Which there's also some weird speculation about like what that actually means in real life production. It might mean more like 500,000 barrels, but it's a weird commodities trading thing. But regardless, they're cutting down, which is going to make the price of oil come back up, which is obviously going to drastically impact our fuel costs. Our everyday fuel costs going to hit us at home, which is also going to impact inflation. Again, something I talked about yesterday. Inflation skyrocket through the fucking roof. The report came out. If we think last month's report was bad, this month's report's going to be fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
But the kingdom ended up coming back out with an official statement from the kingdom.
The kingdom of Saudi.
The Saudi kingdom.
Saudi?
Another movie I watched, great movie. We'll talk about that later. About like the Saudis discovering oil and getting into the game. It was fucking great. Antonio Banderas was fantastic. They came out and said essentially their official stance is that Joe Biden came over to the kingdom, asked them to put off the reduction in supply for a month.
Till after the midterms.
Well, yes. They said in their official thing it was for a month. They didn't put any kind of context to it. They just said for a month.
Works out that it would
and
be
it was
after the
100% after the midterms, which I don't know if you ask me, that sounds like he went over there and sought out a quid pro quo so that he could look better in the midterms, the Democrats can look better in the midterms so that they can continue to gain political power, which I do believe is somewhat of an impeachable offense according to what we impeached the last president for. Except this one,
Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, except this one was a confirmed quid pro quo request that was denied versus the one that Trump did, where Zelensky said he didn't really ask me for anything. I didn't get the perception that there was a quid pro quo there. This one, MBS just said it outright. He asked me to extend it for 30 days. I said no because economics and shit. Boom.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do about that other than the fact that this seems like standard operating procedure for Joe Biden. Goes over to a foreign country, asks for favors because he's Joe Biden, or gets his son installed.
If y'all don't fire this motherfucking guy,
you don't get the $1 billion.
You don't get the billy.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
But then when Trump threatened to withhold shit, they were like, yo, that's fucked.
Impeach him! Oh, tomorrow.
They did it too.
Tomorrow's a big day. If you do not know, tomorrow is a massive day as far as the world governing powers are concerned. Tomorrow is the meeting it's the official meeting of the CCP where they will elect essentially a new leader, a new chairperson, and Xi Jinping is anticipated to be essentially reelected as chairman of the CCP for another 5 years.
Remember the last time they extended it so that they could reelect him forever, right?
Yeah, they actually wrote him into the Constitution last year, which was a weird deal. But hey, he's a groveling fool. Amen. That's what he's doing. I mean, that's Joe Biden. Anything that'll make him money. That's where we're at. It's not great, buddy. It's not great. Fucking awesome stuff. I see you out here fucking tweeting. I see you out here tweeting. What are we tweeting about?
I told you, I'm on Twitter when we're in the grab bag to see if anything's good.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm always on Twitter during the grab bag. Always.
I live in my bookmarks during the grab bag.
Yeah, I'm always on Twitter during the grab bag to see if there's anything extra good that's going on.
All right. Now let's play this one because this is really fun. This is a great montage.
A lot of indications right now that are telling us.
CEO of Pfizer, by the way.
Yes.
That there is a protection against transmission of the disease. There is no variant that we have identified that escapes the protection of our vaccine. Against COVID, to come now with a treatment of 90% effectiveness, personally makes me very proud about. And we know that the 2 doses of the vaccine offer very limited protection, if any. The 3 doses with a booster, they offer reasonable protection against. It is necessary a 4th boost right now. The protection that you are getting from the 3rd, it is good enough. Actually, quite good for hospitalizations and deaths. It's not that good against infections, but doesn't last. A of indications
Doesn't
right
last either. If you all remember this one too, this one was great. Rachel Maddow going on.
Right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way, now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
Stops.
A vaccinated
You
person
wonder why
gets
she has
exposed
a
to
once
the
a week
virus.
show now.
The virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else.
Every word of this is wrong.
It cannot use a vaccinated person
Every
as a
word
host
of this
to
is
go
wrong.
get more people. Right? Instead of the
If MSNBC was on PayPal, they'd have to fine her $2,500 for misinformation, right?
Let's do it.
Let's do
Take
it.
money out of her account. What do they do with that money?
Because the news around this is during a, I think we mentioned it earlier, but during I believe it was a Dutch parliamentary hearing, a spokesperson for the CEO of Pfizer, because the CEO of Pfizer didn't actually show up, stated on the record that Pfizer never tested for effectiveness against transmission of the virus ever in the vaccine. And so it was they never once said that it was effective against transmission, even though that's what we were told, and that's why people lost their jobs and their livelihoods and everything else about it.
Pulled off of the internet.
Yeah. It's also, well, there's so much more to that, but that was the big news around that. It's and they wonder why now it was like 1 in 100 people are signing up for the new latest and greatest booster. They wonder why now.
In Washington's 1 in 10. Yeah.
1 in 10.
Yeah.
And we do have Seattle to contend with. So
it's Washington.
It is what it is. I found out yesterday.
Oh god.
I've been watching a lot of, shame me if you must. Been watching a lot of Brett Cooper.
Oh, I fucking love Brett Cooper.
I love Brett
She
Cooper.
turned 21.
I know this. But yeah, I went down like this rabbit hole. I clicked on a video and then it was like YouTube recommended more. And I just kind of let it play while I was doing show prep last night. And I found out that she loves Washington State, loves Pacific Northwest. The only reason she doesn't live here anymore, or because I guess she used to live here, is because of how fucking psycho woke we are. And that was the thing.
Stick it out.
You just gotta stick it out, girl. Come on. You gotta fight. Don't move to Nashville. Don't move to Nashville.
You just do shit in your own house, and you just don't talk about it.
Yeah, or out in the woods.
You just
because we got a lot of woods.
Quiet about it.
It's one of the perks about living out here. Got lots of wood. The hunting laws are not that bad.
Shh, Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper. Don't move to Nashville. You don't need to do that. You do an internet show.
Unnecessary.
Come back.
Where is she at now? Is she in Nashville?
She's in Nashville.
She's at the Daily Wire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watch like clips from her because her
show's really short anyway.
Yeah, well, she's fucking Gen Z, man. All them people have like super short attention spans. If it's over 15 minutes, they ain't into it.
No, her shit's like 10
if I can't
minutes
hit that shit on
most.
TikTok, I don't want to. TikTok's bad, bro.
I've never been on it.
Me neither. I see
the
a lot
reels
of
capture me.
repost. Well, that's the same shit.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The reels capture me. That's why I don't. That's why I won't even fuck with it. For a while, like when Carolina first brought it up, I was like, no, I'm pretty sure there's going to get banned. Like, I'm not even trying to fuck with it because I don't even think it's going to be here for that long.
Yeah.
And then that didn't happen, and I was like, no, I've been sticking with it for way too long. I'm not going to do it.
By principles.
Then they switched to the reels, and I fucking find myself, I'm like, fuck, I've been watching these for 5 minutes now. And that's, so anytime I catch myself watching them, I just fucking get right off it because I'm like, God fucking damn it. This is not
5
why
minutes
I'm here.
later.
Yep.
Because I keep talking about this, but like when it comes to like those captivating social media content, even if it's Twitter, right? 10 minutes in Twitter is like 30 minutes in reality. 1 minute equals 3 when you're on social
100%.
media. And I think with Reels and TikTok, whatever those short form video clips are, it's even more than that. And this is just like Twitter scrolling, right? Or thumbing through Instagram. 1 minute equals 3 minutes in reality. With that super short form content, it's got to be more. It's got to be more because that shit, it works, man.
Suck you right in.
And you can watch The Social Dilemma. You can watch that movie, the documentary Social Dilemma. You can know exactly how it works from the people that made it. And they're like, yeah, this is how it works, man. And this is why I don't let my kids do it and all this stuff. And then you're going to be like, all right, well, I'm just going to check it out again real quick.
And you can even fuck with it yourself and like find one video that's outside of what you normally watch. And if you watch it a couple of times, you know, like if you just go back and start it again and then go back and start it again, you will start to see so much more shit just like that video. It's crazy how quick it is. It is insane how quick that algorithm works.
Oh, dude, it's stupid.
Yeah.
Did you?
Fuck yeah, I did.
Yeah,
you're
you
goddamn
saw this?
right, I did.
This was
football
awesome,
season,
man.
bitch. I see everything.
This was awesome. We got to play this.
Todd
because it's
Bowles all the
fucking
fucking
awesome,
way,
man. This guy is legit.
You guys are fucking idiots.
You and Mike Tomlin are two of the few black head coaches in the league. I wonder what your relationship is like with them and your thoughts on Steve Wilkes joining that fold.
I have a very good relationship with Tomlin. We don't look at what color we are when we coach against each other. We just know each other. I have a lot of very good white friends that coach in this league as well, and I don't think it's a big deal as far as us coaching against each other. I think it's normal. Wilkes got an opportunity to do a good job. Hopefully he does it. And we coach ball. We don't look at color.
Ball, baby.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And
This is the best one.
Young aspiring coaches or even football players, they see you guys.
I can hardly hear it.
You know, they see someone that looks like them, maybe grew up like them. That has to mean something.
Well,
okay, so if you don't hear it, there's like a follow-up question from another reporter who's like, yeah, but like, you know, the racism of it
She
all,
says-
like, don't you like...
She says, you know that representation matters, though, right?
Yes.
And so young coaches or young athletes who are seeing people like you represent, or people like them who look like themselves represented on a stage just like this, you know that matters to them, right?
And then...
So when you say you see you guys and look like them and grow up like them, means that we're oddballs to begin with. And I think the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well.
Fucking A, bud.
Yeah, so the
I
best,
am into this.
I heard a lot of great takes about this. I was just listening to something on the radio about on the way here, actually, and they played this clip. And they said, this is the perfect example of the overlap of ESPN woke fucking bullshit into everyday sports. Because she's an ESPN reporter.
ESG.
What?
ESPN is on their ESG tilt. That's what they're doing.
ESPN is owned by Disney. So
there it is.
Yeah. So that's what he's saying. He's like, you said, instead of taking his answer for what it is, a white woman who works for ESPN is going to tell a black coach how important it is that he's black, right? That's racist as fuck. That's racist for you to tell him. Well, you get that it matters that you're black, right? What the fuck are you talking about? It matters that I'm black. Why the fuck does it matter? If it doesn't matter to him, it certainly shouldn't fucking matter to you.
Yes.
I love that shit.
Amen, dude. It was so good.
Because I saw that the same day that I saw an article about Colin Kaepernick that's like, Colin Kaepernick still says that it's racist as fuck that people don't want him to be on their team. You're still bitching about it, though. That's the thing, is you're still fucking talking about it.
Yep.
That's why they don't want you on the team, because you won't shut the fuck up about it.
And play ball. Just play ball. We're here to play ball,
The last
bro.
time you had to have workouts, you made an enormous fucking deal about it. You told everybody about it. Oh, I'm not going to do it the way that you want. I'm going to do it where I want to do it. You made a huge fucking deal about it. You can't just show up somewhere, play ball, and go the fuck home. That's why. That's why they don't want you there. Because shit like this happens with Todd Bowles. He can't have a fucking interview without someone talking about how he's black.
Yep.
Do you don't think that he doesn't know that he's black? You think he doesn't fucking get that? If he has kids, they're probably black. They're probably at least a little bit black. Even if his wife is whiter than my wife, probably at least a little bit black. You don't think he fucking knows that? I think that he understands. I think he probably gets it.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
I cannot stand this shit.
So bad. So bad.
I cannot stand it. He is still fucking bitching about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why no one wants you on their team, is because you can't shut up. You cannot be quiet about it. It's horrific. He's not. I'm glad you said that, Deborah. We've talked about this a million times, and that's precisely the problem. When you talk about only yourself and you focus only on yourself in a sport that revolves around teams made of 11 people at a time, why in the hell would anybody want you to lead their team when all you can do is think about yourself?
Yes.
Why would that make any sense? It's ridiculous. I hate that he's a quarterback and he wants to play football, but no one wants to talk about the football aspect of him being a quarterback. That part it only matters him, the caliber of his person, the color. That's all that matters, him being a quarterback. Not the team aspect, not the cohesiveness, not the fact they have to fucking win, right? That's the whole point of football, is to win the games. Yeah. It's not to be woke. It's not to have a black person as your quarterback, because a lot of white dudes are quarterbacks, because that skill set fits a white dude most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it works. There are some very successful black quarterbacks who usually shut the fuck up and play ball because they want to win. It's Tua Tagovailoa is like, listen, I got 2 concussions. I'm just trying to play fucking ball. I don't want to talk about. I'm from Hawaii. I just want to play fucking ball. I don't want to talk about shit.
Don't talk to me about the concussion protocol, bro. I just want to play ball.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
And the fact that they wouldn't ask him about Tom Brady during that interview like that's what I want to hear about. I want to hear about Tom Brady and how his personal life may or may not be interfering with how he plays on the field like that, right? And how that might be affecting my fantasy score, because it's not, and it's the only thing keeping me alive these days. And I'm very thankful that Tom Brady is out there buying fucking pickleball teams and do what he needs to do to get through his shit, because he's still out there for the Buccaneers, throwing fucking bombs, doing fucking work, being the GOAT that I don't want him to be, even though he's on my fantasy team. I had to do it this year, so I wanted to be the GOAT.
And in all reality, Tom Brady's life and what's happening in his personal life matters more to the game of football than however the fuck Todd Bowles feels about coaching is Mike Tomlin.
And that's when I'm exactly 100,000%
more relevant.
It is, because we saw it with Russell Wilson. His personal life, I do believe, severely interfered with his ability to perform at the level that he performed before, he got into that relationship, because his performance markedly dropped. So that is a legitimate talking point for a sports interview like that. Race is not. Racing, talking about the race against another coach and this,
especially
and that,
after
that is
he
the
tells
stupidest
you he doesn't
thing.
Care.
And then a fucking follow-up, bro.
The follow-up to underline how important it is to Todd Bowles.
Sure.
You don't realize how important race is with this shit, right? The man is black as night. I think he fucking gets it. It's not like he can escape being black, It's not like he's some fucking light-skinned guy who's like, oh, I'm actually Puerto Rican.
Some Sean King
I'm not really black. I'm actually Puerto Rican.
I'm Sean King, bro.
There's no avoiding it. There is no avoiding it. It's like, I'm sorry, is your family from Nigeria or Jamaica? Like, where do you hail from, Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I coach football. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ESPN for you.
Yeah, I think I was listening to Cairo. It might even have been Fox, because Fox Sports, I have one of theirs as my preset, and then Cairo does a lot of sports shit too. It was actually last night. Last night we went to Aaron and Michael's house. Ooh.
One of your preset, like on the radio?
On the radio.
Okay. Yeah, I forget how old you are.
Yeah, on the radio, absolutely. It's number 3 on my radio, bro. Yeah, Fox Sports. So it might even have been them, because they're pretty base most of the time.
They keep it sports?
Fox Sports. That's all. This particular station is Fox Sports all the time.
That's good.
They covered this because it was.
Well, yeah.
This particular story was relevant,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was their take. It's like this is racist, and this is why ESPN is seeing dipping rankings constantly, because this is what they care about more, is this woman telling Todd Bowles that his race matters and not fucking football.
Yeah. Did you happen to see the AOC Town Square where she got her shit kicked in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Then let's play it.
It's so delicious.
It's so good.
Congresswoman, none of this matters unless there's a nuclear war, which you voted to send arms and weapons to Ukraine.
And they're based, too.
Tulsi Gabbard, she's left the Democratic Party because they're a bunch of war hawks. Okay? You originally voted, you ran as an outsider, yet you've been voting to start this war in Ukraine.
That's a full house for
You're voting to start a thermonuclear war with Russia and China. Why are you playing with the lives of American citizens?
Boom.
You're playing with our lives.
There it is, baby.
There will be no neighbors if there's a nuclear bomb. You voted to mobilize and send money to Ukrainian Nazis.
Check.
You're a
Fact
coward.
check, true.
You're a progressive socialist. Where are you against the war mobilization?
Yes,
He's
buddy.
telling the right truth.
The one thing I
can
could agree with a Democratic socialist
Tulsi
on.
Gabbard has shown guts where you've shown cowardice.
I believed in you, and you became the very thing you sought to fight against.
It don't take long.
That's what you
It don't take
become.
long for the machine to
You
scoop
are the
you up.
establishment, and you are the reason why everybody will end up in a nuclear war unless you choose to stand up right now.
I hear some
and
claps.
denounce
I hear
the
some claps.
Democratic Party.
Fuck yeah.
Will you do that? Yes or no? Okay, simple. Are you going to stop nuclear war? Yes or no?
She said, I can't
I
hear
can't
you.
do that. I can't hear you.
Yep.
This is bullshit. None of this matters if we're all dead. None of it. You know that. Then let's take it up right now, because this is the only thing that matters.
Bro, this is the group of people you
This
wanted,
is the
man.
only thing that matters right now. We could be in a nuclear war at any minute, and you continue to fund it. That's what's going on.
Amen. And she's just
Why not
like,
right
I got
now?
this, bro.
You're the liar
Because you're
here.
being rude.
Nobody
Yes,
has held
because
you
you're being
accountable.
rude. I'm not being rude. I'm trying to stop
And
you
it
from
is
bringing
time
us
for
into
you to
fucking
stand
World
up
War III, lady.
And realize that what you've been saying has been lies.
That's right.
Let your conscience come through for once.
And this guy's like, all right, I'm going to stop this.
Because AOC
like,
is
bro.
nothing but cordial all the time, right?
Oh, of course.
She always follows the rules. She always does everything everybody tells her to. So
Yeah.
she definitely doesn't lead by example as far as how this guy is fucking acting in one of her own town halls, right? She doesn't facilitate this at all. No. She definitely didn't bring this on.
No, this is 100%. She is assimilated with the grander body, if you will, of the DNC and the Democratic establishment.
Yes.
She's become one of the neocon warhawks. There's no different between a neocon warhawk from like the Bush era Republican that wants to go to war with Iraq, and now we have Nancy Pelosi who wants to go to war with Putin. I mean, there's no difference between those two. They're all a part of that uniparty shill. Let's go to war. Let's do the thing. Let's do it. She's the same. And her supporters, the true believer, she was a Democratic Socialist. That's what she ran on. That's how she got elected in her one district after getting, like 18,000 votes or whatever it was in her district. It was a very small election. Nancy Pelosi said you could put a glass of water in there and put a D on it and it would get elected. Well, now a few of her supporters that actually care showed up to her town hall with the vast plethora of people, obviously, that you saw in that stadium. Deborah remarks, wow, so few supporters. Amen. Amen.
To be fair, her district is pretty small. But
Her
you're
district is
correct.
very small, but also now that she's actually been in office and she's been, I mean, we've talked about it on the show, she is an Instagram politician now. She gets on and she lives on the internet, and that's where all her money comes from. Doesn't come from her district. She is a nationwide politician now, and does not speak to her constituents at home. A few actual based motherfuckers that are in her district stood up and were like, "What are you doing? You're a Democrat. You are supposed to be a Democratic Socialist. What are you doing? You're bringing us to war."
Yeah, I'm tweeting right now because I was going to say it here that Josh Hawley is apparently more based than the AOC because yes.
Josh Hawley's on some shit, bro.
Yes, because he's
I don't even like
no,
Josh
we
Hawley.
shouldn't be putting fucking Ukraine into NATO.
Yeah.
But
Amen to that.
I love it.
I'll retweet that
Yep,
shit.
just
I'll
tweeted
retweet that.
it. I
I'll
love
retweet that. Oh, I don't see it because it's not on my feed right now.
So it just happened. But.
Yeah, it's all right. Twitter doesn't like me and you being together, bro.
No,
that's the way
well,
it is.
and if you're not on home, if you're on fucking,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Oh, we didn't hit Alex Jones.
Ooh.
$1 billion.
Well, we'll have to wait until
Yeah.
we see what the actual number is. I'm not sure.
Well, because he's got a whole nother lawsuit coming up too.
And I'm not sure what the rules are in Connecticut as far as like what he will actually have to pay versus is that fucking Pete Butt with Patty Murray?
Yeah, it was when he came out here the other day.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, you want to hear this?
I hate
you
her
didn't
so
see this.
much.
You didn't see. Okay, Patty Murray's trying to win re-election.
And that's Maria Cantwell too.
And this is Maria Cantwell. This is our other senator
with Pete Butt.
With Pete Buttigieg.
Like, let's
Pete
just
Buttigieg.
find some random fucking stream to stand in front
We got to
of.
talk about the salmon. You know this is about the salmon.
Oh,
Has
and what
to be
does
about
Pete
the
Butt
salmon.
have to do with salmon?
Department of Transportation?
Get out.
I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. I'm curious to get your take on
Here
it.
with my friend and colleague, Senator Maria Cantwell, and our great Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, to look at one of the many culverts here in Washington State that it's critical that we replace for our salmon runs. We all know in Washington
We made
State
some money
our
off of this
salmon is
project.
so important for our culture, for our tribes, for our economics. We're doing our part at the federal level to replace these culverts
What tribe are you,
so that
bro?
we can restore these really important salmon runs. Right
Racist.
with Maria.
Thank you, Patty. It's so
They're definitely not reading off the cue card fucking at all.
Thank you,
You
Patty.
guys are such pieces of shit.
Oh.
So for the first time, as part of the infrastructure bill by the Biden-Harris
Pete's reading. He's like, okay,
we
when
were
do
able
I
to get
talk?
language authorizing the ability
Notice
for
he's the highest up on the
transportation
slope,
dollars
too.
to be
He's the
used
tiniest
to
one.
take out these fish blockages. This will help thousands of streams in this area restore
Just
You
build a
have
new road
no
somewhere
idea.
else to spend more money.
to their
Okay, I
spawning
gotta-
grounds. And it's so great to have the secretary here because he's seeing
Culverts are
firsthand
bad for
what
fish,
his
Colin.
transportation
Okay, we're gonna talk about this because I
dollars
actually
are
worked on
going
one
to
of
do
these projects, by the way.
to help restore
I worked on
the
the pilot
Northwest iconic salmon here in Puget Sound.
Well, I want to thank both of you, Senator Murray, Senator
You know what they know
Cantwell,
about salmon?
for making sure that the
Baked
resources
salmon with some
are available
fucking sauce on
for
it.
us to act on this. A lot of people, when they think about transportation, they don't
Maybe with some
necessarily think
capers?
about fish. But having these culverts and
It's
food
okay. Fish and transportation.
is hugely important for the ecology and the economy of this region. And we're so pleased as a department using those resources in the
Bro,
legislation.
you don't know
that,
nothing
senators
about that.
helped to shape and that the president is proud to
Okay,
see.
yes,
He knows
Deborah.
that
Those
someone
dollars
told
to
him
work
that
at,
he had to
culverts,
do something
and there are
with fish.
thousands of them
Okay, I'm going to
around
explain
this
to you
region
why.
and around the country.
When his
Reasons
husband,
he's involved.
when
That
Chapin
fish
called him and
passage
said,
and
why again are you going to Washington? He said, I don't know,
not just
fucking
for
something about
wildlife,
fish. For some reason, I got to do something
But
with
that's an
fish.
ad.
I don't
That's
know.
an ad campaign, by the way.
God damn it.
Okay, so let me explain to you what the fuck's going on here. The reason why this was a pilot program started back before I started working at Bennick the first time. So this is years ago, right? We got some federal funds to start replacing the old culverts that ran underneath highways, that ran to ancestrally denoted stream
tribe shit.
It's some tribe shit.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of streams that salmon do not return to anymore that once supposedly they used to return to, and so the
And
idea
supposedly
here.
because we fucked with them, they don't go there.
Yes, because we put a culvert there. Now there's a trickle of water that comes through, and
But
the salmon don't run anymore.
But they could.
They still did. Yeah. So we need to improve that so more salmon can get upstream to spawn, and we get more
Just
wild
a
salmon.
stronger flow.
Stronger flow. Increase the flow, baby.
Why don't you just chip out part of the bottom of part of the culvert?
Because most of them are what we call CMPs, corrugated metal pipes. And so when you
Okay.
do that, you can't do that. And generally
I only
speaking,
say that because theirs looks like it's like a little platform, you know, and it drops off onto something. And
Yeah,
so
I have a
I'm
feeling-
like, just chip away part of the bottom of it.
yeah, and I have a feeling that whatever stream or whatever it is that they're
They
standing
don't
in
even
front
know.
of, they have no fucking clue.
P-Bud doesn't even know what state he's in.
You know, like, this is I was just in Washington, right?
I was in Oregon.
Yeah, what the fuck's going on here?
So it's the same as Oregon. That's
yeah.
fucking weird.
But the reason why Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell are involved and Pete Buttigieg are involved is because a lot of the
It's
culverts.
just like, I'm not even from this side of the state.
Exactly. Because a lot of these culverts run underneath
highways,
freeways
Yeah.
that have international,
You can hear the cars in the
national,
background.
national funding and this and that and the other thing. There's one by the one I worked on down near Chico Way.
Okay.
You know how there's been construction and shit recently
Yes.
around that area?
And there's the creek that runs.
That's
yes.
it.
And there's
that's
a culvert for the creek
Yeah,
where
buddy.
the salmon run.
Yeah, and we did
all the signs with the fish on them.
Yeah, and I worked on a job.
That's what that means is that fish run through there?
Yes.
That's what that, okay.
Yeah, and I fucking can confirm during construction, bro, doing in there, we had taken out a portion of a small private road that had a culvert running through it. We got rid of that. And then we built a new road that attached it to Chico Way to go another direction so that we can get rid of that bridge, get rid of that culvert, and then now it's just a natural stream. But upstream of that, there was part of a state highway. Obviously, you know what highway that is. And that gets federal funding.
Yep.
AKA the involvement of the senators and obviously Pete Buttigieg. because that's all federal funded. And as part of that project,
The state highways.
Yeah, I know.
It's so ridiculous.
Well, that's a whole deal. Because the state doesn't exist without the Fed. So
how are we going to build the roads, Colin?
Who's going to build the roads? Biden's going to build the roads, baby. As part of that project, we weren't going to take that portion of it just yet. But what we did is we took out the earlier portion of the private road. It's fine. It's something the state can do. It's no big deal. We can't touch the Fed road yet. But what we can do is go into that culvert, which was not just a big old pipe. This was an actual concrete box
structure.
It was a big structure. I mean, it was probably 8 feet by 8 feet, I would imagine. And
Which
it's probably
looks
more
like
than that.
what
It's probably
they're
10 by
standing
10.
in front
Which is, it's fucking huge, man. It's fucking huge. And there's a massive amount of water that comes through there. And so part of my job was to go in there, and we had to fabricate these steel baffles that we would put staggered throughout the culvert, which would essentially, it would increase the water level because more water, it would slow the flow through the pipe, which would make the water level back up, which essentially would make it easier for the fish to swim upstream.
Okay.
Mind you, I'm in there with a fucking power drill, generators, the whole 9 yards. I'm fucking jacking in fucking these steel baffles. We're putting them in there, and then I'm like putting them in there with epoxy and this whole 9 yards, and it's fucking pitch black because a highway is like 80. It's each set of 2 lanes is like 80 fucking feet plus 80 fucking feet plus the right of way on top of that. So we're probably talking like 200, 250 feet, and so it gets fucking dark in there, right? So me and my buddy. Yeah, me and my buddy, we got headlamps on, we got waders on, and we're in there, we're wading through the water, and we're in there, and there's rebar. The rebar schedule for this concrete is like, there's a fucking 3/4 inch piece of rebar like every inch. So there's only like this much
small gap that you can even
and then
drill
you're trying to
into.
drill through fucking rebar every 3 or 4 inches so that you can sink these bolts to get these baffles into place, and it took hours to drill out one fucking hole sometimes because you're just drilling through straight steel with a fucking roto hammer, which is not doing shit. You're going through diamond plate bits left and right. It's a whole 9 yards. But mind you, you're in there with one fucking lamp that you bring with us so that we can see where we're drilling. Everything else pitch black, and then the salmon run starts. And so we're in there, we got our fucking boots on, our waders on and shit like that, and you're drilling, and then there's these fucking salmon that are all like pink and they're
Engorged
dying.
with eggs.
Amen.
Oh, God.
And they're swimming and they're fucking jumping and they're hitting you while you're fucking trying to work. And it's pitch black, and the next thing you know, fucking something swims by your fucking foot, and you're like, oh God, oh God.
And they're just huge.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
But that's where all this money's going, because they're getting rid of all the culverts, and then they're doing bridges over top instead of culverts, because ideally the salmon are going to run better. And then we're going to have more wild salmon to catch out here. And speaking as a salmon fisherman in the Puget Sound,
that would be nice.
It would be nice if there weren't if there weren't other factors at play that get rid of the wild salmon population before we as a general populace get access to that.
Like the tribes.
Yes. Yes, they have first rights to wild salmon, and we're not allowed to catch wild salmon at all. We only can catch hatchery salmon. But that's the thing. So, yeah, Pete Buttigieg, Maria Cantwell, and our lovely Patty Murray, who is up for re-election and who I am hoping will be dethroned very, very soon, were out there very recently. It was good. I saw it. The reason this came across my transom was I saw a tweet, I think, from Pete Buttigieg at some point, his camp, and they were like on I-5 saying like heading to the Pacific Northwest to go look at the salmon, and I was like, I'm fucking follow, let's see where this goes, and then that leads me to this fucking thing. It's stupid, dude. It's stupid.
Fuck them.
Oh, we didn't talk about the pigs. I don't know if you want to talk about pigs. I don't want to talk about pigs.
I don't even know what you're talking about. So.
The factory farming's bad.
Yeah,
Hashtag. It's gross.
No, I think we're good. I know we're at 6:40. So.
Holy fuck, we are at 6:40. Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I mean.
So with that,
it's been a great episode. Fantastic episode. Fuck Pete Butt. The Mariners and the Astros are still playing. They're in the 15th inning of this third playoff game of the divisional series.
If we lose this game, are we out?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a make or break moment.
Yes. Yeah, the Mariners need to win to stay alive to continue on. It's a 5-game series. The
Score?
World Series is 7-0-0.
Oh, shit.
0-0 in the 15th inning.
The boys are at the game, right? I thought some of the boys were
yeah,
going.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that Kyle at least, but I think some of the other ones are too. Yeah, we are in. Let's see, Houston we are in the top of the 16th inning actually. Houston is at bat. Mariners are pitching. There are runners on first and second.
Oh. This could go a lot like the last game. This could go a lot like the last game.
Yeah. Oh,
well,
shit.
That's good.
Oh, shit. At the very end, we love everyone. This has been a fantastic episode. Salt on the Streets, episode everything. You guys know what's up. Go ahead, saltonthestreets.com for everything. Follow us. I love you. Goodbye, everybody.